So now earlier Lord did a temperature check with some of the fans outside the arena. Let's take a look.
Bonjour tout le monde! We're back here at Adidas Arena for the weekend for the KC road trip. First one for the weekend, and you can see the fans are vibing behind me, the chants are ready, and yeah, I think we're in for an amazing weekend. And actually I found some lovely people. Hi girls and guys, how are you doing?
Je vais bien, moi ça va.
Ça va? Okay, can you show me what you have here? Because you made some stickers, t'as fait des stickers?
J'ai fait quelques stickers en fait pour la casser pour les fans. C'est des stickers.
Can you show it? Look at this.
Voilà, je les ai dessinés moi-même du coup.
She drew them herself. Looks actually amazing. Can I grab one? Thank you so much. There's going to be the fan alley up there as well that I will show you guys later. But for now, yeah, a bit of the atmosphere and the fans gearing up and getting ready. What are you the most excited about this weekend? Qu'est-ce que tu as le plus hâte de voir ce weekend?
En vrai, personnellement, moi c'est la game KCG2 forcément.
KCG2, of course.
Énormément de KCG2 et KCKoi.
Pour quel match-up? Which match-up?
Je sais pas trop.
Je sais pas trop. KCKoi, of course.
KCKoi, je pense.
Okay, and you guys, what are you excited about?
Oh, moi je sais qu'on va 3-0 dans tous les cas, donc
3-0 dans tous les cas, ok. They think they're gonna 3-0 at home, always.
Moi ce que j'attends c'est l'ambiance du Blue Wall comme d'hab, qui est toujours électrique. C'est ce que j'attends le plus.
Thank you so much guys. Yeah, they're really excited about the atmosphere from the Blue Wall as always. They always come up with new chants and new ways to celebrate the players, and yeah, usually it goes well on the road whenever KC is involved, so let's see how it goes this weekend. Au revoir!
Au revoir, hello. Yes, the KC fans are the most excited about KCG2 and KCM Koi. That makes sense.
Yeah,
that
and KC Vitality as well, maybe.
Nah.
I mean, they came here. There's so many fans here that came here for KCB and KCBS. You know, like these teams are hardcore supporters of KC, and they're do or die.
That's true, but you know what I'm excited about?
Okay.
What?
EU at internationals.
Are you?
Transition.
Yeah. Okay, so.
Why? Why in the context of this weekend?
In the context of this weekend, because we had, as Jack said, we had G2 and KC pull up very good international runs, right? In compared to the previous years where we had this drought, where it felt like EU is just showing up to internationals and nothing is going good. We have Skewmon being extremely happy, and that's just. It's great because as an EU fan, I haven't had this feeling in a long time where I have faith. Sure, finals was not made at MSI, KC made finals at EWC, but still, in the context of everything, with how it used to look back then, it's a lot better.
Yeah, I think it's been a real roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's been really up and down. But in previous years, we haven't had the ups.
No.
We have only had the downs. Like if we look at the numbers of wins and compare this year to the last, you can see in 2026, we are 13-15. That's nearly 50%. Compared to 2025, 2024, 2023, we were not even in the competition. So the fact that we are able to actually beat LCK, beat LPL in best of fives, Top Esports helping out a little bit, of course, our brothers. But still, the fact that we are even in the conversation is a huge step up from the last few years.
And also the stats is the whole region, right? We had G2 always carrying the region,
Yep.
but I want to bring context to the stats and why they're so important, especially this 2026 versus 2019 stat line. Because what used to happen is all of these international events, EU would rock up to them. They would be extremely innovative. We had the Pike in 2019. We had the range supports a couple of years back. And leading up into Worlds, everyone does really well. But what happens is that as the tournament goes on, the East adapts. They perfect this meta and they overcome us. But these tournaments, especially with this patch and this meta with all about volatility, we saw how much prep matters. We saw how much having this sort of innovation can carry EU.
It's true. It does scare me a little bit that we saw those hopeful things and now like the LCK has truly woken up. And then come Worlds, we're completely in trouble. We can talk about it a little.
A lot can change. A lot can change until then.
Change.
I mean, for sure, it can be hard. I think the fact that, for example, KC lost with their home crowd in EWC in finals is like sad because that feels like such a good moment to potentially do it. And I do think, as you said, Odo, the biggest thing is that Korean and Asian teams in general are so good at adapting in the tournament. And we've never really seen an EU team do that. So that's the #1 question if we are to have a good World.
Well, we used to see it. I guess that's his point, right? You used to be a little bit of the innovators, but that's what we're looking at Summer with as well. I just want to see how are these teams going to evolve? How are they going to be equipped to represent us at the World Championship? Well, they've said, you want drama? you get drama at the start of the summer split. Where do you want to start?
Okay, so historically in EU, summer is a split of civil wars. That's where teams are imploding. Yeah, because every team throughout their cycle of a year of competitive play, they go through one civil war, and in EU, it always used to be in the summer. And we already saw it. We saw it with Vitality, right? We saw Humanoid come in. He was touted as the savior of Vitality. He was the one who pretty much pad, and everyone on the team said, hey, this guy in mid-game, he's doing so much good stuff for us. He's leading the team forward. We have such a great identity now. Everything makes sense. But now, all of a sudden, he's gone.
And from the outside looking in, Jack, this is suspect, right? What's going on?
I mean, you have to assume that it's not due to in-game issues, because Humanoid, he had consistently very good games, and as you said, Odo, he was touted as the person that brought the macro to this team, that really helped them out, and I think you could see the evolution from Shayak into Humanoid, how the team played much better around him. But then we also have Knock coming out and just being like, yeah, no, when scrims go bad, I just protest, I run it down.
It's
and
like the Zeka
that's
quote.
not what you want your MVP to be saying. You want your MVP to be the stabilizer, to be the one that can carry through the tough moments.
Exactly, because we had this feeling from Vitality. We saw it in spring. It was always like, oh, they're doing this chaos, they're thriving in this. And, you know, in hindsight, if you look at this, you would say, oh, it's typical Vitality fashion. When things go bad, he runs it down. He punishes his teammates for doing all of these things. And it made sense. But now, with the fact that they make such a drastic change after what was arguably their best regular season performance in years, that's where it makes me lean more into the Civil War
what do we
conversation.
Think about Fiesta? Who is he? Where's he come from? How's he gonna do?
I mean, he's kind of a random Korean. I'd say he played in Turkish League for like 2 years. I played against him a lot in solo queue.
Oh.
For me, my most vivid memory is looking at his OP.GG, and the only player I have seen in solo queue have more deaths than Fiesta is the Baus. Fiesta averages 8 to 9 deaths on every champion.
Hey,
he just fights to the death, and that's what I'm expecting on Vitality.
But isn't that the Vitality spirit? Just chaos? They need to temper it, right? But still, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Maybe he is the guy, because that's what Vitality is all about.
Yes, and he apparently flamed Fleshy
in solo queue
before he joins.
Hey, I flamed a lot of my teammates before I joined team with them. Yeah,
so
I mean,
is it usually then better synergy or worse?
well,
usually people let bygones be bygones.
Yeah, it's a bit of an icebreaker, because you do it, you flame, and
I
then
don't
it's
know
like...
about icebreaker, that's a good one.
No, because it's like, you meet your teammate, and it's like, hey, you remember 2 years ago when I said despicable things to you? I was like, we were kids back then, it's fine.
We only have 3 more minutes before we get into kind of the opening, so I want to talk about G2 as well, because they went to MSI, as said. Really good performances versus TES, versus T1. Lost the Lion. 3 seconds later, I open X, bam! Dylan Falco's cake. I'm sure it was going on longer than that, but the timing was suspect AF.
That's just so puzzling, because Dylan is the most accomplished coach of, I don't know if all time, but I would personally say all time, especially in the EU. I feel like his pedigree
grabs one on MSI.
That's true. But he's up there in like the Mount Rushmore of coaches in EU. And just to bring a little bit of perspective, Perks joined in spring.
Yeah.
It's not like this was this ongoing project where, hey, we're going to have Perks from the beginning of the year. We're going to be like building him up. It really feels like it's one of those moments when you have a coach for a long time, because most of the time these coaches, these old school coaches, they bring a lot of structure. They bring a lot of planning to you. They bring a lot of good drafts and all of that stuff. But as a player, what really gets your gears going is when a player comes in, a fellow player comes in, and he brings all of these in-game plans and all of these alternate ways to see the game.
I do have to say, though, I mean, G2 has made a lot of controversial decisions. They replaced Jankos, Yike Mickey, like Roman said, and it always kind of worked out. You know, everybody doubted them in the beginning, and then they saw after, okay, you got a good point, and I could see that going the same way with Perks. He was the man that led the G2 roster when he played ADC to the World's Finals, and he clearly has a lot of good ideas about the game.
It's true. It feels like kind of a coin flip, but I feel like you have to give them the benefit of the doubt because of their pedigree and their track record, right, in terms of G2.
I think it was really needed, because we saw a lot from this G2, and when you get to this stage where you feel like you have all the best players in your role and there's just no one to change, maybe this shift in mentality is good, where you bring someone like Perks, who was a legendary player. He was one of the brightest minds that EU had when it comes to gameplay. Him giving you all of these ideas, kind of suggesting you different plans, different ways of playing, how to approach situations that you as a fellow player know because you've been there. Maybe this is what G2 needed.
It's true. Only time will tell, and I feel like their first opponents that they'll have here at the road trip and in summer are Movistar Mr. Akoi. Also a little bit of drama there from the outside looking in. We know that the contracts are on notice. We don't know if it's going to get renewed for Mirwin. And now they've added someone in that position. What does that tell you?
I mean, I think Mirwin has had a really rough year. And it feels bad because when he joined the league, he was such an exciting prospect. He played champions that nobody else was willing to play. And he just brought so much energy and just vibrance to the team. But now this year, like, what does he bring? He doesn't really play the spicy champions anymore. He's consistently losing lane. Feels like a liability in team fights, constantly getting caught. I love the guy, but he's not had a good year.
It's usually the people, you know, if you really like someone, you want them to do well, so I really believe you, but you seem extremely disappointed. Do you share that?
Not as much as him, but I do see it because it felt like they took a lot of measures, especially the coaching staff, because they put them on notice. They did this public thing where they're trying to put pressure on them. But now this was the nuclear option.
He's going to absolutely have to show up this weekend. That said, such an important weekend overall, and it's Broken Blade versus Mirwin in the very first matchup of our KC road trip. MKOI versus G2.
What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go! Like, what's up, danger? Can't stop me now!
Au MSI, on n'a pas fait une bonne performance et on sentait qu'on pouvait faire mieux. On peut vraiment être une très très bonne équipe. Je pense qu'on a réussi à le montrer chez ce WC.
Calis, le pressing, tu te passes, Calis!
The support of the fans is huge for us. You know, it makes winning feel way more special.
I get always so hyped. I feel like the boost in me, you know, when I play in front of the crowds. I love it so much.
Le propriétaire des lieux est désormais en votre compagnie. Kameto, forcément, aujourd'hui, vous avez vu les choses en plus grand, en plus beau, à l'Adidas Arena pour cette nouvelle édition du EULCS Road Trip. Quels sont tes mots quand tu vois ici et encore que le public répond, toujours présent à l'appel?
Déjà, bonjour Paris, merci encore une fois d'être présent. C'est incroyable, comme d'habitude. Je ne sais pas quoi dire à chaque fois. La semaine dernière, vous étiez là. On a battu T1, on a vécu un moment de fou. On est allé en finale. Les joueurs, ils sont fatigués. Donc, ils vont avoir besoin de votre force, de toute votre énergie. C'est la dernière ligne droite pour aller au World, pour aller accomplir notre rêve. Donc, déjà, merci. Et je compte sur vous pour tout le week-end.
Tu les sens présents, Kameto, ils sont là. et ils sont présents pour toi et pour les joueurs. Est-ce que tu aurais un mot pour l'équipe du EULCS qui pourra concourir dans un match à peine contre Vitality?
Les gars, gagnez, hein, c'est tout. Rien d'autre, hein. Il faut leur offrir la victoire, c'est tout.
Il faut leur offrir la victoire, effectivement. Vous le voyez ici, vous êtes nombreux et justement, les choses sans plus attendre vont pouvoir commencer. On sait que tu as un planning plutôt chargé, on te laisse retourner du côté du desk. Merci encore à Kameto.
Merci.
Et désormais, que les choses sérieuses commencent. G2 contre Koi, et vous le savez, l'ordre établi contre ceux qui veulent le renverser. Une rivalité qui dure au gré des saisons, mais surtout un duel qui ne perd jamais de sa saveur. Alors une seule question à vous poser ici dans l'arena, laquelle de ces deux équipes imposera son salut? Et ça, vous le découvrirez avec Noah.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous y sommes. Ça y est, après 2 longs mois d'attente, à compter les jours, à retenir votre souffle. Vous êtes récompensés, car aujourd'hui, le LEC, le championnat européen, réouvre ses portes. Alors, sans plus attendre, veuillez accueillir vos équipes. Les premiers à entrer dans l'arène, ils sont en territoire hostile. Mais peut-être c'est la forme dans laquelle ils sont le plus dangereux. Mesdames et messieurs, Movistar! Et sur la top play, l'énergie brute, l'homme qui ne recule jamais. Mais oui! Dans la jungle, il incarne le visage de l'équipe, le capitaine El Yo Ya. Sur la mid lane, une pépite venue de loin, il est là pour laisser sa marque. Champion! À la décarie, il n'a peur de rien et de personne. Soupa! Et à ses côtés, le métronome de l'équipe, Alvaro! Mesdames et messieurs, pour Koi, s'il vous plaît, du bruit! Face à eux, mesdames et messieurs, ils sortent d'un très long tunnel de compétition où ils ont affronté les meilleures équipes du monde. Et cette année, l'année G2, le plus titré d'Europe, ils vont pouvoir entrer sur scène, sur la top play, le top phaser, Broken Blade. Dans la jungle, une véritable bête, il n'a plus rien à prouver. Au mid, la légende vivante, Caps. À la décarie, le plus grand de nos vétérans français, et à ses côtés, l'homme qui donne du rythme au parti, s'il vous plaît, la brave. Pour G2, du bruit, s'il vous plaît. Alors, il nous reste un dernier sprint, une dernière ligne droite. Chaque erreur est fatale, chaque match compte pour aller chercher à la fin la couronne mondiale pour vos deux équipes et pour la reprise du Summer Split du LEC. Paris, fait du bruit!
Znači, ne znam što kucam kad sam mogu pričam, ali ajde. Ovaj host nije loš. Iskreno u hostu uopšte nije loš. Inače, još jednom imamo i dobar dan i dobro došli. Evo nas u još jednom danu laganog leca. Prvi dan za ovaj Summer Split i ne znam, 50-50 sa Francuzima najiskrenije. Ali evo viš, League of Legends Championship Series Europe. LEC. Ali vole da ga vrate malo na throwback. Možda zbog League klasika i svega toga, ko će ga znati, iskreno.
I'm super excited for today. I mean, this first series, we are eating good today, Dracos.
100% we are. Of course, rematch. We saw this series deep in the spring playoffs. We can talk so much about revenge and the importance of this match. Look, it's week 1, but the big thing about this week 1 is all the top teams playing each other means this front-loaded schedule, these are really important games when it comes to, if you're thinking you want to secure the top of the table, getting a win over an opposite number that you expect to be there, very, very important.
Yeah, I
Mislim, ako ništa, danas ćemo da vidimo kakva je meta i šta se igra u stvari na botu. Da li se igraju AD carry ili se igraju magevi. Perk sa naočarama za sunce unutra, kako drugačije. Mora da pokaže koliko ima aure. Iskreno jeste. Dosta pritiska na Perksa da vidimo što ovdje može da uradi. But over the course of this split for G2 Esports, to see what this man can do in the head coach position. As we get into picks and bans, it's a new patch, 26-14. Seeing the Poppy, the Syndra, the Shen banned away. So some of those bot-side support options already taken off the board. I mean, it's already looking like MKOI really wants that Camille support. If you already Možda.
have the Poppy, you ban the Shen, you want to first pick the Camille. And now G2 does have the choice. Do you actually want to ban the Camille? Do you want to take that champion away from Alvaro? Or do you want to say, hey, show us what you got with the Camille? Leona is banned, so really thinking we're gonna see an early Camille pick here, just by so many support bans already out of the gates.
Bit of a debate here. Hover over, lock in on.
Ok, za sada MSI meta. Camille Ziggs je MSI botlane. Što si igralo sa Ziggsom je pitanje. Protiv Ziggsa. Mislim, ja bi igrao Drevena ili MF u Ziggsa, ja bi bio faj. Opa! 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 A može se igra sad? Sad je lock. Da, nice.
Is this JJK? Are we about to have a Paris incident? Who's getting put in the box, Finn? Who's getting put in the prison, bro?
We'll see if Jojo has gonna be a...
Oh, he's not good. He's not Jojo. He's Sator.
Rel?
Jojo, bro. It's coming together. It's coming together. All right, we got the Rel as well. So a proactive engage support on the bottom side. We're assuming it's matching the Camille here. MKOI, look, we've heard from coaches, we've heard from everyone. Anyone who's played against the champion, Lock could be super impressive.
Piše patch 26-14 na dnu između imena dve ekipe. Lok je jak. Bilo je neka priča u... Da li u NA-u ili gde su ga igrali, nisam ni ja 100% siguran. Ili neka random liga, moguće da je bila random liga, da se ne ogrešim.
They are just playing skirmish, heavy team comps, and we know they do it so well.
And one thing I will say, Galio historically such an excellent option into these assassin dive threats. Just the fact that you can even potentially use the taunt stops so much of Locke's ability to get into the back line. We also have the classic combo of the Camille Galio that you highlighted. Yo-Yo on the Lee Sin, I am curious about, right? This is a champion that I think has super high highs, super low lows. But on the opposite side, now we have a Victor locked in.
This Victor's going bot lane. This is Hansama's Victor. I am 100% sure Hansama's gonna pilot this Victor. He has been spamming it in solo queue.
Victor Lock.
Game recently, and I think Hansama got inspired. You know, you have the rel support, you really want a self-sufficient...
Kalist igrao mnogo dobrog Viktora. Mnogo dobrog Viktora je igrao.
Cleared entire wave with an E. What better champion to give Labrov all that room he needs to move around the map.
The problem is G2 also got inspired at MSI.
Mislim, Camille možda bude support i dalje, ne? Mislim da i dalje mogu da flexaju. Kapiram da je Gali u Loka, zar ne? Gali u Loka ima najviše smisla.
Historically, not really a good look for him. So the fact that he's picking these new things up, the pairing with the Mel also seems fantastic, is definitely a good look. And the Kai'Sa now being...
Braće moja su baš zaključila da je Mel.
Feels like a little bit of a call out on Supa's champion pool, because again, Mel is what you would often expect. Not always the strongest matchup to the Victor, but that's the classic pairing. Instead, they're banning the comfort option for the side of Supa.
Yeah, I mean, the Kai'Sa ban makes sense. When you look at what MKOI wants to do, they want to dive. Now, I will say, I do think with the Galio in mid, you have a lot of space to pick a mage in the bot lane. You're not that heavily inclined into the magic damage just yet. So in theory, Supa could just...
Mislim, G2 treba physical damage, ne mogu ovo da radi, ja mislim. Zar ne?
I have seen a little bit of Vladimir from his solo queue. I do want to see what he has. And the big question with these mages, and will always be when AD carries picks them, is sure, you can pick the champion, but can you play it?
It's a very different thing. A lot of players go on this stage, they
Ovo je legit ako očekuju zigza.
don't get the results that they want to.
Ali ne vide zigza, tako da ne vjerujem da će raditi, mislim da samo Han samo trula.
Look, it's okay, but blindable, I don't know, that's very bold. That's very bold.
We'll see. G2 certainly taking their time here. Feels like they would just go for a
Okej, ovo je šta god, iskreno. Trundle je baš šta god.
But there's the Trundle locked in. You see Galio on the opposite side, you know there's going to at least be some tanky stats being built up.
I mean, especially because what does Trundle struggle against? It's long range, being kited. You know that MCO is going to go right into you. You're not going to have to worry about all that stuff. When you get to the team fight, you know you're going to get a good subjugate, you're going to be able to pillars, and you will enjoy it.
Now the debate.
Ne znam šta je top, a bi možda igra Vayne gore. Tako da to mi je još i legit. I na kraju hoće Camille Galio. Camille Galio botlane! Ade carry! Ade carry! Super igra, ne pa super, ne ekstra, to je... Kako nekada ne volim ovu igricu.
Why don't you just go with tank down there? Go with Sion, go with Gisante, go a Galio into
okay, wait, do they put the J spot lane to get away from the Yorick?
Wait, no, because Yorick is into the... Hold on. Okay, let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. It's Camille Galio bot lane. Oh my god!
Ne.
This is LEC and you're eating good.
Čekaj, samo da slikamo.
But there's a lot of effort going into the cooking today. They're advanced, they have sous vide, they have blanched, they have braised, they have done, I don't know, I don't have enough words, I haven't watched a cooking show recently.
In gravy, bro.
There's a lot of cooking associated words here.
Ne. Galio, Camille. Galio, ja se izvinjam što sam glasan, ljudi, samo sam emotivno povređen. Galio, neću, pa ne, pa ti igra igricu šajna, pa ti voliš da igraš AD carry-a. Unlucky za tebe, brate. Ko te pito? Galio, Camille, boš tran Galija, da igram dole, kako ću Dotu da počnem da igram, Mislim, fan je za gledanje, samo ne želim da igram.
It's our first game back. We were kind of thinking, you know, we're going to ease into it. We didn't think we were going to get, you know, like a cook-off here. This is a little too Shokugeki no Soma for my taste for game one, but it's a spicy. We have immediately paused as we've gotten to the game here. Not sure what that's about, so we'll keep you updated as we get more information. Hopefully it'll be resolved quickly. Mayhaps there was...
Neverovatno, mislim, pauzica, okej, šta god.
The kitchen is on fire. I will say, sure, we didn't get the Camille Galio bot lane, but we got the Akali Camille bot lane. And I think I want to talk a little bit about how you play a
Čekaj, smo dobili Akali Camille ili Galio Camille? Sad mi nije jasno.
The way you play these double meter lanes is that you really play safe on the first waves, really conserve all the HP you can, so when the wave is bouncing, when the wave suddenly is even, you're level 2, you're level 3, then you can all in. You need to play for this timer or your lane is going to be miserable, because there's a reason we don't see a lot of...
Zog je u stvari bio ispred vremena. Zog je u stvari znao. Zog je u stvari znao pre svih nas, brate. Nesjatske. Zog je u stvari video budućnost. Yumi sa hardstylom sljedeći patch.
Quick shout out again to the teams, you know, League Classic is coming out, we're now going back into the League Classic meta.
Oh my god, yeah, what is this? This is before we realized when we first realized we could put an 80 carry mid lane and suddenly it was like Morgana, Sion, bot lane or whatever.
Absolutely. So I still think at the end of the day, the junglers will dictate the pace of this game.
Yeah.
It's Skewmon versus Elyon. These are two of the best junglers we have in our region, and I think this is kind of where you get tested as a jungler, because you know how to play a normal game of League of Legends. These games will not be normal. They don't test your instincts, they test your creativity.
Siđeš protiv Olaf AD carry, pa to pa ne čudi me ni malo. Znaš da me ne čudi ni malo.
Deteriorates, is that a word, Dracos?
Deteriorates?
Deteriorates.
Gets crazier, gets weird?
Absolutely, that's the word.
As an update, it was an audio issue on stage.
Nema. Bro, ako bude Azir AD carry, ja kvitam, lol. Samo, gledajte, ima dovoljno dobrih igrica, ja ne moram da igram League of Legends, stvarno ne moram. Najmanji problem. Igrat ćemo Ara Mayheme svaki dan, postaću Ara Mayhem streamer. Što ja moram da igram solo queue, brate? Šta je bolo ovo? Sezona gotova za 3 dana, ja uzeo master. Ćao, zdravo, brate. Ćao, zdravo. Šta si ja glupiram, brate? Šta mene bole uvo, brate?
Now, I respect that as the chefs here, MKOI have decided that that is what we're doing. We're doing a couple hours at the restaurant. We're doing a half an hour between each course. But G2, you know...
Ma, ljudi, super Azir, ekstra. Ekstra će biti da ga gledamo, pošto ga ja igrati neću sigurno.
Internationally, right, it is one of the mages that is getting more popular in the bottom lane. We've seen it in LPL, I believe, but...
Mac. Mislim, vidi, sezona se završava, mislim, za 2 dana. Čekaj da googlam. When does the League of Legends season end? 28. Šta se ja glupiram, igram tu neke AD carryje. Šta će mi to u životu?
It's not really his style, as you know. I don't want to see Hansama just clearing waves on their tower and then hitting some spells in team fights. I want to see how he can really put himself out there, because Hansama in-game has a very strong personality. He's the kind of player that wants to push leads forward. Yeah. And if that is going to held back by him playing a mage, might as well not pick the mage, in my opinion, for Hansama. So I really want to see how he puts himself there on the Rift today.
Yeah, and as long as mages remain relevant, I think it's important to be able to add that to your repertoire. Now, there's still some audio issues on stage, so we're still waiting. We're seeing. We're keeping you up to date as we get more information.
We're prowling right now, just waiting for the action to happen.
Just so lingering, standing 2 inches away from the screen, just staring. There's an electrocute.
Užas. Ne, ali nije, ali na šta je sad legitiman play? Znači sad jako jednostavno. Pošalješ AD carry-a da ti igra top lane. Jer se na topu inako igraju AD carry. Znači samo pazite, znači AD carry-a pošaljete na top i on igra Vayne, svaki game igra AD carry-a. Kapirate? Znači lagano, problem rešen. I onda pošaljete top lanera na bot da igra tankove. Znači, sve je lagano. Razumete, nemate problem.
Apparently we've gone all the way back to IPL 5. This is our 4th pause of the day. Some audio issues on stage, unfortunately, but we'll be back into the action as soon as those are solved.
Welcome, medic!
Imaš Varusa, imaš Vayne, realno možda igraš Kalistu na topu, šta te bole uvo. Imaš ti dosta stvari na topu, dosta AD carry-a koji rade.
No, wait. The 8-hour pause was Worlds.
No, but there was one at IPL as well.
Really?
Yeah, because they kept playing Bubble Pop.
Oh, yes!
It was bubble pop.
It was like a K-pop song. It was a K-pop song.
It was a classic.
Yeah, it was good. I was hungover most of that event, so I don't...
It's the one bit of K-pop I know, and it's the only one I'm ever going to learn.
Speaking of K-pop, Lock.
Demon Hunter.
Sure.
Kind of. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much Dracos and Finn said, the beautiful analyst is, but it was a pretty crazy draft here. MKOI going for the
Hoće da, pa ne znam, čekamo da imamo šta se događa. Klasika je, prvi dan leca mora da bude neka pauzica.
Or not seriously at all?
I think they're taking it pretty seriously. I was surprised they didn't put the Galio bot.
Same.
Because I thought like the anti-mage into the Victor would make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of cool things that is happening here. So G2 are picking this Victor, I think a lot due to they played against DK at EWC and Smash had a really, really good Victor and was just kind of stomping all the mage matchups with it. So MKOI are like, okay, if we pick an ADC into Victor, it's pretty unplayable. Yeah. Even if we pick a mage, it's a tough matchup. So we're just going to go out of the books, you know, here.
Dobro, sam igrao Sion bot. Da, nema smisla, ja vam kažem, znači igrica nema logike. Mislim, gledajte, znači postoje dvije strane ove cijele situacije. Lično, ako ne igram, bole me uvo. Znači, ako kastujem LOL, gledam LOL, radim watch party, nek igraju, brate, 5 na 5 tankovi. Ne interesuje me. Znači, apsolutno me ne interesuje. Ako moram da igram, to je druga priča. Znači, ako gledam, brate, bole me uvo, nek igraju što hoće, meni zanimljivije. To je good stuff.
Akali has a lot more kill threat, but only at level 6. You're going to get pushed in before that point unless the Camille plays really well in that lane, dodging away from the rel. And so I actually worry for MKOI's bot lane in this iteration with the Akali Camille bot, unless they can manage to stabilize through the first 6 levels, which is kind of what Jack was saying.
Yeah, for sure level 6, very dangerous from Sama. Yep. Up until level 6, should be really easy to bully out Akali. But at the same time, if you're on the second wind on the Akali, you have the potions, maybe he goes Doran's shield as well to have even more sustain. I feel like Super should be able to manage, but also when you're playing...
Partizan ne verujem da će igrati, ne. A za Loka, za te informacije, Mato još ne znam. Te informacije još nemam.
I am surprised though because I thought, if I remember correctly, I feel like Akali is a good matchup into Lock.
Tako da volio bi da imam info, ali apsolutno nemam.
So why are we then moving Galio into the mid lane? Yes, he's got a taunt for Lock when he jumps in, but otherwise you don't have a huge amount of kill threat there. And then moving the Akali into a harder bot lane, at least for the first 6 levels.
Are you an analyst?
I know, it's, you know,
he's making some good points.
Multi-role talent.
I do completely agree with you, to be honest. The Galio bot would make...
You didn't think about it, but you do.
No, we had chats, we had conversations. I'm picking from all my parts.
Anyway, Medic knows everything. We're gonna get back to the casters.
Oh, it's me! Hi, I'm Carson.
Ne znam, to slažem se da ima dobra količina propusta. Tako da... Ja nekako se nadam da će te stvari malo da se improvuju. Doduše, to je sve to je sve otvoreno za diskusiju trenutno, tako da za sad nemam previše informacija, nadam se ću skoro imati. Do tada kažem, čekamo i gledamo šta će se izdogađati.
We're going to talk a lot about specifically the bot lane as well as the mid lane match because we're seeing Lock for the first time in LEC. But jungle still the center of attention. If the 2v2 goes nuclear, yeah, the 2v2 is going to be really important. But assuming that MKOI are practiced and can play this lane relatively chill, we still expect the junglers to be the biggest point of influence on this early game.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Skewmon right now has a lot of options. I mean, he's playing Trundle into so many melee champions. You know how strong Trundle can be in these really extended early game skirmishes. So it's all about setting your mid laner up for success. Because right now, it's like a dam. Mid lane is like a dam. And Lock is like a crashing wave of water. And the Galio is like a big dam.
The people at home are not seeing you pantomime this entire thing. And I have to say, it really adds to the sales pitch.
So the Galio is a big dam. And if the dam is going to burst, that means Lock is going to get pushed every single mid wave. He's going to roam around the map and the whole town is going to get flooded. But if the dam stands firm and strong, if the Galio manages to hold down the Lock in lane, I actually think the answer could be quite good, because if Lock can't join these fights, I think about 2 items into the game, Lock, I can't speak to it, because if Lock is not ahead, then he will not actually find a lot of damage.
It's fair. I mean, we've heard it a lot, right? A lot of the scaling threat comes from, of course, getting a gold lead, getting ahead early, but also just the additional execution threshold on his ultimate, on the Purgatory, really does just add up. But you can see how the Galio can do it. And the one thing we can say about Lee Sin for sure, right, is when you have that CC setup.
Ne znam, to kažem ti, ja sam dosta u mraku što se tiče mnogo stvari. Mislim, samo možemo ćaskamo dok ne krene game, ali ja sam u mraku što se tiče dosta stvari i puno stvari ne znam šta će se izdogađati još. Tako da donekle ja čekam da vidim šta će biti, iskreno. Slažem se da je trenutno komunikacija malo lošija ka timovima, ali nadam se da će to da li sad tokom ovog splita, da li od sljedeće godine, sljedeći split malo da se popravi.
They want to play skirmishing.
They want to go to the side lane and kill that Yorick.
They want to go to the side lane and kill the Yorick. Exactly. I think Broken Blade is going to have to play this game really cleverly, because there's a Camille Galio that can just join any time if you go on that side lane and start pushing out. So a lot of pressure on BB's shoulders. I mean, Yorick is not a bad team fighter per se. I think that mindset is a little bit obsolete, that Yorick can only split push, because he can do a lot of things these days.
I agree, but oftentimes it feels like Yorick is best against compositions where not only do you have a favorite matchup like the Jace, but you're playing against immobile champions.
Nisam, Mato, iskren da budem, nisam pitao, vrat.
Every single champion on the
Mislim, kapiram da mogu da nađem, nije kao... Imam 300 svim tabelama, mogu da iskopam. Ali nemam, mislim, trenutno dok ne krene EBL, meni ta informacija, mislim, nije da ne znači, ali razumno što ti kažem. imam ja pristup svim dokumentima. Zaboravio sam ja EBL, ne? Tako da mogu da iskopam, ali kao nemam nužno razloga zašto. Dok ne budem imao sastanak sa kasterima vezan za program. Kogod je, gde god. Bolje da ne vidim nego da bude da sam ja likovao. Mislim, ja naravno ne bi ja nikad to uradio, ali kao... Realno, dok ne moram da znam, bolje da ne znam. U suštini. Ja nikad svakako ne bi likovao, ne bi to uradio, da se razumemo, ali kao... Dok nemam... Need to know, što bi se rekao. Mislim, kapira, mogu uzem da prokopam tabele dokumenta da vidim koje ide sve. Ne, slažem se, Mato, naravno. Klara nije tu, ali vidjet ću sad kad bude došla da joj kažem da pali. Intervju sa Ljubom. Vidi, može. Sredit ćemo to.
That's on authority. That's a Draco's and Finn shield. Yeah, I've heard they kissed. Just saying it. I heard it happen.
Sparks are flying.
Well, if you're just joining us, we're getting reports from players on the stage of audio issues. Now, these were different audio issues that were not caught during ready checks. So League officials are now replacing the audio units entirely on the stage. Hopefully that will resolve it. In the meantime, let's send it back over to the desk. Maybe they have some opinions on JVIC.
Thank you. I also think it's Canon, and it should be Canon. Also, I love that you said these issues weren't present, because they do checks. And sometimes stuff appears, and then people are on chat, and they're like, flaming.
Nema veze, Mato, svaki split je iskustvo, nije to ništa...
New issues arise.
It happens, especially when you get a crowd in, right? You get a bubble pop going through the audience. How are they meant to...
Svako je negde morao da krene. Da znaš ti, mislim... Ajde, mi imamo i sve to, ali... Znaš ti koliko sam ja turnira morao da izgubim pre nego sam dobio šansu da igram u jednom polu decent timu. Tako da...
Well, there's a Riftbound, the new Riftbound cards. You have Diana attacking Leona, but she's holding her sword back. Like it's like, oh, she doesn't actually want to attack her.
Attacking in like a saucy way?
Yeah, well, everything can be saucy if you want it to. I'm not here to kink shame.
That's true. Wow, is this where we're at already? I don't know.
This is medic analyst.
I mean, listen, it's the beginning of summer. We had our draft. You guys already absolutely expertly broke down the draft.
Moraš se probiješ nekako, naravno.
Random stuff.
Yeah, it's an exciting weekend. I will say, and this is a patting Riot on the back, right? Because we're not involved in scheduling decisions at all. The schedule for this split, I'm much more of a fan of than I was for Spring Split. We do not have... Oh, we're in game.
Opa, konačno. Ajmo da vidimo Galija dole.
Medic is a big fan of a lot of things. I mean, I really appreciate it as a point on... Never mind. We're gonna let that go. We're gonna let go of whatever Medic is talking about.
He said his truth and we agree.
He was spitting up there.
Mata, nije sramota ni izgubiti, ni biti loš. Ali ne pojaviti se i biti cava je najgora stvar ikada, tako da ne treba biti cava.
They put out a stop order on this. They've changed the game in such a way that this is no longer completely viable, but we might get the around the world Camille kickoff here as Captain's gone too far, the E-flash in.
Da, ali generalno supportovi sad više ne lajnuju, to je sad pravilo. Generalno supportovi više ne lajnuju normalno. Samo rade ovo, idu po mapi i gankuju. Mislim, support meta se skroz promenila, ali mislim, kao što vidite, lepo je to. Evo, vidimo Akali koja je na botu malo čisto otišla, razumete?
Tanking good, though. I think tanking was the right choice.
Yeah, didn't use his flash. I mean, nice play by Alvaro, swiftly going for his AORUS tour around the map, and now he's going to end up back bot lane. Caps is going in there, but you see it's quite difficult to trade into the Galio unless you hit all those free little spikes. You're not going to do that much damage now. He would also get the magic damage shield when he hits level 3. And this is kind of what we expect. We expect the Galio to hold back this lock and not let him out of the cage, because if he leaves the cage, if he leaves that mid lane, he is a menace.
The dam, the metaphor that you used earlier, as we see level 2 capitalized on here by Labrov. Alvaro missing out on some XP after that, the AORUS tour, as you called it. Supa, again, the expectation here, first 3 levels, maybe even up to level 6.
Yeah.
It's going to be MKOI on the back foot. As long as LeBron is here,
Pa zavisi od igrača u solo queue takođe. Jer fore što ovakve stvari moraš baš da skrimuješ. Znaš, nije da ti random pikaš Akali bot i u fazonu si ima, da brate, znaš, ja u solo queue malo klikto Akali, ono dobro mi išlo, daj da Ne, kao ovo moraš da igraš. Supportovi moraju da znaju roam timinge, AD carry moraju da znaju da igraju heroje koji stvarno ne igraju normalno. Tako da, ovo je nešto što u solo queue se ne događa. Mislim, ja sam igrao malo solo queue ovih dana. Ima mage'eva, ali dalje, ni supportovi, ni AD carry ne znaju tačno svoj rol.
Keep our eyes on what the itemization choice is going to be. Lich Bane, about the 2 that we've seen. As Pillar's there on Alvaro, no flash from earlier, and down he goes, another kill! This time, once again, donated to the opposing numbers jungler.
I mean, I think Alvaro learned a very important mechanic there. You cannot E out of the rel W, because it's like constant knockups.
Oh, now LeBron in trouble. Oh, you're walking in, the heal is there. Crashed on over the wall.
Yeah, it's flash.
If he hits the Q, Lavrov is done. Extra movement speed, nice. Flash away. Good to get that extra flash out of Lavrov. Going to make him a lot more vulnerable for that impending Akali all-in in the bottom lane. Still ignition there from Caps to heal up, but for now at least MKOI have prio around the mid.
Ne, fajn ti je. Ova meta generalno razbija AD carry metu. Jer ako ti imaš midža, mislim, zašto je ovo uopšte ovako postalo? Iz prostog razloga što solo mage na botu counter AD carry-a i supporta. I onda ako neko ide normalnu metu, tvoj support će vinati cijelu mapu, dok će njihov support biti useless na botu, a tvog mage-a ne mogu da panišaju svejedno. Tako da mage meta hard countera traditional metu. Gildan, Gildan kida. Ja vam kažem, dobra igra, nema šta. Ne igram ja loše igre, vrać.
A few more levels, a little bit more gold.
I think you really want the level 6 eventually, so you can use the Galio Camille combo. It's a legendary combination. Really good trades by Supa here. That's a big chunk on the Hansama. Now the threat of Alvaro is big, but you see he's actually just not even walking bot lane preparing for the dive. He's just going to go back mid because he assumes Victor will just recall.
On Jojo. Attempting to break the dam, but MKOI are here to support Jojo, and that initial damage really turning against Human. Nice flash out, immediate crash down to try to keep him standing. Alvaro already here, still only level 2, but he's got the damage, he's got what it takes. It's going to be the turtle down, Lavrov next on the list as Elio's going to finish this one off. Gives the kill over to Mirwin, it's a double for MKOI.
That's a damn good play. I mean, Mirwin picking up 2 kills already, now already has the Dirk, will soon go for that Yumus, I assume. Really helping out, because this Jace will eventually lose side lane to the Yorick. But the more gold he gets and the further he can stay ahead, he can delay that moment, giving MKOI the chance to make these explosive fights. Because you see MKOI...
Full verzija sljedeće godine, tek sljedeće godine. Neće to skoro. Supa Akali, brate mili, presmešno. Mislim, gledajte, kažem, što se tiče gledanja LoL, ovo je najuzbudljiviji LoL koji sam gledao u skorije vreme, tako da, full ono, ekstra.
Really good confidence by Jojo, I think, to walk up and just check this play by Skewmon. Mirwin goes for the flash in, really good. Forcing out the flash from Skewmon, and it's just so easy when Alvaro is here.
I ovdje vidite u stvari koliko Alvaro može da radi na mapi.
It's so difficult to go in deep, because she will eventually show up and reach you when you're trying to run away, so...
It's also just so much harder to sidestep than a rel crash down. Like, yes, the AoE is smaller, yes, you're only hitting a single person, but in the early stages of the game, just makes it much more impactful. As now, level 6 is there for Supa, Shuriken flip in, W, ulti traded there for Hansama, he's dead. Yeah, just completely outplayed there. Hansama used his ult, but there's nothing he can do in that 1v1.
Supa on the camera even waved him goodbye. He just stood up and waved.
As he should, that was the freest kill I have ever seen. Well played to Supa.
I mean, that's funny though, because Hansama probably has learned the AD carry and mage matchups bot lane, but he has not played Victor into Akali a single time. He doesn't know how dangerous this champion can be when you're playing an immobile mage. He's probably seen his mid laners play this matchup and they're surviving, so he thinks, oh, it's fine. But if you walk up against level 6 Akali with double amplifying Tom, you will just get shredded.
Now an alternator there as well, so the next time that ulti's off cooldown, Hansama's gonna be in trouble. Now he didn't burn the flash, so it's not the end of the world. And Victor is still excellent against dive as we get later into the game, even if it's just one combo into death. But it does mean Mountain Drake, 2,000 gold lead. MKOI, the cooking is paying off. all the brazing, the sous videing is working out, and G2 on the opposite side. Look.
Ne, Alvaro sam, trenutno sam nosi game. Iskreno, trenutno sam nosi game. Jako lepo s njegove strane.
Shutting down caps and making sure that this lock can't get out of control.
I mean, the damage is working, and one thing about lock that he lacks at a lot of other.
Biće interesantno da vidimo da li će u EBL-u da se također adaptira to. Jer kapiram će biti dosta manje iskusnih igrača i kao ekipa koje nisu toliko skrimovale, tako da ko zna na šta će ličiti EBL meta.
Look, the cooking is so good. And I'm going to be honest, on top of that, Alvaro in those two plays doing a ton of work. And now Broken Blade is going to be matched up against Supa. This is looking a little bit better. G2 have set up topside, but MKoy here quick to collapse. Luckily, Sonic Wave doesn't connect. However, the level advantage.
Ja, Camille Ziggs, Camille Bard samo insane.
Also in their favor, Spearman can start to poke down, and it looks like they're hoping to get all three grubs. Skewmon no flash means it's unlikely for him to try and contest, and Caps in the meantime is just forced to be locked in this 1v1. So while G2, I like the lane assignments, I like shifting that Yorick down to the bottom lane. Losing all three grubs when you already have this kind of gold deficit and you already missed the first Drake is pretty devastating.
I mean, it's tough because how do you fight that as G2? You know there's a Galio hovering with that ult the moment you go in.
A mislim, Loki je pitanje, kapiram da je Caps u fazonu da je malo da testiram. Kad gledam Sup od igra Akali, ko da gledam sebe da igram Akali? To mi je neki lični osjećaj, ne kažem da igra loše.
Start breaking down some plates. Yeah, I mean, Broken is holding his ground there, unbent, unbowed, unbroken, just keep pushing in those waves. I mean, Supa has the teleport available, but he has chosen not to use it quite yet. I think he's really waiting for maybe getting a little bit better item. We will see if he's going to go for the Proto Belt or if it's going to be the Gunblade. We've seen a little bit of all of those items across the world. I do think the Proto Belt is a little bit better. It's cheaper, gives HP, and just the dash is invaluable in so many moments. We'll see what he opts for. You see Alvaro constantly just hovering around mid, pushing out waves for Jojo. Like, this is where he gets his XP. He's not getting XP in the side lane, so he needs to go mid to these waves to get a bit of crumb of XP.
Supports are getting a very little XP anywhere at this point, but Alvaro is at least has a bit of a lead here, and I don't even think LeBron made a bot lane to push any of that wave, so he's still locked at the start of level 4. And for MKoy, again, name of the game is dive. As we get more into the mid game, if they hold on to this lead, it's only going to make the side lanes that much more difficult for G2.
Moving with a 1k lead now, has to pick up the Yumus. It's very dangerous, nice dodge by Caps. Dashes out of the Galio Justice Punch, but here is Elyoya.
Good sidestep. Using the Soul Ignition just to get that extra move speed, dodge out of the way. And I will say credit to Mirwin, right, in the counter matchup. Obviously did get a lot of support from his team, but this is a guy who is coming under a lot of scrutiny and a player that you definitely want to see step up on this MKoy lineup. And so in the debut matchup, to play the Jace into the Yorick and be 1,000 gold ahead,
yeah,
definitely a damn good start.
And it's important to his head because when you look at it, he's kind of the AD carry in this comp. When you look at all these MKoy champions, the carry, the real carry late game with all their damage will be this Jace with his big auto attack.
Ne, ovo je luda meta skroz.
Doing a lot of work here. Soul Ignition is hookshot wall dive. Ashen pursuit out from Caps. We'll just be able to make it out, but surviving to that tower is going to be tough. MKoy happy to just force that mid wave in.
Ne znam, mislim, Legend eventualno, ako imaš neki info da nam daš, ne znam, legit me zanima da li će Loki išta moći da radi malo kasnije. Kao da li ako pasivno farma samo u nekom trenutku postaje koristan. Ili mu ne odgovara da bude AFK pola gejma.
G2 is stabilizing, they're holding on slowly.
LeBron, luckily the back end of the crash down does catch Alvaro to stop that from connecting. Level 4, LeBron pretty vulnerable to these all-ins. And I think this is one of the struggles if you're the engaged support on the team that's falling behind. There's a lot of high-leveled assassins, Akali, well, at least not really an assassin, but a lot of champions with burst. They can just one-tap you if you overcommit. Especially as your support item is still pretty far away from being able to upgrade.
And we've seen this interaction a few times now when you play Camille into Galio. You crucially cannot E her when she's in her W animation. You can only really E her when she's starting up the W animation.
Another side step from Caps is good. Skewmon waiting behind. But you're right. There's Paul out. Okay, shattering strike there. Alvaro locked up. Chain CC is good. Alvaro's got nowhere to go. The Galio trying to make his way in. They flash back under their tower. But the lockup is there. The taunt is there as well. Super trying to finish it.
Iskreno, koji baš lepo igra.
No doubt in my mind, MKOI 7-2 double dragons 4K lead with the Akali bot lane.
Ok, dobri smo, sve je cool.
They are nasty with it.
I mean, Super is executing this Akali champion perfectly right now.
Rip, mali rip, ali internet mi je samo zalagovao na sekund, nije strašno. Nešto je Viktora Kali na botu. Ne zna niko, veruj mi, ne zna niko. Ja bih volao da neko zna šta se događa, međutim...
Who dashes out, Caps with a good body block, but all of MKOI are here. There's nowhere to go. He can't put him in the little box. Oh my gosh, he wants to send MKOI to purgatory, but my man is in hell right now. That is an 0-3 lock.
Yeah, someone called Dante and didn't know what layer that is.
Lichbane Rush također je jako čudan.
We're certainly not playing on Summoner's Rift anymore, I can tell you that much.
I mean, we are in the desecration land right now, as you see Super once...
Nema, meta je postala ludnica. Vidjet ćemo u drugom gemu šta će se dogodi, ali...
He went left the mid lane now, and Super is completely left untouched.
And look,
Na best of 3, dalje ima šanse G2 se vrati.
It's been rough. Are they allowed to have a rough week 1? Yes. Does anyone expect it to look like this? Absolutely not.
Mislim, Lichbane kao prvi item je jako čudan na loku, najiskrenije. Item koji skela malo bolje kad imaš trunku više.
I mean, absolutely. G2 was at, without the hold that pot. Maybe there's a fight? No. Just the wipe being called out. Wipe aggro pulled.
Kad imaš trunku više AP-a, nemam pojma, čudno mi je, iskreno mi je čudno.
G2 has been at MSI playing against all the best teams in the world. And none of those teams have drafted like this. They have not seen this in their life, I'm sure of it. MKOI has been brewing here home in Europe, preparing something for the start of summer, and I'm liking it so far.
Just so important when you talk about teams taking off. You want to see what they have been cooking in that off season. Jojo Ping with the part about trying to sidestep here, but there's just nothing.
Igra Zerat, to da ima smisla.
Skewmon grabs the kill. Shredding through the resistances now, looking to get a bit of money back. Super on the way in. Caps only level 10. And if there wasn't a pillar there, I feel like Super would have immediately gone all in. You can see it. There's some bloodlust happening.
I mean, Super needs to calm down a little bit. Labrov is right there.
Čekaj, Mato, misliš, koji bi trebao to da ima ili šta? Ili misliš da Akali, mislim, dosta heroja postaje useless kad je Poppy tu, pa zato pitam za koga misliš.
Yeah, I mean, Super just reads the situation well, face checks with the shuriken.
So, good kill back onto Jojo, heads up play. Skewmon still strong, even in gold with Elyoya, but in the meantime, while that bot play is happening, Elyoya is able to grab the Herald, crash it in mid lane. And MKOI, again, weathered the early storm of the lock, made the most of this Akali counter pick in that bot lane 2v2, and Mirwin in top lane also winning out on the 1v1. It feels like they got every single thing they could have wanted, but again, really giving a lot of credit to Alvaro here for that first gank in the mid lane, committing a lot of resources, making an already tough early bot lane 2v2 even worse by spending that time in mid lane. Really paid off.
I mean, it feels like G2 was a little bit off guard.
Mislim, ono što vidim u MSI-u da se igra Bard pa da proba da mečuje roam, što nije užasno ako support zna da ti roama.
Because they had just seen him topside. It wasn't a very random level 1 mid gank, so dying to it, not optimal, but once again.
Mislim da je Real malo lošija što se toga tiče, malo je teže da igra.
That Mirror was at 1k onto the Yorick. It's 2k now, and it's brewing. It's absolutely getting stronger. It's really that free item mark, or first of all when your mana immune is stacked, but also when you get that armor pen from Cyrilda, that's when you shock blast, you start hurting so much more.
Definitely will. And a lot of people on the opposing side going to be vulnerable to that poke. Caps and Ensemble going to need to play very carefully. Of course, has the upgraded Mercs to mitigate the magic damage, but the physical damage a little bit tougher to deal with. Alvaro also with the blood song.
Da, problem je, to ti kažem, mislim, forat je što sad kada draftaš, ne smiješ da draftaš samo za lane i kao za counterpick u smislu kao da, znaš, u 25. minutu kada njihov heroj, ne znam nija, krene to, mi ćemo counterovati, ne. Kao ti realno od levela 1, ako je Camille, moraš da roamečuješ. Jer ti ako ne roamečuješ, ti možda imaš dvije Poppy I Camille da se ne duše u 25 minuta je gotov game. To je problem. Baš je postao draft komplikovan sad.
No, the first match was a show match. This is not a show match. This is real right now. This is not like some weird swap mistake in champion select by MKOI. They picked a Kali bot into Victor, and it's working out fantastically so far.
And again, when you look at Hansama and Supa, I would never look at either of them as chefs. Seeing the Victor, a great look. Seeing a even more niche counter, an even better one. Now MKOI kicking this fight off. Mirwin running in hammer form, flash over, flags a little bit there, delays behind. There's a taunt on the other side of the fight. Scumon's going to be in trouble. Nowhere for Broken Blade to go either. It's just going to be too...
Tako je, da. Jer ti kažeš igraču play safe i on all in na levelu 2. Znam kako to radi, coachova sam ja ranije.
To see MKOI that commits to every single fight with 5 members. Every single play is a 5-man play for this team and organization. And the fact that they're putting on the gas, even when they're playing a draft that's not very conventional, is super exciting to see. Double TP comes out, BB and Scumon is way too far up. You don't have a tier 1 tower to hide behind, so you will both just perish to the teleports of MKOI. And yeah. Really well done by MKOI.
Yeah, pretty cut and dry at the end of the day, right? Massive van advantage as well as gold advantages on so many of the individual members. You can see York still strong in the 1v1.
Nema Akali u prvom gameu, je samo GG's iskreno.
Especially with so many people lingering around. But third Drake setting up for Hextech Soul. I don't... It's hard to imagine things getting worse for G2, but it is technically possible, and Hextech Soul is one of those things. Yeah. If we look at how G2 can come back, right, like you still have a Victor, you have a lot of champions who have to dive into the Victor. He is on 1.5 item. But if he gets to 4 items in 20 minutes or whatever that's going to take, then there's a chance. As Mirwin, good damage on the Caps. Caps tries to lock him in Purgatory. Now Scumon desperate to finish the kill, but they're not going to be able to get any more damage down. In the meantime, MKOI's side lane pick is a lot more effective. The Camille, once again.
Mislim, ovdje samo ne mogu snađu. Caps ne može se sabere, BB igra i Orikan i to mu baš nije optimalno. Ma nisu banovi bili za bot. Ovo su pikovi samo zašto im se to igra i misle da je to najbolje. Legitimno.
He can't really team fight, he can't really go to the side lane, he is in complete Zugzwang this game, he cannot do anything about it.
Absolute Zugzwang. Powerless. As MKOI kind of just dancing on him. I would love to tell you more, but look, they're getting completely Goomba stomped, completely absolutely styled on, and for G2, the methods for comeback are hard, right? You don't have a traditional AD carry. Your mid laner is an assassin, and while it's a really powerful, arguably overpowered assassin on this patch, it has the natural weaknesses of that class of champion, which is it doesn't do anything if it's behind.
We'll say Mirwin just missed the shock blast on the Scuttle Crab, so might be a little bit of a mental damage there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Will he recover? That is the question. Let's see. We'll get his player cam, and it's going to cycle through in a second. We'll keep an eye out for the mental. See if he's shattered. I don't know if he knows that he has G2 and Zugzwang, so maybe that would bring it back if he thinks about that, but it's hard to say if he will.
Zugzwang is tough.
That's difficult. Now, Broken Blade on a side lane, just surviving
with his wife.
That's true. That's nice.
Alvaro,
nice to have company. Alvaro, stun.
Nice block.
As now the taunt is coming in. Caps waiting over the wall. He's looking for the setup. If he can grab a couple kills here, maybe able to turn it back. Hoping to finish off Alvaro. But now it's the Galio ulti coming in, and Caps has to get the hell out of there. Soul Ignition about to fade. LeBron flashing out, but Mirwin is giving chase.
How good is the chase here though from MKOI? They have everything. They have the little shock blasts.
Dash in.
They have the acceleration gate here. Could give it to Elyoya.
There's no kick for Elyoya though. We'll follow up there. Sonic Wave connects. Alvaro going a little bit wide. Cap still waiting off to the side. Scumon down. Supa now unstoppable. Broken Blade next.
Ne, ovo samo ko je dobio 300% se G2 baš izgubio. Sudija, slažem se za gledanje. Za igranje je mnogo neprijatnije.
Single fight that G2 tries to take, MKOI just either more people there or just play better to be.
Pošto postoji jedna specifična stvar u LoLu koja ti je sinergija između heroja je jako specifična. Jer tipa ti ne možeš da uzmeš, dajem ti sad glup primjer, ali... Ne možeš da pikaš recimo Camille da romaš, a da ti AD carry bude Jinx. Kao Jinx će biti dive-ovan na 17 puta. U Doti imaš mnogo više slobode pjerovanja heroja, određene kombinacije samo rade mnogo bolje.
Yeah. I mean, we can keep talking about this play, but it's
Za svako je za gledanje mnogo zabavnije, to je činjenica.
There's now a Baron buff as well.
So eloquently put.
Sometimes, like, the thing about League as a game with gold and snowballing is, like, sometimes you're the GOAT, and sometimes you're, like, the 10-0 Zed who pushed 2 buttons. And even no matter, like, the other guy is, like, sweating 50, keyboard strokes in half a second, does not matter. They're dead. And this is kind of the position this game is in now.
This is kind of the former, yeah.
Yeah. Well, good on Supa. I get it. I respect it. He wants to be the Hokage. It's looking good for him.
But when you know you've gone really long time as super, you haven't eaten for hours, you're super hungry.
Yeah.
And then you get a fine meal in front of you, a delicious meal in front of you. And you take one bite, and do you feel sated?
Yeah.
No, you just get hungrier.
You're hungry.
You get hungry every single bite you take. And that's how I feel when I look at Supa playing this Akali, because now he's shown me he can play Akali. I want to know what more can he do.
I see. You're not satisfied with the Akali. You want more.
I want to see what more he can do.
Supa igra prelepo. Legit igra prelepo, brate. Niko ništa ne može mu kaže. 5-0-3 Akali.
Yeah, I mean, that's a safe man.
That's fair.
Čekam i dalje Caps nešto da uradi sa lockpickom.
Well, they're on the ropes, but they've been on the ropes for like 8 minutes.
The ropes are like those really cheap ropes at gym where you do triceps pushdowns.
If this was a final, we'd get like really quiet and serious, like G2, stress. We talk about their story. It's week 1. It's a banger arena. It is an incredible venue. But I think G2 just, figuring out what went wrong, maybe not ready enough for the Akali, and trying to hold on to their composure. As much as we love it when MKOI are grouped as 5 and making plays together, they are no strangers to throwing a very one game.
They're quite familiar with the concept, I would say, even. We'll now get the Hextech Soul, though, so it makes it a little bit harder. Jace with the Hextech Soul is very comfortable shooting out those shots.
I lied. They're not on the ropes. They're on the ground. The ref is not
Best of 3, best of 3.
Getting punched over and over. They're already unconscious, but there's just not...
There's no fouls going out here.
No. They tried to throw in the white flag, like... Ebi came out of nowhere and knocked that thing out of the ring. He's like, fight's still going, But now we get to talk about the unspeakable violence that we're just going to witness for the next 5 minutes. Because the other awkward thing that we really have to talk about, this comp is sick. It is awful at sieging. Like, thank God for Mirwin, or folks, this would be a 50-minute
Jeste na mom kanalu. Inače Fenix je desi.
G2 might still win this just because every enemy champion cannot hit a tower to save their life.
I mean, if you're fighting the enemy champion in the jungle, you are the god. But when you're looking in the base by a tower, you are like, okay, fight me.
Yeah, and MKOI, when the glass is closed, the dog's like, like just praying. You're just like, dude, we're not coming out there. Like, chill. Like, if G2 go out there, they're done. They're doomed. But if they just stay in the house, MKOI, they're going to get a tier 2 here off this Baron, but they're not breaking open inhibitors.
I mean, there's Baron spawning in 2.5 minutes. That's probably where we're going to see them put on the gas.
I mean, Elder Flip is something that we could just be looking at.
Yeah.
So it's not over. It kind of we should be when Shockbox is hitting that hard.
It's not even going Cyril. They're so ahead. He's went straight for the voltaic for the big damage.
I mean, there's no real tanks on the enemy team. So
no, I mean, there's no tanks in this game pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I like this. I would like more of this for game 2.
Yes.
Assassin versus Assassin bot lane. Is it a possibility?
Compliments to the chef. Oh.
Yeah.
Justice Punch.
Justice Punch. Tauntaun to Hansama. Elyoya on the WAN. Hansama gone. Okay, well that is almost all of the wave clear.
Well, shame of you for leaving your towers, Hansama.
You can't leave the house, my guy. They're out there, bro. They're lurking in the darkness, bro. It's a horror movie. Supa trying to 1v2. He has been stuck in the cage, so we'll be forced to ult out. Broken Blade sprinting at this Akali. Flash for the wall. Broken Blade flashes, gets a shutdown. Nope, goes Golden Hides by another second. MKOI just wants to end the game. They're just sprinting past towers. What is happening? What's happening is Supa has died, given up a shutdown. Mirwin just got by a pillar, and now Caps is giving chase.
But what are they doing?
He only put JoJo in Purgatory.
That man is a 1k gold shutdown if he goes down.
Alvaro's about to try to take down Labrov. Elyoya is there, so they should be able to finish the kill. Caps still on the chase. JoJo looking to escape with Mirwin running ahead of him. An acceleration gate might help. Tries to get him with the taunt. Little ghoul cage comes out, but...
The ghoul cage.
The ghoul cage gone. Okay, we're still 3 minutes away from Elder. If we were 30 seconds away from Elder, our G2 would be in a great position to punish. Unfortunately, this doesn't do...
Ajde, sudija, vidimo se kasnije, uživaj.
But it is a reminder of what we brought up earlier, which is that if you ever have said to yourself, in an LEC game ever, this is unlosable
for MKOI.
For any, honestly, for any team, you haven't watched enough LEC.
You gotta get watching more, man.
Yeah. And
I think if Mirwin goes down there and gives that shot on over, I'm like, okay, slow it down. Because let's be real, this MCOY comp went behind.
This is the duality of man is watching Supa start a 1v2. He absolutely does.
To nismo Mato još zakucali kako treba. Mislim, ima neka brojka, ali mislim da je prevelika. To moram s Klarom da vidim.
Alright.
So that's Whisper picked up there.
Just Mirwin. Again, reminder. Akali, bot lane, counterpick, worked. Alvaro, early activity, really worked. Caps, shut down early. That is the summary of this game. If you're still watching, you're watching the Goomba Stomp highlight reel. We are in the 360 Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 montage. My man is out here with a bolt action rifle doing flips.
Si uletela u sobu i rekla si šta treba i pročitala si napisala ne znam. Znači.
I want to sing the song, but I'm definitely afraid of singing anything Nintendo related for the lawsuit. All right. Oh my God. Oh, that poor metal horse.
Yeah.
Just getting blasted. Supa.
Whoa.
Did he interrupt the E2? He did. He caught him on the E2. Supa's in trouble now. Oh, that's devastating. Galio ult, cap flashes out off the side. Broken Blade is still living. The wife is in the midst of the fray. Finally, but Skewmon is getting lower and lower. Jojo Pino looks like he's going to be able to finish the kill. Skewmon just a little bit too fast. Flash away from the ones of war.
Skewmon is živ.
Still alive. The wife is there. Broken Blade and his wife back to back, but it's not enough.
Broken Blade and his wife back to back.
Amount of money and a dragon soul.
I mean, Mirwin sniped so many people there. He's a Widowmaker in 2 ways right now because he is just so strong in this game. He's gonna base and TP back in, and I think they're gonna push for the base. They have 3 rubs.
Surely the game ends here. Again, we're having fun with it, but credit to MCOY. Super dominant, some creative new picks. G2 fighting the best they can, but that's the nature of falling this far behind against this kind of composition. There aren't really great plays, just degrees of bad ones as Skewmon caught up. Burned down, almost clears the wave. Elder in 45. My senses are tingling, but I think this might just be it. Caps on the way in. Hex Tech Soul. They get one. The Nexus is open. Mirwin knows his job. Mirwin hit the Nexus. Okay, it's over. MCOY.
Ne, ovo je baš bila jedna poštena fiesta. Mislim, dobro. Prvi win za koji, pauzica mala i onda, mislim da jedan game će biti jako teško. Ja bih čak rekao da će potencijalno jedan dan biti jako teško da možemo da kažemo ova meta je takva, ova meta je onakva. Ali definitivno do kraja dana će imati mnogo bolju ideju šta se dešava. Tako da imamo pauzicu, pauzica neki 10 minuta, mislim da je pauza. I onda se vraćamo sa Game broj 2 da vidimo da li je meta full doomed ili dalje ima malo nade za AD carry-e da ih vidimo u ovoj meti.
Anyone that didn't win the World Cup should be banned from coaching ever again, including perks.
Or we need Hansama out, perks in. Oh! Mages bot lane. There's a Kali in the bot lane. I mean,
wait.
And Perks played AD carry for that one split, right? So
it's like a psyop because he's like, yeah, Hansama, you should for sure play mages in the bot lane. I've got these insane strats for you. Feeds his ass off, and then he's like, well, actually, management. Put me in, coach.
I do have an apology to make to MCOY.
Yes, me too.
When we were talking about draft, I talked about how I thought in the 2v2 lane, Akali would struggle into Victor and Rel. I forgot that bot lane is not a 2v2 lane anymore, it is a 1v1 lane, and Akali was fine just into the Victor, scaling up to 6 and then super popped off, right? So basically, what happened was, supports are broken, you can roam from level 1 and not lose any experience or gold, and therefore, Akali into Victor bot lane is good.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. You just see the Camille starting top, makes her way down mid lane, and then it's like, yeah, 3 minutes, maybe I can start going bot now, that's a fine time, right? And then, yeah?
Apologies need to be made
across the board. Yeah, okay. So I threw a lot of flag towards Mirwin.
Yes.
But this game, he played the Jace into the Yorick, and he did just a really good job across the board. He was constantly pressuring, he was landing the shock blast. He had a really good fight at 5 minutes where he used his move from top lane to impact the fight and be first and create a numbers advantage for MKOI. And that made it so, like, really started this early game snowballing for MKOI. And overall, there was nothing I could fault him with this game. He wasn't getting caught, he was playing really well on the edge and just using this Jace pick to pressure down G2. He wasn't the star of the show, but this is the stability that I want to see from Mirwin in MKOI.
I think generally MKOI looked very coordinated in this game. You can see it here as well, the 5-minute fight around the topside river. They know that they have first move from top, they know their support is going to be there quicker because Camille traverses ground very quickly, and they always know they're going to have a numbers advantage, and this is what really started the snowball away from G2.
It started very well, I want to say, for MKOI. I think they surprised us all, took us a little bit off guard because it isn't the easiest composition to play, and this is where we got to give some credit to Supa as well. Man, he looked phenomenal on the Akali. I did not see it coming.
I love this evolution of the meta. The fact that we have Akali in bot lane now, and especially that players are so confident in picking it and playing so aggressive on it. Of course, when you get level 6 on Akali, that is the danger zone for this Victor. But the fact that Supa was not just able to get there, but then also punish Caps, punish Hansama, finding these solo kills that set him up to be so useful in the team fights, it was really cool to watch. This feels like, reminds me of kind of 2019, I'm not gonna lie, when a lot of teams were playing crazy stuff in the bot lane and EU was on top. I'm not saying, like, if this is the world's meta, I have pretty high hopes.
But
you can have the highest hope you want, dude, but it's day one of the summer split, so let's temper those expectations a little bit. Like, credit to Supa, he's obviously practiced the Akali, right? He's doing the combos well. I don't think he did any of, like, the super Chinese TikTok sort of Akali combos. They were all pretty standard, especially, like, the kill on Hansama. Hans is standing still. Yeah. It's pretty easy to kill someone who's standing still on Akali when you're that far ahead, but I do like the fact that we're seeing that experimentation from MKOI. Traditionally, it was Mirwin in the top lane who would bring us out some of these different picks. Look back to his Varus that he was playing before everyone else was. I'm liking the fact the rest of the team is doing it. I don't like the meta. I know you do.
You don't?
I like AD carries and supports to be in the bot lane.
For me personally,
but it's
playing,
mages or this.
For me playing, I like ADCs in the bot lane. But watching I think
I can
this
give
is
you.
very cool.
It's different, it's unique, I'll give you that.
Especially how the evolution goes. If it's just mages, I think that gets stale pretty fast.
Sure.
But if now people are going to be playing some tanks here and there, if they're also then going to still play ADCs when it's a good, like, game 2, game 3 of Fearless, and you have assassins, I mean, that's a pretty cool meta.
No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The further on we get through a series, the more I'm expecting to see those AD carries, because mages are so much more situational. You can't have magic damage through your entire comps. You need some of that physical damage. We don't see a huge amount of physical damage coming out of mid lane at all at the moment. You're looking at Yone, sometimes Tristana. So where are you finding that? Top lane, it tends to be where you go, things like the Jace. And I expect to see a further evolution, hopefully, away from pure mages.
It's still Fearless.
It is still Fearless,
but
it's
best
true.
of 3s.
Yeah.
We're used to best of 5s, but it's best of 3s. Also, Locke, not that good.
Yeah, he's bad. Perks out, lockout. Those are the two things. Yeah, I don't really think Caps had an opportunity to do anything good this game.
But did he play
I mean, he had a lot of blunders.
He played poorly.
Yeah, he had a lot of blunders. Yeah. He was really greedy, using his mobility just like to farm, to hit towers, and then he would get caught right after. And I feel like in general, you could kind of see across the board that G2 looked a little bit like hungover, kind of like none of them were really in the right places at the right time, finding the good plays. Hansama was really quiet on the Victor, Caps dying really early as well. Just didn't set them off to a great start. And we'll have to see if they can adapt in this series, or like G2 always has a slow start.
Yeah.
And right now they're playing against the best teams in this weekend. So this will be a really bad time for them to take that time.
Yeah, I think it's important that we don't excuse the fact that G2 played poorly, but we do recognize the fact they've just had MSI and then EWC and then a here, and they have a coaching staff change, right? If we didn't have the coaching staff change, it would be exactly the same. I wouldn't be surprised G2 looking like this in week 1. However, they do look bad.
Yeah. 5-head MKOI, lose the game, more time to prepare for the road trip in KC, and beating G2 possibly in their first match back, but this was only game 1. Game 2 coming up right after this.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Hello guys, how is my voice now?
Oh.
It's good. Hello, hello. Hello.
Oh, they were making like at the end, they were making doing like the.
Chain CC is good. AORUS got nowhere to go. The Galio trying to make his way in. They flash back under their tower. But the lockup is there. The taunt is there as well. Super trying to finish it. Jump! Otto's one wins the other.
I go. Okay, hit.
Wait.
We can end this time.
Super. No!
Nice.
And here we are, back for a game two. Look, game one.
It happened.
It happened. We all witnessed it. It was awesome. G2 have chosen first pick now, so maybe things change a little bit. Now we get to see how much cooking MKOI have done. Are they a one-and-done sort of team? Do we get, like, you know, we have one interesting course in this meal that they're serving up for us, or is everything weird?
A one-meal pony? Okay, that's
a lot. Okay, you can get a lot of meals out of a pony. Anyway, focusing on the game,
yes,
as it were. G2 looked super dizzy and lost. I think you could call it a draft gap. I think that would be disingenuous to the level of execution that MKOI showed, but I do think that I expect a much more standard Game 2 than what we saw compared to Game 1. And I don't think that the gap is... We're not going to see another gap that size, would be my expectation.
No, I mean, my excitement from Game 1 wasn't... I mean, it was a draft, but it was also one other factor. And it was the fact that we finally see what we love about Alvaro. Because it feels like last split, he was playing a lot of these enchanters, and we're like, where is Alvaro? This is not the player we recognize. It's not very good in that meta. But now, Alvaro in a meta where you have the Camille, the Shen, the Leona, the whatever you want to play that goes in champions. I think he really thrives in this meta where he is not bound to a lane, and he can just walk around and make fights happen together in tandem with Alioya. And that to me is what really, really makes it seem that this summer will be different for MKOI.
I think so, and it's just been proven across every single surge in performance we've seen from MKOI. It always comes back to jungle and support. And as good individually as Alvaro is on some of those enchanters, as strong as they can be in the meta, for this lineup, for these 5 players, it's just always felt better when those 2 players can work around, usually with JoJo in the early stages of the game, to just get super active on the map. We saw it in Game 1, shutting down Caps and trying this lock. Could not play the game, really, whatsoever. We didn't take a look at the damage numbers at the end, but I would be surprised if Bro was not putting up numbers. There was not damage. There was nothing coming into that mid lane, which is devastating for a champion like Block. But now we're getting ready to get into picks and bans for Game 2. Again, G2 have chosen first pick. MKOI will be on blue side. So we'll see what unfolds.
I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen in draft anymore. In the past, I think draft has had a very clear rhythm to it, where you can read the rhythm, you can kind of see where the teams are going. That Akali pick on R4 last game, or B4, was a
Ok, evo nas nazad. Ajmo da vidimo šta nas ovde čeka.
Also banning Poppy again on the first pick.
Ne znam, turbo čudna meta, mata vidimo se, jako čudna meta. Ne znam.
Poppy and the Shen to set up their Camille first pick. Now it looks like G2 might want to do a similar thing.
Poppy taken away, as now is the Nocturne, maybe just trying not to give G2 an angle to assemble any sort of Nocturne-Orianna combo, although with G2 having first pick, it's hard to get it in the 1-2. Now the debate, though, and this is something that's interesting for us, right, is that it wasn't the largest patch, that is 2614, but what we've seen is that even without a ton of changes, people just continued to follow the lines that you talked about, experimenting with mage bots, etc. And we're in a situation now where the meta is incredibly diverse, and so knowing exactly what is going to come out here is tough, and it makes it hard to ban, hey, the perceived power picks for sure, but it's also part of the reason why we're seeing such an early Kai'Sa ban again here, is I think they're just like, I don't know what MKOI is going to play, but we know this is like, when all else fails,
they're probably going to go in.
This is the fallback for Supa, right? This is the thing that we see, and on the side for MKOI, what they're banning away is just like, the powerful junglers, the powerful diving assassin kind of junglers.
I mean, it definitely feels like the
Vidim Kai'Su ban, ne znam zašto je Kai'Sa ban. U fazonu Kai'Sa mid, Kai'Sa top. Ima smisla da je na botu, ali nema smisla ni da je Akali na botu, pa je bila na botu, tako da ko će ga znati u ovom trenutku.
Take me on a journey. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm projecting. No. Let that metaphor go. Talk to me about the Industrial Revolution, Finn.
No, I mean, it's like you don't really know what the future holds. You don't really know where this is gonna settle. Maybe mage bots are gonna be phased out because people realize how to deal with it. Maybe AD carries are gonna come back. Maybe we're gonna see tanks in the bot lane. We have no idea where the meta will develop, but we're watching it develop in real time. And to me, that's the most exciting part about every single draft in this league.
Yeah, and I think now...
And it's a buy first pick.
Buy first pick. But this is the other thing about it that's so interesting is, like, you can come out here with all your curveballs, but this man might just lock in, like, Vi Orianna, Vi Talia. MKOI clearly aware of it, so they're going to take the Orianna away for themselves.
I mean, the important thing is in every meta, no matter what the meta is, you usually want engage.
Yeah.
Engage is always invaluable.
Sindra, da, mora se obezbediti magevi na botu, ljudi. Da vam slučajno, znate, da vam slučajno ne uzmu te mageove pa da morate AD carry-a da pikate. Pupu daleko bilo to da se desi, zaista. Ne, Supa je Španac. Svi osim Jojopiona su Španci na strani koja.
Like to play a little bit with you know, the illusion of something maybe being a flex, but they're not too concerned. On the opposite side for G2, it feels like a return to
Ovde najveći flex može biti Oriana ili Sindra na botu. Verovatno je Sindra, ali...
You know what sounds good? Plain rice, a chicken breast, and some broccoli. They know their macros. They're trying to...
It would be so funny if someone is locked in Echo bot right now when you were making that.
I'm sorry, is that a thing that you expect to see?
I have seen some Echo bots by Korean pro players into Syndra. The Syndra bot was obviously taking over, and Echo is a good matchup, but it will be Delusion, I assume. Hold.
Uzeli su AD carry-a, ljudi, ovo ne valja. Ovo ne valja nikako.
A pretty good setup. I do want to say though, when I see these champions on the side of Oriana and Syndra, you kind of need some kind of consistent AD damage. And there's one player in our league that loves playing AD carry top lanes. That's Mirwin. He does it every single year. It's usually not good.
It's not,
but now is the time to do it.
It's not mere if or mere maybe. It's mere win. Mere win, will he bring out some weird stuff top lane? And right now, we're waiting to see that AD. Maybe we see some bans in that direction, right? Varus was hit a ton for MSI. He's still prevalent, not as a top laner, however. So what are the options going to be as we enter the second ban phase? Ahri taken away. Makes a lot of sense. 2 immobile mages means your backline is pretty vulnerable. You don't really want to give the enemy team any kind of champion who can follow up on the Vi and the Leona.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to secure some kind of bulky guy for Alvaro that can walk up and take space together with the Shincha, because right now, Shincha is your only front line. And you need to secure some kind of assistance, some aid for Eliora so you can walk up. And usually, what I'm thinking about is something like a Shen that's banned away, is something like an Alistar, a Nautilus, a classic. A good old famous Bolognese.
Straightforward, honest support
champion. We'll see, you see already the Ahri and Cassio being banned here, just setting up for the Oriana most likely. I do think it's going to be Oriana mid Syndra bot.
Yeah.
Never know for sure, of course, but that is the expectation.
Čekaj, on rekao Oriana Syndra bot. Wait a minute, stani. Čekaj, stop cooking. Stop cooking.
From an Mbessa can be quite devastating. What is the option here for MKOI? You would expect it's just support with Leona.
Se slažemo da su rekli Oriana Syndra bot, čisto samo da ja budem da se razumemo da je to sve kako bi trebalo da bude i sve to.
Long time no see.
Sir Thomas? They know we're not playing ARAM Mayhem, don't they? No one's told.
To je Tamken Syndra bot, ne? Očigledno.
There's no Senna Tom, no.
Okay, and what I will say is,
Jel' tako?
Tom Kenshaw versus Vi. Like, that's it. That's when I see this, I'm like, okay, this is old school. It's not a Morgana, but it's a similar vibe. I don't.
Očigledno Tamken Syndra bot. Mislim, to je klasičan bot lane.
You just get to start autoing, you do a ton of damage because with the passive, you're pretty much guaranteed to get the stun. So, like, I see the vision. It's just been so long since I've seen a Tahm Kench support that I'm kind of a little bit caught off guard here as G2 are about to assemble Exodia. Yeah. Not new Exodia, like old Exodia. MKOI, you know, last game they got the Egyptian God cards, whatever. G2, this is classic Exodia. We got a Rumble, Yone, Vi, topside. Just good old
It's a DRX classic from back in the days when they were winning Worlds. This was a similar type of comp that they were playing. The Vi Yone is super good together by setting up. And I will say Thomas is not great at walking up. His name is just Thomas now, by the way.
Yeah.
Thomas is not very good at walking up solo, because it's really easy to go on to the Tahm Kench. But now, picking the Gnar will give MKOI a little bit more front line and a little bit more AD damage. I think it's a fantastic pick. Gnar into Rumble is a tough matchup early, but he does scale fantastically.
And I will say, this MKOI comp does not hit the same as the first MKOI comp.
I don't think anything is going to hit like that first MKOI comp,
No, it doesn't. And I will say G2's comp, as much as it might lack in some of the spicier options, the classics are a classic for a reason. This top side super oppressive. You've got a pretty vulnerable back line that can struggle. Again, though, I am looking at mid lane. I want to see what Caps can do. He was really shut down in that first game. Need to see
if he can find that advantage, because we know how devastating Yone can be, especially when paired along so many of these engage options.
Yeah, I mean, the name of the game is Teamfight Execution. This game will be defined by the execution in those team fights. If G2 can find the Vi-Yon Rumble combo, or if it will be nullified by the comp of MKOI, it's really what's gonna kind of decide what's gonna happen in this game. So really exciting to track. I do think that bot lane in the early levels, very important to track. As a Syndra, you want to push in early. You're playing a mage. You want to use that wave clear to secure push into the Lucian.
That you do. Gearing up now for game 2 in the first best of 3 of LEC Summer. MKOI versus G2. MKOI coming out swinging with a hot draft in game 1. Absolutely demolished G2 and the first lock of the season.
Evo, Koza gleda na znak.
Game 2, we're still cooking. We still got a mage mid, a mage bot. The rest of the map, though, a little bit more standard outside of Sir Thomas in his pajamas.
No.
That, yeah. That is our chonk pajama. God, I love you, observers. Those are chonk pajamas. Again, this is a serious game that is a high-level competitive sport, and these players are paid, and this is a pajama character, and I love that.
Syndra Tamkench.
Just saying, if Messi played in his pajamas.
Tamkench je dobar u Leonu, to je fajn, na level 1. Klasičan support jungler, uliću njihovu džunglu da se navadio na levelu 1. Naravno, tu je njihov top laner koji playe u žburu čisto reda radi ako zagusti.
BB flanking here, though. Doesn't have the heat built up.
Not quite. Trying to get to the danger zone here, and Alvaro just going to walk at him. Flash over. Flashes traded for flashes on top of flashes. Everybody's flashing. Oh, God.
Boże, mene.
Thomas loves these.
They're locked over.
Thomas
absolutely loves this. He's getting hungry. He's a hungry boy. Oh, they're feeding him at this sleepover, the pajama party. All in
Labrov je sad mrtav.
Nowhere for Labrov to go. Mirlan's just running him down. He's got some pajamas of his own. My God, G2. That was not the sleepover you were looking for.
I mean, G2 thought they found Elyoya too far in, but the moment he flashes out, they commit to the play. But Tamkench level 1 is absurdly strong. That's why MKOI is walking in like this into the jungle of G2. Maybe G2 hasn't played against Thomas in quite a while, but you gotta respect his sheer force and strength in these early scrappy fights.
He's a big boy. Broken Boy, though, in the 1v1, still get level 2 first. And of course, in bot lane, we see Supa at 7 CS to Hansama's 14. Hansama also got level 2 there first, so some of the isolated lanes are still working out. But Jojo. Yo. Auto.
Thomas.
Alvaro. Okay, he's not that strong. That's a level 3 Lucian. He still had flash. That is a great animation.
Look at this. Oh my God. Look at
why did you ever leave, Tamkench? Oh, that is put that tongue away, bro. That is too. There's a
Ne mogu braća fanboyu Tamkencha, ja ne mogu. Nešto se događa ovdje.
Okay. Well. Mislim,
moj put je G2 uzeo, da kažeš, normalan komp. Tako da to je bar nešto.
The good news. Gold lead from here on the top side, was able to get boots early, which does make the matchup.
I mean, in this matchup, it's all about landing those harpoons for Rumble, because the moment you land the harpoon, you slow him down, shred his MR, and that's when you really go for the Flame Spitter. Without the harpoons landing, the Flame Spitter doesn't do that much damage, and Gnar can kind of face tank it. Gnar has opted into the Lethal Tempo. Historically, not a big rune on Gnar, but has really grown in the global metascape here, just because it makes his laning phase a little bit stronger in the all-in. When you're stacking a big wave...
Oh no!
Thomas
got no flash this time around. Run, Thomas!
He's level 1 still. He's 330 in game, and Thomas is level 1.
Well, this bot lane 2v2 is going a lot worse. And I will say, as we got distracted.
Yes.
Is the problem, Finn. We got distracted. What were we saying? We were saying, wow, MKOI are at their best when Alvaro has these engaged champions and agency. As sick as that level 1 was, Tamkench is not that champion.
No. He's always been kind of a peeler. He's been the peeling melee support together with Braum, kind of like a warden champion, but now Supa getting dashed on.
Speaking of peeling.
Dobro, Supa je pamet, mislim, igra na reflekse. Probao je da side-stepuje, video da nije side-stepovao Leona i onda je sam odlučio da ga flasha. I flashove na vreme da je flashao pola sekundi prekasno, le bi se zakačilo za njega.
They are bullying this catfish.
No, Thomas.
Oh, Thomas. Supa locked up, he's gonna be dead. Oh, he's getting bullied.
He's level 1.
He's just a catfish, G2.
He's just getting bullied for it.
Okay, so Hans
Hansama fed, we found our win condition. We said a lot of stuff in picks and bans. Top side, important, all that stuff. Top side is important. Skewmon, getting involved in a lot of these kills. More important...
Je pametno u stvari da se rotiraju nazad pa da probaju da gankuju Syndru, jer Lucian Syndra matchup mnogo zavisi od Lucianijeva sa Syndra Scattered Vika.
It's not going to stop them from continuing to send Alvaro fearlessly into the face of death.
Yeah, I mean right now Hansama is so strong, he can take any fight he wants to. His damage is just way too much. Because the thing with the mages into the AD carries is that they usually push in the waves and make it that they need even more time to scale up before they can really hit those items and then do the damage. But when you don't win lane with a mage and you're getting pushed in like this and just dying on repeat.
Alvaro finally hit level 2. It's a big moment. He will die again. That is the price for his hubris. Also,
I sad tam Kenčana dana, pa dobro.
But I know that we're locked in with the French casters because I can hear them cheering for the TK level 2.
Yeah.
There's some things transcend language, and the goofy Tom Kench pajama skin transcends language.
As it should, as it should. Scatter the weak goes wild. Wide, that's the word. As Hansama returns the bot. Now, Caps is kind of out the tough part of the lane. It is usually those first 6 levels for Yone that you're just getting pushed in. You're sitting there with your Doran's shield regeneration, just sustaining through the poke. But now when he's gonna get the Berserker Greaves, he finally will be able to take some aggressive fights onto this Orianna. But
Super, dobar scatter, jako dobar scatter u stvari.
Hansama 4-0 now is only getting scarier. Not going to be the boots too interesting from Caps, going for the components for Blade of the Rune King. One of the things with the mid lane quest is the upgraded Merc Treads are so strong. Sometimes we do see Yones, and then in this case against double AP, so it makes even more sense.
Yeah, I mean,
opt for that instead. Knockback there, but it does cost him, because normally that boot spike, as strong as Alvaro, is getting cold.
And look at Skewmon is already here for the dive. You see G2 taking an aggressive trade with the wave stacking into MKOI. And Super tries to clear it, gets level 6.
G2.
I don't think they can dive this. I think they are fine for now.
Just remember that pre-rework Tom Kench could have just devoured Super anytime anything was about to happen. That was just a thing that we allowed for many years.
It was a little bit problematic, but it's also quite fun.
It was fun.
I like his old ult, where you could just take a guy on a journey.
Yeah, I like that too. Now G2 starting up the Drake. We've role reversed after game 1, as G2 are now the ones in really dominant control here. Mirwan's still doing fine on the top side 1v1, but a lot of that early gold advantage from the kill has disappeared.
Yep.
The Brav moving in mid lane as well. And again, as Caps gets closer to the way to the Rune King and more attack speed, I think it's just going to get harder and harder for Jojo to sit comfortably in that lane.
Mislim da ne vraćaju Twisted Tree Line, mislim da ne vraćaju za sad. Ja bih volio da vrate bar Dominion, ako ništa. Dominion je isto bio turbo fun mod.
And he is pushing in caps all the time. And you need to include Jojo in the plays. Whether that is Jojo just holding the wave like this, setting up for a potential gank, or just pushing with him mid and then just trying to defend bot lane. Because right now bot lane is just bleeding gold every single minute.
Yep, they are.
And you need to help Jojo help you. So you see Alvaro already running mid here. Tries to kind of shift the focus for MKOI, because if Jojo doesn't really get anything done before Caps gets played, it's going to be a very hard game for the side of MKOI.
Jeste, bilo je dosta jako dobrih stvari, ali šta da radiš? A, mislim, vraćaju malo po malo, tako da...
And also has transitioned into a bit of an XP lead, so we're going to hold that thought. Skewmon moving in. 3 stacks there. Alvaro, nice lockup from the Zenith Blade. Q-Flash coming in. In the meantime, lockup on the Abyssal Journey does interrupt the play a bit as JoJoP managed to live for far too long. But finally, Broken Blade is here. Caps committing to finish the kill. MKOI now backing away. Quick kill picked up there for G2, taking JoJo out. A scrappy fight, but MKOI only losing 1. Now thinking that they have to commit for a bit more as Super doesn't quite connect the damage the way he was looking to, and Hansama not afraid to just keep pressing forward.
And I think MKOI really wanted to fight that more, but you saw Rumble hovering down with the equalizer in case that fight would break out into a super skirmish. So MKOI kind of had to fall back a little bit and just leave him to die. Now we'll pick up 1 grub. Maybe they will hover behind here. You see Broken Blade walking up. It's quite far. Dodges the harpoon. And I think Mega Timer is really the important one in this matchup. That's really where you can look to fight this Rumble.
definitely an angle. You see Alvaro hovering in the blue buff just to give information to EULCS, anticipating an invade on the top side from Skewmon. Skewmon resets and buys the Sundered Sky. So look, he is just so much stronger than EULCS at this point in the game, and G2 incredibly favored in these skirmishes. It is the Berserker Greaves in the end for Caps. So he's now sitting pretty comfortably in the lane, has hit that critical threshold of enough attack speed to really spam out the Q and dance around some of the poke that can come out from an Orianna or a Syndra.
Yeah, we'll see if he goes for the Witsend maybe later. Has similar tendencies of the Mercury Threads with the Tenacity and the MR, so it does really help. But you don't really buy Critten, so really the laser spike might be an angle. But also with how ahead G2 is, you don't really need to itemize into defensive, because you can just take every single fight you want.
Yeah.
Problem for MCOY right now is they really need to slow down the game. This game, it's just too many fights for them, and they don't really have the stats yet to contest. You see only lost chapter on the Orianna and Syndra. You don't even have the levels. The reason why mages went mid in the first place is because they scale with levels.
Što Donače Supić će dalje biti jako teško da igra. Možda ćete ovaj game vidjeti zašto se ne pika AD carry toliko često. Jer u mid gameu neće moći da priđe. Čim priđe samo će dobiti batine.
Yeah, and Hansama now finishing the Essence Reaver as well, so 2 first completed item spikes for the side of G2 for 0 on the side of MCOY. Supa sticking around. Now he does have 40 splinters of Wrath, so he has the extra charge on the Dark Sphere. That will help a lot, but again, until you complete that first item, you just don't really have much kill pressure on Hans unless he, you know, sticks around and lane at 50% HP for some reason. Alvaro, at the very least, is getting some catch-up XP and has actually pulled slightly ahead of Lebrov. So despite being mercilessly slaughtered on repeat in the early game, has managed to come back at least a little bit. Wants to get to that level 6, though. The fact that Skewmon is so fed and your Tahm Kench is so far behind in XP really mitigates the power of this as a, you know, a theoretical counter pick.
Yeah. And we saw even back in the days when Lucian was really common mid, the main answer into the Lucian blind pick was the Syndra. Just because Lucian needs to dash into the damage, you can easily stun him and then combo and just walk away. So even more kudos to Hansama for making this champion work. You can see
Hansama igra dobro sad, ali kažem još malo vremena i samo će biti jako teško da uradi bilo šta.
Gets lane leads and snowballs incredibly fast as Thomas jumped in here.
Is here as well. Looking to find the lockdown. He has completed that first item spike, and now it's going to be Lebrov in trouble. Locked up. Tongue Lash connects on the stun. Enough stacks of acquired taste to finish it. Flash in from Mirwin. Lock up on the support there. Good pick from the side of MCOY. G2, a bit overconfident in the bot side jungle.
I mean, really important for MCOY to get that kill, especially Mirwin TPing down and getting that kill. And Broken then matching the TP, so he can't even get a cross map in the top lane. Just makes this net win for MCOY all in all. So very nice find there, and a little bit greedy as Drake is slapping his belly right next to me.
The Tahm Kench recall animation. Thank you. It's an important part of casting. You got to do it too every time. It's
method casting.
Yeah, it's method casting.
Yeah.
It's the Daniel Day-Lewis strategy. You got to be the Tahm Kench if you want to see the Tahm Kench perform. As now, at the very least, it feels like MCOY got a little something back. Unfortunately, EULCS, again, the only member of their team with that first completed item, there's not really a lot for them to play through. G2 at 2 Drakes already. It's going to be Mountain Soul, which is going to make Syndra's life miserable in terms of trying to burst out these key targets.
We are slowly approaching the point where Gnar just starts winning side lane against Rumble straight up. It's usually that Mercs and Phage or Mercs and Trinity for Spike where that really makes a very strong flip. So now I think Mirwin is really just trying to get that base up. Doesn't have TP to come back, but obviously when Mirwin has that side lane push into the Rumble, then MCOY has somewhere they can go. They have one lane at least that they can rely on to get push, get vision, and then maybe stabilize the map, because right now it's been just so volatile for them.
Yeah, it certainly has. And G2 doing a good job moving Hansama into the mid lane, trying to start knocking down these towers, make it that much harder for MCOY to sit and farm safely. Only 13 minutes in, 2.5k lead means G2 very comfortable running the map. The kind of...
EULCS sitting behind bot here though. Look, might be a scrap happening. Keep your eyes on EULCS. He is on a board.
Here. This is not going to work out the way they want it to. The point and click combo is pretty damn good. The shockwave by Jojo Pune an extra second, but the
Jojo mrtav lepo od Labrova, možda Tahm Kench može da ga spasi. No da je level 5.
Getting burned down. The ult is going to keep him standing. Crescent Guard doing a lot of work, but it's still G2 who find that pick.
Yeah, I mean, you see, MCOY maybe should not try to play around their weak laners this much, because he's sitting behind Jojo thinking a play is going to happen. But in the end, G2 was just there. They could have easily had a ward in that brush, and they did. Instead of playing around the Nard, they're trying to just secure Jojo, but G2 is just, they have more members. Unless the fight happens super snappy, they will be there with more people, and they will just win that fight.
Yeah, they will. The deficit, the gap only continues to grow. I mean, 2,000 for Skuma on top of the head, and Caps is about to hit that Blade of the Rune King power spike. So we finally got a couple Blackfire torches, but it's all just a little bit late to the party. Good news is Alvaro level 6 with a Locket shield, so we'll stop some of that big AoE combo. But again, Yone is like annoying pre-Blade of the Rune King. Post-Blade of the Rune King, this guy is a demon.
I mean, Cap is a very comfortable game out of him. He just has to push inside then, and when a fight breaks out, he presses E, he presses R on whoever CC that just goes in. So he's having a...
Ne znam, jedno što mi pada na pameti kako možda izgubi G2 je zašto Hansam igra AD Carry-a i AD Carry neće moći tako da radi kasnije u partiji. Pogotovo ne low range AD Carry kao Lucian.
Of G2, just think about a vault, what is it called? Vault breaking forward with that ult. Her range of engage is just so long with the equalizer. You're almost never safe unless you're behind your tower.
And again, that's what the Tahm Kench is hopefully trying to mitigate here, is some of that long range engage, start to protect you from some of that burst damage. And Alvaro is level 6 now, so we'll see if it works because it's a 4K advantage for G2, but they're late on the setup. 50-50 on the steal. Looking for a little bit more. Mirwin off the side trying to lock up Skimon. Already that we see Suba incredibly low. Equalizer across the top. Eyes on Mirwin and the Mega Gnar. So far only able to find one target. Immediate lockup and Hansama trying to finish the kill. All 5 members of MKOI still standing. The retreat coming out, it's only Lebrov who went down.
And they got the Herald as well.
Ranked to Aram. Pa ne znam, mislim bilo bi interesantno, samo bi bilo malo, a mislim što kaže ime, bilo bi random, zar ne?
There, but they were late to the play and weren't able to win the 50-50. MKOI definitely took a gamble to even try to force it, but the fact that they get the kill on Lebrov.
Bilo bi fun, to je sigurno, sigurno bi bilo fun.
They were just here way before. You see, there's a double TP on that ward, but for this moment, MKOI is in a 5v3. It took so long time for Caps and Broken Blade to arrive that MKOI's positional advantage was already so grand that they were able to take the objective and then walk out. And it's when G2 tries to chase them where they end up falling.
And it is. Now we're back to live. Still 3.5k gold lead, right? But yeah, still a more comfortable scenario where we did not get to see the full kind of wombo combo we expect from G2.
Well, that's the thing, right? You want your rumble and you want to be there when you engage. If they are not there by the time you want to engage, they will be too late on the follow-up. MKOI can turn, and that's exactly what happened there. And it really highlights how fake a teleport can be sometimes, because people are like, we can contest this objective because we have TP. But your TP takes 4 seconds, and those 4 seconds can be so crucial in deciding the outcome of the fight. That sometimes it's better off to just be there with your team and then TP to your side instead.
The false sense of security really catching them off guard, punishing them. Objectively, on paper, you have that advantage, but if you don't utilize it in the right way, or if the enemy team can capitalize on that tiny window...
Mislim, polako li sigurno koji ga grinda nazad u ovaj game, nije ovo loše za njih.
Right over the Scuttle Crab.
All eyes on Hansama this fight. He is the carry.
Caps off to the side. Q3 knockup is there. Hansama finally arriving to the fight, off on a different side. MKOI taking a lot of space here. Solar Flare traded for the Devour and the Crescent Guard. So G2 favored in terms of ultimate cooldowns overall. And MKOI, it looks like they're just going to give. Instead, going to set their sights on mid lane, recognizing they really do not want to fight G2 without that Devour, especially when there is still the cease and desist available for Skewmon.
G2 can look for something. They still have Equalizer. Caps.
Abyssal Voyage in from Alvaro, doesn't find the knockup. G2 content with the snapback and moving on to Soul Point. MKOI, nice look into the mid lane. Looks like they might have gotten a bit of plate gold, but not able to get anything else. And this time around, G2 much more diligent in their setup and contestion of that objective.
Yeah, you see they're all there, ready to contest. They were a little bit later than MKOI, but they didn't try to walk in before all 5 players were there. We said it before, every play needs to be a 5-man play. And the fact that G2 is now kind of taking those steps is a good sign for them in this game, because they can't disrespect MKOI and walk in a little bit split. Your Rumble needs to be there, ready to lay down the equalizer should a fight break out.
And he does. Mirwin, the one member of this MKOI lineup with an individual gold lead. And now it's once again going to be Jojo Pune in trouble on this side lane. Broken Blade laying down the equalizer, not offering a way out. As Jojo Pune out of mana and running out of time here. Labrov moves in, Zenith Blade connects, and down goes Jojo Pune. Another side lane death, a little bit devastating. There's no big objective on the map, but maybe Supa can turn it in mid. That's double Dark Sphere, that's every single ability connecting thus far, but it's just going to be traded for the calling out of Hansama. The red buff also going to heal him back up pretty quickly.
I like the Protoblood Dilution. The kind of Protoblood out of the calling there, denying him that big chunk that he usually gets on the mid wave. So Supa has been scaling quietly. He has 2 items right now. Hansama is also at 2. But approaching his third quite rapidly as now Supa.
Nowhere for him to go. Perfect layering of the ultimate's knockback, but it just doesn't even matter. Already he's down. Skewmon about to give his life, but he's still living for an extra second. Flash in from Elioya, now committing on to Hansama. Turn back onto Labrov as Mirwan starts to chase out Hans in the meantime. Not quite able to get the hyper proc. All of G2 pulling back, pushing Mkoy away. Hansama and Labrov living, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Skewmon for Supa.
I mean, it's all about the summoners, Dracos. Hansama used Flash. Soul Point is going to be in 3 minutes, and Hansama is not going to have Flash for that fight. This might be the small inch that Mkoy needed.
Could make the difference. Supa also loses Flash, but not as important. He is not the turbo-fed member of the team. It's the 0-2-3 Syndra. If he gets one combo, pushes all of his buttons, gets a decent stun, feels like the team can maybe carry
4-0 Ade Carry, on je pričao o tome kako je Syndra. Kako je Syndra ta.
You see Mkoy, they are behind, but they are still aggressive. They're still trying to make plays happen into this G2. And G2 hasn't been very diligent with their lead. They're making mistakes in the setup. Their teamfight execution is not always there, but now they're going on Mirwan.
Not being diligent. Mirwan taking some risks here, but the tower ticking down. Oof, 1 grub, not quite enough for that dot to finish it. Mirwan hovering, lurking around, but I mean, credit to Labrov and Skewmon. They have just been constantly supporting these side laners. Not always together at the same time, but sometimes it's Labrov wandering, and sometimes it's Skewmon, and it has really led to a decent number of kills on both Supa and Jojo Pune. But for Mirwan, still has not fallen yet, although...
Look at Caps is opening behind there. Look at Leona and Vi. Everyone is coming for this play right now.
Mirwan, good awareness. Don't know if he knew that there was Rumble in the brush, but is able to survive thus far. Needs to be careful not to step too far forward with the wall. Oh, the burn just barely takes him out. The backstep good to get away from Labrov, but he'll still lose his life in the 1v1 to Broken.
Mislim, ako koji legitimno dobio ovu partiju, ja mislim da niko nikada ne bi trebao da pika Ade Carry-a ikada.
It's in 120 and Mirwan will not have his teep before it. Now why will this matter? He will not be there to set up the objective, but I'm holding that thought. Baron is being started by G2.
We're going to talk about single dingle later, but for now we'll focus on the Baron. 11k getting lower. Labrov waiting over the wall. Hex flash in. G2 ready to turn back. Flash away from Alvaro. 4.5k getting lower. Scatter across the team. 2.6 looks like they're just going to turn away, except that the Baron is going to fall. Mkoy just retreating.
I think they're fine with it. They really need to secure position for this dragon fight, because now G2 has to make a choice. Are we giving this dragon, and will we just push out all the waves, or do we really want this soul point right now? I think the correct play is to give Mkoy 1 dragon and just push all those waves, because if G2 over-index into this soul point, they might just walk into the trap of Mkoy.
Thought they might. Mkoy with the setup, Caps still pressuring on the side lane. Does not opt to recall, still has access to the TP if he needs it. Trying to make sure that G2 come out on top in this trade as Labrov waiting until he sees some of those waves move up to drop down that vision.
Skewmon is not here with you right now, Labrov. You need to be very cautious with this banana bush.
G2 6,000 gold up, but it doesn't matter if they don't have their 5th man. Caps poised to knock down that tier 2 tower. Pressure mounting as G2 are in a good position to at least contest or try to go for 50. Skewmon wrapping around in the meantime, but it looks like G2 are following your play, Finn. Just willing to concede this Drake to keep that pressure up right now in top lane as Caps threatening to break open the inhibitor line.
The impressive part is not that they chose that play.
Dobro, uzeli su Drakea, dropovali su Barona, mislim da je to čak i fine.
So the moment they took that Baron, Caps made the call to just go out and just push top. It was very clear at all points that G2 was not contesting that dragon. You see Labrov, he was looking around, almost baiting Mkoy to thinking, oh, they might come here, they might contest here, making sure they commit all 5 members to really get that dragon, while Caps just having the time of his life, blasting payphone on the side lane and just pushing down those towers.
Really good look from G2, calling their shot, committing to their play. Zemkoi delaying the end of the game, but still going to be in trouble here as the pressure is now going in. Ulti, the crossing guard from Elioya buying a bit more space.
Joj, fajn s ultom, samo Ignar tepe možda lit. I nije, samo Mirvi nema... Da, Mirvi nema... Ne. I opet kažem, evo vidite, mid game, da kažemo mid game 20 neki minut, Hansama ne može da igra. To legit ne može da igra.
And a little bit too risky from G2 maybe with this Baron push. Sure, they got the tower, but going for this play, after you got the Crescent Guard, I think they could have waved it just a little bit.
Zenith Blade might have committed him into it though, as Superbob stepping very far forward. Shockwave catching out Hansama is what finishes it. Supa a little bit excessive with the ulti, but you really just have to be certain you are going to finish that kill.
And I think it's also super cool by Elioya. While he's being went on, he's so aware of what's happening. When Jojo connects the shockwave onto Hansama, he's stacking up his Q on the people that are pursuing him. Insta flashes, audacious charge, gets the knock up onto Hansama to lock him down. I think that's just a good display of fantastic team fighting.
Yeah, another situation where Hansama is flashless, and this time around Supa does have access to his 3 items now for that opposing Syndra. Of course, 3 items that Lucian has are a lot scarier, I would say, than the 3 items that Syndra has, but connect that burst damage.
Nebitno, Lucian je previše close range, to je fora.
To get the job done. No real defensive items for Hansama.
Kao samo je previše close range i to je to.
It's just the vamp on those boots. Try to turn it as Caps really fearless in that side lane. Also now 100% crit chance for the Yone. Mkoi on the ropes. It's not quite as dominant as game 1, but it's pretty damn close from G2. Really flipping it around in this game too. Not with crazy creative cooking, but with some old fallbacks, some old standards here. Lucian, Leona on the bottom side alongside this incredibly powerful rumble by Yone top side.
The old Faithful works, good ult by Broken Blade, gets the flash from Supa now, super vulnerable in the upcoming fight. Most likely he's going to do 1 combo and ult before he dies. So, good trade there by Broken
Ne po ništa, samo se meta dovoljno promenila, bukvalno. Ništa se nije specifično dogodilo, koliko samo zbog količine golda koje se dobija na botu, odgovara ti da ti je carry taj koji ima brda resursa, a s druge strane, pošto se igraju roam supportovi, ako će neko sam biti na botu, mnogo je bolje da je taj neko sam mage nego da je AD carry. Daću ti čist primjer, malo ću, mislim, neću čak ni karikirati, možda i hoću, pošto Jinx ne igrali. Zamisli Jinx samu na botu. Šta Jinx radi? Kako Jinx igra igricu? Ne igra. Oni će dajvati 70 puta. E sad, zamisli Zigza samog na botu. Kako će oni dajvovati Zigza? Jer Zig će samo da šota svaki wave. E to je fora. To ti je u suštini fora.
Really contest waves right now without better information, so staying grouped, respecting the potential that G2 could be waiting in the darkness and hoping that a man advantage allows him.
Jednostavno midživi na botu samo smisleniji trenutno. Nažalost.
Caps is using his E as a human ward. He knows that they can't go on him, so he walks up into enemy jungle, and now they know that they're going 5 through bot side, or 4, because Oriana's not there.
Full commit on the Caps, though. He's been locked up, a lot of damage now coming in. Supa unleashing the power one more time as Alvaro bringing out the tongue, putting Skeum on his mouth, but I think he might have wanted to save the defensive cooldown to protect his team. Skeumon healing up a ton. Supa, though, the damage off to the side. GA proc. Here comes Hansama. Colin coming out, the Zenith Blade to follow. Knockup not going to connect from Alvaro as he tries desperately to hold on. Mirwin ready to go mega, but it has to connect if he wants this to work. Mirwin flash in, the knockback there from Supa, the combo is there! Mkoi turning the fight! 2 members left to the 3 on the side of G2. If they can take down Supa, G2 can take the fight. G2 sticking around, wall up, connecting, scatter, connecting. The Dark Sphere's coming in, LeBron living for far too long, the Protoplasm harness, keeping him alive. Skeumon there to finish the job, an ace for G2.
It's a fantastic team team fight in favor of G2. It looked so dire. Your main mid laner, Caps, just dies before the fight even breaks out. And Hansama was not even there. He was running through the river to get to this fight. But you see just how much or how further ahead G2 is against MCOY, because even with a start like this, Caps goes down, doesn't really get anything before he falls. He only gets the Syndra ult. But now it's all turning. You see Hansama running through the river. BB here buying space with the equalizer. And for one moment, it looks like MCOY is gonna win this fight. It looks really good there, but the moment Hansama shows up, it is all she wrote.
So true. Final moments, Hansama, nice backstep, good awareness.
And look at this. Here you think that the Gnar ult actually saves Hansama, or the Syndra saves Hansama because she dashes. At the same time, Muren ults him and then Supa scatters him out, but he ends up going down. Still could be really dangerous here, but here we see the ultimate of the fight. I thought G2 should just go the Dragon here. Just make sure you get that soul before you contest them, but I mean in the end they are G2, they will take the fight and they are just stronger.
And I think that those final moments really come down to the smallest margins, the tightest calculations. It is the difference of the protoplasm harness that ultimately keeps Labrov alive. And now that they've seen that, all those cooldowns come out from Syndra, it's over and done. There's no way for them to come back.
Malo razdužene partije, duže nego što sam očekivao, moram da priznam, ali svakako
And the death cap on the way. Jojupun also with a death cap on the way. No defensive items here.
Ako ništa, draftovi su turbofan. To je baš clean, iskreno. To je baš clean.
MCOY is just lacking engage. Like, who's really engaging for MCOY right now? Is it a Syndra stun? Is it a Shimshao jumping in? Is it a Gnar on a flank? It's quite hard for them to actually start a fight, even if they wanted to. Obviously here you just want to stall, you just want to make sure you can hold the base, but I think that's gonna be the problem all game for MCOY is now Caps.
Alvaro on the way in, has the Devour if he needs it. Caps not gonna connect though. Sidestep the good there. Jojupun still standing. Colin connecting on the tanky targets. They're not too concerned. Labrov finds the lockup. Jojupun is still alive, however, and that's a kill onto Labrov. G2 a bit over-eager. Miss-execute in that fight. They do get the flash out of Jojupun at the very least.
You see G2, you see the jitters. It's quite difficult for G2 to end this game cleanly. They've had the upper hand all game long, but they keep making these plays. They keep going a little bit too deep there. You see Caps, the moment he misses the fate sealed, Labrov just goes in anyway, and it's not the best look right now, but you really need to get some confidence because this series might go long. And you need to make sure you cleanly end this game so you can then move on into the next game.
Yeah, we've essentially had two pretty one-sided stomps. I think the difference between Game 1 and Game 2, however, is that MCOY's composition allows them a lot more room to come back into the game if you make those slip-ups, and G2 have been making those slip-ups. This does not feel like a game with a 10k gold lead. No. You tell me 5, you tell me 4, Baron Soul, I believe you. But it's 10,000 gold advantage, and still MCOY are often trading only slightly down in these fights, and now Jojo's finished a death cap.
I mean, it's partly because it's hard to siege against the double mage comp. They have a lot of wave clear. It's really hard to find them overextended on the side lane because they're just catching waves. But it's also just due to mis-executions by G2.
Samo Lucian treba preživjeti, mislim, zato je otišao na Moa malo, proba se utenka da proba da ostane u životu, ali dalje mora se pazi. Sreće njegova, pa Syndra baš nema itemizaciju da ga šota kroz shield.
As you highlighted, a control mage, but also just has access to the force of will to just pick up those minions, drag them out. Mirwin, though, going to go in the rage, debuff cooldown. He's a little sleepy guy, can't get angry again for another 15 seconds. His lockup is there onto El Yo-Yo, but good patience not to immediately use the Crescent Guard this time around. Solar Flare connects, fall up on the Jojo is there. Devour from Alvaro there as well, but it means it can't protect Supa. Jojupun in the back line has to make all the difference. It's 2 members down in the blink of an eye. G2's not messing around. Pick up quick 2 kills, and now they're poised to end the game. Flash in from LeBron. Once again, the lockup is there. Jojupun taking his sweet time. He does not have access to the
Nema. I on je mrtav i Jojo je šotova, nema. I ovo je onaj G2 koji smo očekivali u suštini od početka današnjeg dana. Dobro, prva serija ovog leca 1-1. Izgleda koji mora opet malo da ga skuva sa draftom.
Super dominant from minute 1 till the end of the game, and this is why G2 in the end is still G2.
That they are.
Pa ćemo u suštini vidjeti da li ekipa koja opet možda ga skuva ili će G2 samo da stompa svako 15 minuta pauza. Rećemo da će biti 13 minuta pauza. Imam nešto da pojedem na brzaka i tu sam za game broj 3.
On est prêt? On est là? Ouais, nickel. Hansama and G2 coming back here in the second game of the series, and I want to ask him, as an AD carry, how painful it is having to play against this type of champions. T'as déjà vu ça un petit peu pendant le MSI, on sait que c'était pas forcément dingue pour certains ADC, mais c'est pas seulement les match bots en fait. C'est n'importe quel champion que tu peux jouer mid lane, à quel point c'est pénible pour toi de faire face à ce genre de champion.
Ouais, vraiment des strats à faire autour de ça, c'est la nouvelle méta, c'est AP carry bot, comme ça. Des fois il y a des Lucian, Ezreal, des fois, mais pas tout le temps quoi.
On aime bien, on n'aime pas? Sois honnête.
Bah, j'aime bien. Non, j'aime bien, c'est fun d'apprendre de nouvelles choses.
On verra si t'en sors pour la prochaine fois. Je vais te laisser rejoindre ton équipe. Talking about AP, mages, bot lane and the meta, there's a lot of things to improvise and a lot of things to learn from him. I asked him if he likes it. He says yes, but we are yet to see an AP carry for Hansama here. Kamel, je te rends la parole, and Desk, back to you guys.
Well, he likes it. He takes it as a learning opportunity, spoken like a true pro player. It does give us the perfect layup to talk about the bot lane a little bit more, which is what we wanted to do. Perks, he's back on the good list.
Yeah, hire him again.
We like him again.
Rehire him, bring him back in. All it took was Alvaro being level 1 until minute 5 for Perks to get back in our good graces. It was a bit of a struggle for Alvaro, but Hansama really utilized the fact that there wasn't a support on the other side to get massively ahead in the early game.
And it was so random because usually in these sorts of games when the supports are just roaming so damn much, it's not really the ADCs who are the main benefactors. I would have thought that Skewmont or Caps would have had bigger impact, but the fact that he was playing this high agency ADC, he gets to benefit to a great amount from this solo XP, from this gold. He has great all-in opportunities all the time. So I feel like he found a very good answer into this mate shenanigans that is happening in the bot lane.
I mean, especially into something like Syndra, where the scat of the week is really what separates you from an AD carry in terms of being able to develop space for you when an AD tries to jump on you. Lucian's really good at navigating around these line skill shots, right? So Hansama can just hold on to his Relentless Pursuit for a long time. As soon as he sees the scat of the week used on a wave, dash forward, culling, and what can the Syndra do? At that point, Hans got so massively ahead in the early game that there really wasn't an easy way for MKOI to come back, even though we saw some close fights in mid-game.
Yes, and he did get very far ahead and he played it out to perfection, but talk to me about what happened to Alvaro. What happened?
Well, he got very far behind. So because it's a trade-off. When someone gets ahead, he gets so far behind. And it just started with the level 1, which was very bizarre because I expected that MKOI would be the main benefactors of this level 1 because MKOI did a 2-for-1 trade, and even though Labrov dies and then he ends up going bot lane faster, Alvaro has an easy pathing to just walk through mid lane, but at some point, now after this recall, he decides to just walk the greedy way in the river, and this will lead up to the infamous, well, it was very obvious to everyone that Alvaro was level 2 at 5 minutes, which is completely ridiculous. What happens there in this support meta when they roam? He missed 2 waves and a half of XP, and Labrov gets to catch it back, and now he tries multiple times to sacrifice his own tempo to gain benefit for Supa. And even now, Skewmon is level 4. The time cage is level 1. He's just a little snack. And after this, it's just nigh impossible to come back in the game. Gets level 2, still gets one shot.
Yeah, the problem is he doesn't have Thick Skin, his E. He doesn't have the Abyssal Dive when he's level 1 as well. He took Tongue Lash level 1 for the slow, which makes a lot of sense. But it really feels that like MKOI just got catfished by this pick, right? Like, you're stuck at level 1, the wave's pushing out from you, you're trying to step forward into a Leona who has great point and click CC and has the Zenith Blades close the gap. If that's a different support, like a Thresh or something, you have a little bit more agency as the Tahm Kench, because you can just walk away a little bit easier, but because it's a Leona who so quickly closes the gap, and a Lucian who's passive, the Light Slinger, benefits off the fact you're CC'd, it becomes really difficult to survive as the Tahm Kench.
And that's just the volatility of this support meta, because I don't really feel like he made a lot of mistakes.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Like, let's not hold, like, as a support, when you kill the enemy support level 1, you cannot walk down through river.
But that's the main...
He's a catfish.
Exactly, he catfished everyone. But that's the main mistake that he did. They just set the whole chain of ends that happened afterwards. Sure, maybe there was one time when he already sacrificed his tempo to stop that base and he dies. It was his first death. But even if he doesn't do that, the fact that he loses 3 waves of XP just like that, he will be completely useless for the whole game.
Yeah, so it's draft diff anyways, what you're saying, or not?
No, it's a reaction to level 1 diff.
Yeah.
Because I think drafts are relatively equal between the two teams. I like having 2 mages for wave clear and such. Having an AD carry obviously gives you the ability to get through targets a lot stronger. Whereas when we saw those mid-game fights, it was actually still very even though G2 had a large lead. Like, MKOI had enough they could do and enough burst potential that they didn't have to worry too much in terms of individual drafting inaccuracies, prowess, I guess, right? So I don't think it was a draft diff. I think it was a gameplay diff, and I think Alvaro really scuppered the early game for his team by walking down through river instead of either resetting and going straight to bot or taking a longer route round through his jungle. And part of the reason we see that is because as a support, you're not really punished for being out of your lane early doors, right? You lose 25% golden XP up to level 3 if you last hit a minion outside of bot lane. If you hit an enemy champion, you get the full gold and the full gold from it. So it doesn't really matter that much, which is why we're seeing so much roaming. But here, it really costs you when your enemy AD carry gets so far ahead.
That's also the dangerous part of the support game nowadays, where before it really felt like you just look on the map and see what lane is on fire, and more often than not it was the ADC because you had the squishy champion that could just be getting dove. But now with the mages, especially on the side of Syndra, because he had Syndra on his team, Syndra was just pressing Q on the wave. It was just like one-shotting wave. Every time there's a slow push, he gets to one-shot the wave in one spell rotation. It feels like you have a lot more freedom than you do, and that's the dangers of having way too many options on when it comes to playing the game, because beforehand it was just streamlined. Oh, I had this cycle of vision that I could put, I had this cycle I need to catch my wave. But now when there's just nothing to do and you have absolute freedom, that's the freedom nibbing him.
I actually think it's why G2 did a really good job of punishing Alvaro in this game, because if Alvaro is level 2, he can basically go wherever he wants. He can gank top, he can gank mid, he can look for those abyssal dives into the fight. Whereas because he is stuck level 1, a Tahm Kench walking at you, trying to lick you is not too scary, okay? Maybe it's some people's night terrors, but in terms of on a Summoner's Rift, it's not too worrying.
It's true. So we've got another game, which is good. We're upping the anticipation for when KC does take to the Rift later versus Vitality. A couple of thoughts about Game 3. We've seen 2 very different looks. I would say we saw stomp for stomp, honestly, from either side.
It was pretty one-sided, either way. I think we're going to see skirmish heavy again. It seems like both teams are very heavily bought into that. In terms of supports, there's still a few roamers around that you could go for. You can even look for things like Rakan that Alvaro loves to bring out. So I don't think we have to be tied to full bot lane support meta.
I wonder what we're going to see. Maybe something crazy again from Supa in the bot lane. Subscribe. We'll see indeed. But we're going to kick it over to a break before we get to the last game of this series.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Superlight on-stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
sorry guys, I got melted. Just mega drafted my first day on the job, you know. Just mega drafted. I did say I was gonna blame it on cups, but I will not.
I mean, she's gonna flash on the tower, but maybe you kill her. I think you can. They are ulting, guys.
I'm coming, but I'm far.
She's dead. Nice, it's not to be. Okay, not to be.
No, yeah.
I mean, there's big Guardian.
Oh, one out. I can ulti still.
Nice. Good job, guys. Nice game, guys. Let's win this.
We heard from Perks, Diffie in the draft department.
Coach Gap.
Coach Gap, game 1. Game 2, mayhaps we'll hear, you know, a perchance from the game 3 comms when we get those, if game 2 was also draft gap. It definitely felt a little bit unplayable. I liked the Tom Kench for his funny pajamas.
That's
for the actual value and the level 1, that was the peak. It was entirely downhill from there. So I don't think we'll see it again, and luckily Fearless ensures that. But proactive picks for Alvaro. I think we caster cursed him because what did we say? We said jungle, support. Both need to have these sick proactive picks. What did he play? Tom Kench. Is it proactive?
No. And I just want to say right now, Mage's bot lane has a 0% win rate.
That's right.
Kali,
That's right.
80
you
carry.
hear that? 80 carries, you giant crybabies. It's not that good, bro. Get good.
Yeah.
It's not that OP.
Skill is you.
Skill, yeah. Just be Hansama, bro. It's really hard, actually. It's
just lock illusion and get 15 kills.
Yeah.
What's so hard about it?
What the heck? Just do that.
Yoya's looking at his knuckles.
He has to contemplate the nails.
Yeah.
Perks very animated. The glasses left after game 1.
Glasses come out after game 1.
He had to give them. I heard he had to give them to Melzet after he got so thoroughly outdrafted in game 1.
Like a 2012 cool edit, you know, where the glasses fall down from the top of the screen onto his face. Melzet just got them from Perks. As we are now headed into draft for game 3, and if anything has showed anything, I don't know what to expect in this draft. I don't know if we're gonna see 2 AD carries, 2 mages, or who knows, 15 assassins in the bot lane. We do not know where they will be taking
15 assassins in the bot lane would be quite impressive.
It's gonna be a lot of shakos then. But yeah, right now it's another pop ban on blue side. It's the 3rd poppy ban of the day.
So yeah, another Nocturne ban. J4 we've also seen ban. Cassio now going to follow. As we get deeper in, they're just trying to take away some of the, I think, kind of safe blinds. Not that I would necessarily call Nocturne immediately a safe blind, but like Poppy disrupts so much. Cassio, we know, is still a pretty oppressive laner.
Yeah, a champion that I missed today is Anivia. It's something that I thought would be quite high prio, but maybe this is the game where she gets brought out because I think she just has so much control.
Yeah.
Already you see the Cassio being banned, which has been an answer into the Anivia. I don't think Cassio is very good fundamentally into Anivia, but does get that early game push and a strong laning phase into her. So has been one of the options that people like painted. Another Kai'Sa ban, super targeted, you know, he is just really good on Kai'Sa.
Really good on Kai'Sa, good big comfort pick, and again, engage is usually the story for MKOI. Maybe there's an additional layer of Kai'Sa is really good right now. I don't know, it's a lot of Kai'Sa bans, so I wonder if there's something more than just shut down Supa, but also going to see Anivia banned away. The bans at least look very similar to the previous patches. This is outside of the Kai'Sa. This is pretty par for the course. What will the spice be, though?
Shen is open. It has been a contested pick. I don't know if it's first pick worthy, but I think it's quite a strong pick. You see already Nocturne being taken out, one of the champions that kind of countered the Shen ult, but could also go for the Ziggs.
Another mage, maybe matched by a mage. We get a mage v mage bot lane. Maybe no one plays 80 carries anymore.
Oh, is that a pike? Is that gonna be a pike? Okay, I'm gonna hold the horse. The horse is being held.
They have a year left on the time.
Wow, they don't have that many years left now, Dracos. Okay, the years are
I evo nas nazad, i evo ga first pick Ziggs. Iznenađen je apsolutno niko, naravno. Ali ćemo vidjeti šta će se sve ovdje izdogađati.
Okay, I got mad at you for talking about Aurora. Now I'm mad at it.
Yeah, I'm a novice caster, okay?
I get excited, bro. I get excited.
I also get excited by the hovers, but maybe? No. Ziggs obviously being first pick by G2 has a lot of push. Didn't have the best win rate over at MSI internationally, but is quite a strong mage. We'll see where MKOI takes it, but already Nafiri, really fast-paced jungler, really good assassin at diving these squishy mages, paired up with the Ryze, who is really set up in from the draft phase. You see Anivia being banned, you see Cassio being banned, this Ryze was prepared.
Yeah. I think it's an excellent position to
Ryze, a mislim Oriana je uklonjena također, tako da nije loše.
that she's the most, oppressive duelist. She does do better with a few items under her belt, but she just gets in and gets out of your jungle for free constantly, right? It's just so hard to actually lock her down. Her ability to just quick hop over walls and to go untargetable. Wukong is the response, so we have a really nice AoE magic damage wombo combo, especially as we see the Annie locked in.
I like the Annie pick for caps. One of the few champions that can really lock down Ryze in the laning phase, has that good gank setup, and really incentivizes your support to roam mid, because Annie by herself just lacks a little bit of damage to burst someone down.
Annie, Wukong i opet po svemu što smo naučili u LoLu i što znamo, ovo ne bi trebao da bude dobar komp. Annie Zig zajedno, Wukong predugo scale-a, Annie traži mid-game fightove, ali opet će biti okej, da me ne shvatite pogrešno, radit će. I ko je uzeo Ezreala, tako da ako izgube, onda znaju da moraju da igre mage'eve na botu. To je jedina stvar koja ima smisla.
So I'm really thinking about what supports you really want to pick here, because you do want to go engage. You don't want to pick an enchanter in this bot lane. You could pick something like a Nico still. I think Nico still kind of fits into the mold of what you want to do with the drafts like this. But in general, the champion I have my eyes on is Alistar, because Lavrov is a fantastic Alistar, Alvaro is a fantastic Alistar, Pop is out, Nautilus is out, you are free to go, should you want to play that champion.
And having Alistar against so much immediate upfront CC, again, the Unbreakable Will, just one of the few supports that feels like it can maybe weather the storm of the combo that G2 have put together and still be impactful in a fight. Debates on what they want to go for here. Renegade being banned away. So despite our expectation that support would be the focus, there's a lot of top lane bans.
Yeah, I mean, Vayne obviously setting up for whatever blind pick you want to go. Vayne is a cringe champion, and I respect him taking it out. Sets up for the classic.
That's the objective truth. Vayne is cringe. That's not your opinion. That's just a fact.
Yeah, I mean, that is just an objective fact, if anything. I mean, Vayne is good into now Renekton, Xante. They're free classic blind picks of top lane, so it just sets up whatever you want to go. Renekton being banned out is the strongest lane. Obviously now it's already out from game 2, but you could go for a Cassandra blind pick, but if you don't want to go for the Cassandra blind pick, you have an open floor.
The Cho'Gath blind
That's not real.
Cho'Gath ne. U Yorika da, ovako random ne nikako, nema razloga.
I was like, do not cross this line. I was already on the other side of the line.
I mean, this should be a support pick. I think you could blind pick your top laner here if you want to. But most likely you will pick a supporter. No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay.
Karma Ezreal, šta god, iskreno.
Folks, that's not a name.
Could be a mispick. Maybe it's a reader. You never know.
It's not a mispick. It's Karma Ezreal. It's a classic.
A šta god, mislim Karma Ez je okej.
You might be asking yourself.
Ništa spektakularno, naporan botlane. Problem je što to obično koristiš da abuzaš AD carry-a, AD carry-a nema s druge strane. Što se tog dela tiče, ja sam baš ono šta god što se tiče drafta.
Elyoyo's playing a champion that doesn't do anything but invade early game. And Alvaro's playing a champion that does do stuff, but doesn't do anything flashy.
I mean, the good thing is that he will definitely secure.
Kako ćeš Zig za shutdownovati, ja pojma nemam.
Guaranteed early with the actual Karma. Shen, I assume will be support. We don't know yet. Together with the Sigs, can push, but not very fast early game. Early game with Karma with the Mantra Q is just so powerful. You will be able to push. You will be able to give Elyoyo that space should he want to invade. But here is an Ambessa blind pick. Mirwin, floor is yours. What do you play into this? He has played Vex into this to middling success.
This is going to be an interesting... There's so much front-loaded damage across these ultimates.
You do kind of want some kind of...
Wait. That's a Mordekaiser.
And it's Stalno do Brasil!
Morde!
Brazil, baby! Mordekaiser
pa dobro.
Got a 13, or his ult stat steal went from 10 to 13%.
Sure, which is a pretty significant uptick. Additionally, the Grasp of Death did also get buffed. So not the biggest buffs on the face of the planet. I think the ulti one is more significant. But Mordekaiser, our champion we haven't seen for a long time. And you could just ult that Wukong out of a fight. You could ult that Ambessa.
Nisam nešto huge fan, ali... Ali dobro, opet nešto novo, aj, faktično. Ne znam kako radi top s ovim, nemam ideje. Ali simpatično, iskreno simpatično skroz.
They don't have any CC, Finn. The comp MCOY have assembled
Death is the strongest CC, Drake.
I agree.
Let's be real,
The comp that they have assembled is so much harder to play. Easier to play because there's going to be a lot of lanes where you're going to get prio. And that's great. Prio is great. But when you have to fight and you're not a perfectly coordinated team, CC always wins, man.
I mean, I have some warning flags. I'm going to break it down in the most simple terms I can with my English vocabulary. MCOY loves fighting. MCOY have ability to start fight. Who's gonna engage on the MCOY team? Someone's gonna have to flash forward. We're gonna see the first Alvaro flash Mantra W engage in the history of the game, as we're now headed into game 3 between G2 and MCOY. We talked about the implications of this game might be super important for playoff seeding qualifications later on, as these are two of our expected top teams.
It's very true. Playing each other this early in the split can be a double-edged sword. Nice to get it out of the way if you have a very front-loaded
No, Ezreal TP, Ziggs TP. Ne znam koliko će Karma moći da roma, ali po svemu što mislim je Shen bi trebao da bude mnogo korisniji na mapi od Karme.
It's a tough day to play this out on a brand new patch.
You're gonna see some auto-attack spacing maybe here mid. And he has like a surprisingly long auto-attack range. And they don't feel like they hurt, because she just throws a little fire pebble at you. But if you throw like 15 fire pebbles over the course of a laning phase, those add up. So that's kind of how you play early game as Annie. You sometimes see the E start to just be able to poke with the E damage shield.
I mean, also, for all those classic enjoyers out there, don't forget old Annie just had 600 auto range.
Oh yeah.
They nerfed it repeatedly.
Oh yeah, it's 575 now.
Because they nerfed Annie repeatedly because just auto attacking people in lane as Annie support was super broke.
Yeah, it was like you saw the out attack range. It's like Caitlyn, then Annie. It was like the second highest out attack range.
Why can she throw the fire so far?
Now Jojipyon stepping up here.
Running up.
Look at the wave over caps. This wave is terrible for him. He might have to team back here. You see Jojipyon. Actually, I'm lying. I mean, he could just walk up here and then get level 3 first. He will stabilize, but still, that looked a little bit sketchy. But Alvaro, you know, he's playing Karma, but he's still walking up here. Might find Skewmond.
Skewmond might find him. That's a red buff. On a few. Dash in. Heal.
I like that. Just make sure you can stay in lane. Top your health up and put that summoner spell on cooldown.
Okay.
I don't know.
I see the argument. If he dies in an all-in before that heal is back up, though, he's going to feel a little bit goofy. Meanwhile, in the top lane matchup, it's Miriam doing a lot of work here. Of course, Mordekaiser, it's hard for Mbessa if short trades are ideal, right? You don't want to all in on the Mordekaiser in these early levels.
I mean, the big problem for Mbessa in this matchup is Mordekaiser can just stack up his W shield on the wave. That shield is gonna absorb almost all of Mbessa's damage. Her damage is very telegraphed and comes at about the same time. So if he can just block all the damage with his W, she kind of has nothing to do after that. So I haven't played this matchup, but I assume, I mean, Mordekaiser is just a juggernaut in the end. He will stat check you beautifully, and that's just what he's gonna try to do. I assume when Mbessa gets Eclipse, has a lot of dashes, very low CDR, it might get a little bit tricky for Mordekaiser, as she will be scooping around the battlefield and dodging his big hammer slash.
Yeah, obliterate the Mordekaiser Q is so much of your damage. It's easy to see post level 6, post first item, how Mbessa can dominate in that 1v1. But in the meantime, we're going to focus in the mid lane. Dark and Dagger's connecting the dogs.
Gets the root out here. Big damage to the caps. First Dark and Dagger will connect. Second will miss.
Yes.
As Jojipyon keeps this freeze up. Like you see now, Labro moves over here to kind of defend the caps on this wave, but the Nefarious is going to go and clear. And Skewmond will as well, so it's just a 2v2 mid at this point.
Kaluvić 2 godine, brate, meni jeste.
We're just standing here looking tough.
To je već nešto što je, mislim da je 2 godine možda jače kod mene. Sad recimo nije problem, možda će biti neki dana kad će se preklapati Leci i BL. To jest morat će se radi u isto vreme, svako mnogo bolje da bude odvojeno. No, ne pravi neku pretrano veliku razliku svakako.
This is the biggest commitment to forcing a wave in I have seen in quite some time.
Get it in. Wait, are you gonna get it? He's just gonna hold it. He's such a little devil, isn't he?
Like,
look, he's holding the wave, Drake, because he didn't get it in. They set everything, the kitchen sink.
At least they're finally pushing out. They're pushing out.
Okay,
they're gonna push out.
Okay.
They're likely. Caps has no TP, so I guess we're gonna see some solo XP. Broken Blade getting caught there by the Mordekaiser and the Obliterate. Ooh, really good trade from Mirwin. That is nasty. As finally we see some blows exchanged between these supports.
Is this just League of Legends now? Is mid-wave the entire thing we care about, the first 10 minutes of the game?
According to mid laners, mid-wave should always have been the only thing we cared about forever.
You're right.
On connects, a little more damage coming in from the aftershock.
Has Mantra, I think, though.
Flash in from JoJo. Looking for a bit more fall. Caswell to finish the fireball!
Opa, nice.
To the side of G2, LeBron waiting for a bit longer. Spirit's Refuge, the side steps can't be there. Cap's about to fall. The dog's on the way in. One more auto to get it done. A double kill for JoJo.
And G2 bit off a little bit more than they can chew. We talked about it. It seems like
Dobro, vraća ga polako koju ovu seriju. Kažem opet, nema, što se tiče samog drafta, stvarno više pravila nema.
G2 has tried to push this mid-wave out for so long, but in the end, they chose this fight. This was G2's choice to commit to, and it looked good. It looked like they were gonna get Alvaro and get out, but JoJo commits fully. JoJo flashes forward, despite Alvaro dying, and just walks into this wave. Now Labyrinth needs to dodge one of the Rise Qs, but JoJo lands those. He just gets it. He
Flash
gets it done.
also coming out from Elyoya just to make sure that that second Darkened Daggers connects. And now you got a 2-0 Rise, very comfortably stacking up a tier with Merc treads against any mid lane.
The Mercs are massive.
It's so hard to play if enemy mid laners ahead and they just rush Mercs.
That's one of the highest value Mercs early rushes I've seen. It's a fantastic spot to be in for the Rise. We'll be able to push those waves, has so much mana with the tier and the Sapphire Crystal, and we'll just be able to kind of dictate the pace of the game now.
Wandering in to contest Gumon. Gumon who's also ticked over to level 6. You know, Elyoya relatively close.
Mislim, u suštini nešto je fora. Trebao bi da bude favorit G2, ali fora je što je meta postala toliko nelogična da više niko ne zna. Bukvalno niko ne zna.
We haven't even looked at bot lane. Does bot lane, like, if it wasn't for the minimap, I wouldn't even be sure that bot lane existed.
Znači, toliko se pomutila meta da više nema ni ono kao, pa da, znaš kao, G2 je dobar jer je Han samo dobar AD carry se ne igraju. Igraju se Zig, Syndra i Akali botlane. Znaš, kao, baš nema više pravila, nema više pravila što se tiče drafta i onda je jako teško da kažeš i pravilo koje je favorit kad se sve promenilo u LoLu. Plavi ne znam, nemam pojma. Zavisi koliko ovo bude trajalo, zavisi koliko meni treba pozavršavam stvari posle, uzet ću obzir da samo ovaj stream može trajati 2 sata plus minus. To je razlika između stream kreće u 9 i u 11, tako da baš nemam ni približno predstavu.
In the East is they just go for the free boots and they send everything so they can get that Eclipse by as soon as possible. Because when Ambessa gets Eclipse, she is a different champion. The shields, the damage, the chip damage she gets with that Eclipse proc and the shield makes it so hard to get.
Kako misliš glavni lane?
Makes her trading pattern much simpler in this matchup. Both sides holding on to their ultimates. No jungler has dared show their face on the top side of the map. And again, there's a Mord here, so it does make a certain amount of sense. But MCoy gonna send Elyoya up initially. Broken Blade, not taking the bait. Sundering Slam, immediate dash back.
Remember, he can just ult him and then Elyoya walks up. If he gets the ult, they don't go for the play though. Oh, never mind, they do.
Broken Blade. They're waiting on the ulti from Elyoya.
Misliš da najče lige sad fan za gledanje, samo što nema smisla. Ko, samo što je legitimno stvarno čudna igrica.
Gets the reset. He can ult once again and just jumps right back in onto Skewmon, who gets the knock-up. Already used the one. That's a disaster! Another kill given over to JoJo. A horrendous miscalculation from G2.
Look, G2 can't even...
Pa ne, i dalje AD carry ima veliki carry potencijal, samo što ne igraš AD carry heroje. Ti dalje igraš mage'eve koji nose jednako jako, znaš.
Root's gonna connect from Alvaro. I was wrong. They don't need engage. They're just making it happen. The Karma support finding the play a heal. Barely keeping Cap standing.
Mislim, ti mage'evi na botu i dalje imaju carry potencijal. Samo više ne pucaš s Caitlyn, nego pucaš sa Syndrom.
But it's MCoy, 9 minutes into the game, grabbing all 3 grubs after they got first Drake. And now a 2,000 gold lead as well.
I mean, look, MCoy doesn't have any CC, but they have 3 winning lanes and a fast-clearing jungler, so their ability to just be at places is way better.
Vidjet ćemo za Classic, vidjet ćemo. Ja sam i dalje neko 50-50.
You can just ult the guy, give your jungler time to get to his escape path, and just catch him afterwards.
And I'm seeing what you're saying here, because that's a lot of CC coming out, but Death does seem to be a better form of CC Finn.
It's inevitable for all of us, Drakers.
Okay. A little grim, but fair, true, immortal. We're all, never mind. I'm just going to let that one go. We're going to move on. So when we take a step back, look, Hansama still doesn't have that completed item, which I think this is so fine for MKOI. They're happy to just trade waves here.
I think Super's having the time of his life. His team is just winning the map. He's just chilling, hitting mystic shots on minions, farming. I think he's having a fantastically nice game.
It's been it's been one plate for one plate traded in bot lane, so neither side has had a significant enough push to get anything else. Although Hansama's starting to connect a little bit more.
I want to see what Mirwin buys now, because I'm not very up to date with Mordekaiser builds. Rylai's is the classic. Like you can go Rylai's Protobelt or Rylai's Riftmaker is the go-tos.
I mean, he has the components for Rylai's, so I'm inclined to think that first item will be Rylai's.
I assume it's going to be Rylai's, yeah. I mean,
but maybe he goes Void Staff Warmogs. I don't know. What do you think these components are built?
The Grump Armor is really throwing me out there.
Oh, okay, that's fair. I'm guessing it's for the plated steel caps, which when you play League Classic, you can finally call Ninja Tab you again. All right, level 5 for Lebrov. Still roaming supports. Of course, Lebrov would really love to get that level 6. Much more important for him than it is for Alpha.
I was just going to say that. I think this is a great point, Drakers, because when you play this kind of gameplay where you sit mid all the time, your support does not hit level 6 until 12 minutes, it seems.
Full ulti on the Jojo Pune did not do a lot of damage. Roro. That Rise has Catalyst. He is a tanky boy.
That was a Roro Raggy moment for sure. I mean, he's just going to take that ult and keep pushing these waves. Because you see Mordekaiser pushing in, Rise pushing in, Estral, doesn't matter. Adjoya has options here. That's what matters.
Yeah, look. Already building a lot of leads across the map. Holding onto a pretty comfortable state in the game, using Ezreal just to keep securing push, doing their best to match what the Ziggs can bring to the table, although Hansama...
Clean od koja za sad, definitivno dosta clean od koja za sad. Jojo Pin je prefidan ovako rano na heroju koju Eni baš ne bi trebao da ima ništa. A Mirvinu ovo radi, mislim, biro je matchup, očigledno ga igrao ranije, tako da... Znaš što je meni problem jedini s klasikom? U vreme klasika, kad je klasik bio LOL, ti nisi baš imao toliko dostupnih informacija na netu. Sada kada svako će da googla ono optimum picks build šta god, mislim da samo nije ono, biće trunku manje fun.
I mean, it might be the first tower for G2, but 2 people in their team is dead. I still think MKOI is happy with this play, sending everything up top once again. This is the second time it feels like we've seen this play. They're just sending people to Mirwin, as he's gonna take this tower. I thought they were like, you can have it, bro, you can have it. They were both recalling, gonna give the tower to the other guy.
They have to share the goal, the team synergy.
But yeah, the problem is when you buy Hex Drinker, it doesn't really save you from these plays.
Yeah.
The only thing it does is delay your Eclipse, and Mordekaiser has built-in percentage Magic Pen in his E. That just goes up with levels, so he doesn't really care about it that much. Good player by Elioya, he goes in, Shenol comes out. It doesn't matter, you have the TP from Jojo, you have Avaro here ready to cut them off should they run up.
And this is one of the most comfortable game states for Nefiri Magical. You highlighted it earlier, you had pushing lanes early on. Now you get to go for these aggressive dives, knowing that there's not enough follow-up damage to kill you before that CC expires, ever. You're free to just keep rinsing and repeating every time that ulti's off cooldown, and we're 4 seconds away from Elioya having it again.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be real. This is not an easy comp to execute from MKOI. If I was an ERL coach, this is not a coach I would draft for my team because it requires a lot of discipline and precise map movements to make use of. It's really important you start stacking those dragons early with your fast jungler, with your strong...
Fajn za koje, misija koji se on možda čeka, iskreno. Ma koliko smo ono disciplina, ludnica i sve to, mislim da je okej za koji samo da čekaju.
They just have a free soul point at 22 minutes. And that's really when you start getting pushed. If G2 can secure one dragon, it will significantly hinder the snowball of MKOI. But that is in 2 minutes.
So it's a tall task to contest.
Out of sight, out of mind, yeah.
Especially when they're struggling to get pushed in so many situations. Now, Caps has been left unattended in the side lane. So there's potential here if G2 are more on top of managing those side waves. Maybe get advantageous positioning, but as we're still 2 minutes out, I don't think it matters too much. The focus instead much more on the top side of the map and the Herald that is spawning in 30 seconds. Waiting in the darkness, now threatening Lavrov.
And let's see what Caps does here, because he just recalled and has two options. He can just open behind his team here.
And that's going to be his option. Good call, Finn. TP play coming in. Looks like double TPs coming from behind. Caps desperate to force something, but again, you talk about discipline. MKoi just, we're going to back away.
Yeah, because now look at Jojapyun. He's completely free. There's no TPs on G2. Sure, enemy team has no engage, but they are pushing at your doors, taking down your towers, and what are you going to do about it?
Currently nothing. They burn the TPs. They burn the defensive cooldowns that would have allowed them to spawn to that push, and for now, as they sprint down to the bot lane, they're glad that they have a third TP in the back pocket. The one I forgot about, Han Sama, who can defend, or very likely would have been another plate picked up from Jojapyun. But now, again, the dominoes just continue to fall in MKoi's favor, and as much as G2, respectable to try to go for the double TP play, to try to finally leverage the power of your team fighting composition, MKoi are just running circles around G2 in this game.
Yeah, because now you don't have any teleport for 4 minutes. You used 3 TPs in the span of 30 seconds, and you got nothing. That's all your creative game plans that you can get. When you don't have those teleports, it's really difficult to make proactive plays for a team that's falling behind like this. Now you're gonna have to suffer through 4 more minutes of MKoi being able to do exactly what they want. And I don't know if G2 can take 4 more minutes of that.
No, it is a tall task, especially as we're getting closer and closer to Jojapyun completing the second item. But Caps is done. He's over it. Super managing to make it out.
Super preživeo nekako.
And just about everything connecting, but passing the DPS check. Chemtech Rift going to heal him right back up with some additional shielding. G2 want control of this third Drake. You asked the question, Finn, if they would fight for it. The answer is hell yes. They burned the flash and the ulti from Caps to do it. But now they're hoping they can force an exchange here.
Let's see it. MKoi has to rendezvous together. They need to come in from the same angle as Labratots in.
Taunt over. Good damage now into Mirwin.
These are hard team fights for Mordekaiser to play. You see the range from G2 makes it quite awkward. Already getting chunked down to 60%.
He just has to keep eyes on Skewmon though, and he can keep the smite out of the equation. Not sure if he can go for it.
Opa. Dobar.
What G2 needed in this instance.
Rise ults? No.
They're not going to get anything else.
The Herald Mid. G2 just got away with murder.
I mean, that's just what a fumble from MKoi.
Kad su došli, uzeli Drakea. Oni na konju. Oni na konju.
And this all started with the flash tippers from Caps.
And this is why Caps is so good. We talked about how thin the margins are for G2 to make any proactive plays. And Caps found the one window. With a flash stun on mid, he secures G2 a chance to even contest this dragon. And Skewmon takes the alley-oop, slams it down, and secures the Dragon Steel.
And just walks out. Still the gold favors MKoi, but you highlighted this slows down their game plan so much. And again, their game plan is harder to execute. They have to be more disciplined, more on top of working with the information they have so flawlessly, whereas Caps is
0v0 lusti u seriji, da, to je u seriji. Tako da to se ne update-uju dok ne završe seriju. Jer mislim da jedino kad se gleda da li je bilo 2-0 ili 2-1, ti je kada imaju identičan međusobni skor. Mimo toga, nebitno je. Samo im se računa win lose.
What can you do against that play? You know, Mordekaiser ults you, and then suddenly when he's out of the ult, 2 more people are just standing there waiting to kill you. I mean,
nothing you can do. You survive the death realm only to go back to the real world.
Yeah,
and
which is
even
maybe worse.
Yeah. I want to go back to the 1v1 death realm. Super.
Carry no flash on him.
So good. Follow-up damage is there. Easy kill. Labrov taking it, not ideal.
Put some respect on River Shen's name, okay? He's in that river and he's waiting for you. Supa walks up on mid wave, doesn't have the flash, has no cleanse, and Labrov pounces on the moment.
Tako da to im je fora, jer će to kasnije biti dosta bitno.
And it really doesn't feel like MKoi are so far ahead in this game.
No,
G2,
not at all.
Because remember, we watched G2 fumble a bunch of plays consecutively, and now they've found a couple angles back of the game. They're knocking down a few towers. Yes, MKoi are still trading even, but for G2, the team that is behind, really comfortable to just keep trading blows like this.
I mean, G2 switching up the tempo right now. They're trying to stop MKoi in their setup, because they know if MKoi gets to push out all these waves, set up their beautiful line of vision, it's so difficult for G2, so they have to strike fast. Whether that's a Caps flash on mid.
Mislim da reset 28, ako se ne varam.
It's 2 times now that Supa has been the target of G2, and he needs to take a step back. He has been a role player this entire game, and he needs to see that mission through. ever since he loaded on into this game, you are just set up for your team, and you need to take that role seriously.
That you do, that you do. Looking ahead to the next objectives, 25 seconds to Baron. Neither side really fantastic at shredding through. MKOI certainly better as they have a relatively tanky Mirwin and the sustained damage of the Ezreal and Ryze. Yoya lingering, waiting for Skewmon. Connects on the first Dark and Daggers. Will not hit the second as there's a bit of a fight.
No, mislim isto je koju malo bolje situacija, ali vidjet ćemo.
And now I think we just wait. We're just going to be fight night in a minute and 40 seconds, Finn.
What is Jojo buying with that Kindle Gem? Am I thinking as a I'm trying to figure out what Kindle Gem goes into.
Protobelt?
Is Protobelt Kindle Gem or is it?
They changed
recipe. Okay,
Protobelt.
sorry.
Maybe.
I'm old and washed, and that is of course a
Were you thinking it would be Fimbulwinter? Because that would be truly insane.
Ne bi igrao, mislim možda bi.
Hello? Maybe it should be a Fimbulwinter. Why is he ulting into 5 people?
Ja mislim Jojo proveri PayPal. Znaš priču Jojo? Ono tvoje? Ono tvoje virni PayPal na brzaka, ako nije problem.
What the hell he's doing?
He was 4-0 before that play. What? He just jumped on the altar and said, "Sacrifice me." Like what?
Oh great Raven, take my corpse. Okay, so Jojo wants to dive Hansama.
He's playing the pirate skin. He hears Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's got to be the worst tower dive I've ever seen.
100%. But unfortunately for us all, you have seen it, Finn.
Oh heavens.
Okay. Sometimes you see the montage in your head, but when that montage involves all 4 of your other teammates maybe instantly capitalizing, you really need to make sure you're on the same page. And shout out to production. Hextech, Rocket Belt, Build Path.
Thank you, production.
Thank you, Arna. Thank you, graphics team. This is the new build path. And this was nerfed. Remember, less ability power, more HP, and an active cooldown increase of 10 seconds. It's still super popular, though, so it doesn't feel like it's been enough to take this item out of the meta.
I mean, the big thing, a lot of the damage from Protobelt isn't in the 70 AP. I mean, of course, it's good, but also the active does quite a bit of damage. So the damage you're losing by buying Protobelt, you kind of get back by the active, assuming those rockets hit. And that's really why this item has skyrocketed in popularity in these last few months.
So remember
Jojo je bio u fazoni, ja ne bi da pobedim, hvala lepo. Respekt.
It was like 3,000 goldie for MKOI, and now it's 600 gold. The good news is they have soul point. The bad news is Caps has a death cap now. Hansama has a gold lead despite what was a pretty decent CS gap, and Supa's getting one shot by Skewmon here.
Not again!
Spinning again. Okay, all right. Okay, credit to G2, but MKOI, what is happening?
Okay, strike 1, sure. Strike 2,
yeah.
Strike 3, you're out.
Strike 4? Strike 5? What game are we playing? How many more strikes are they gonna get? Oh my God. This is why we talk about the importance of CCs, because even if you goof, as long as the enemy team just makes little mistakes with their no CC comp, you get back into the game. Again, credit to G2, they've weathered the storm, they've evened up the goal, they're about to get Baron.
Can they set up this? Okay, Can they set up that for this? Oh,
Baron in the backside, he's lost so much life even before he goes into the death realm. Now he's in trouble, 1v1ing with Caps. Probably not the ideal target here. Walking through, he's about to just get one shot.
Oh, Caps movement is too good.
He's getting pulled out. Jojo Pune running for his life. G2 on the hunt here. But they've knocked G2's health bars low enough that they can't continue the Baron.
Mirwin being the sacrificial lamb there, making sure that G2 will not get that Baron. Still. Can't get this tower, but MKOI, you need to raise some eyebrows. You cannot, like, Supa has been left alone all game, but he's still pushing up on these mid waves as if he has support to do so. But it's always G2 making sure when they have flashes to use them on the mid wave, breaking MKOI's setup and making sure they target the people that are left alone.
Čak ovaj Drake mi tu i tamo, nemam pojma. To jest Soul, nisam neki veliki ljubitelj toga, morali su ga snowballio malo ranije do duše.
Have all just faded away. Remember, Caps started the game in a really dire position. It took the entire team like 5 minutes mid to get his wave in a playable state. But now he's 3-1 to Jojo's 4-1.
Oh, he's making use of that wave, all right.
It's just been so good now. And And MKOI, they're not out of this yet. 2-item spike for Ezreal. Your Rise is still so strong. The Mordekaiser to disrupt these fights, but it's way harder for you to fight, to play fights from MKOI from an even or behind position. You don't have the CC. You can't buy CC either with the gold advantage you had either. There's nothing you can do to get the power of G2's composition in this game. You just have to play better.
I mean, you really need to be first on the objective. There is Dragon in 2 minutes, but I think maybe now Super will be a little bit more cautious on these mid waves because you need to push mid together, set up your position in the river and make sure when they walk in, you are throwing down your poke, you're throwing your Mantra Qs, you're throwing your Ezreal Qs, you're throwing maybe an Arise Q, making sure you get a little bit of damage onto G2 before they come into you. Because if it's a 4-on-5v5, I think G2 is favored with their comps.
That they are. Quarterback now finished for JoJo. Maybe he can be a little bit more of a playmaker. But G2, this is the mid-game state that I don't think MKOI wanted them to be able to get into. Just leaving Hansama mid lane, one-shotting the waves, matching any push that Supa can hope to bring, and giving themselves time to just scale up.
And my eyes are on Mirwin. I want to see what he can do with his Mordekaiser, because it's been a quiet game. He's had some good ults to pick up Broken Blade on the side lane.
Morde eventualno da ulta Eni pa da proba nju dovući u Brazil pre nego što otvori sve na njegovu ekipu.
You need to make sure you get a little bit of leverage out of it in the team fights, because right now he's just getting chunked before the team fight.
Ako to uspe da uradi, mislim, kupio je dovoljno vremena, to je fine. Eni neće moći da se bije s Mordom, a da ne baci Tibersu, njegovom ulta ko to uradi, samo win game svoju ekipu.
Him and JoJo, the only remaining members of their team with the gold lead. TP now.
And MKOI is here first now, though. Good TP by Mirwin. Dragon is in 50 seconds. Can they contest this wave?
Chemtech Soul for the Rise and Mordekaiser is crazy.
The thing is, usually here's G2, you have the option to just go and rush Baron, but they have no damage on objectives. You have an Annie and a 6, you have no damage on the objectives. They're gonna have to fight this Dragon. They will be spawning in 30 seconds, so MKOI can just stand here.
If MKOI want to do something, they should do it before Caps gets access to Flash, because that feels like something that can just break the team fight open.
You need to start this Dragon right on spawn. Look on the flanks here. Mirwin is looking for something.
All deep by Caps. Just going to get one shot. Not even a chance to pull anyone in the death room. A little bit more healing gives him an opportunity to 1v1 with Broken Blade, but he doesn't win that one from 20% HP. Excellent ulti in the backline. Hits onto Supa and Alvaro. The Mega Inferno Bomb doing the work it needs to. Elyoya and JoJo Pune lingering off to the side, but with Mirwin already deleted and a couple of blinking health bars, G2 just going to march in and grab their second Drake of the game.
We talked about the discipline from MKOI, but it's fading throughout this game. Where is the discipline? You have full control of this Dragon area. You don't need to do something fancy. You can just stand on that banana bush and just poke them when they walk into you and start the Dragon. Instead, Mirwin here gets caught way too far up. His team is not there. Alvaro has to flash to heal and shield him just to give him a chance to get his Death Realm off. But in the end, he falls, and G2 now secures their second Chemtech Dragon of the game. And MKOI's grasp of this game is becoming lighter and lighter.
Definitely feels like it's slipping away from them. Caps didn't even use Flash in the previous play, which means he'll have access to it in the next fight. Broken Blade, Skewmond as well. All of these big team fight engage options from the side of G2 are available. The Flash Shadow Dash, the Flash Drop Bear, everything they could possibly need to kick a fight off. JoJo P once again coming in on the flank. Hansama going to leap out, a good satchel charge. Still getting by the True Shot Barrage. JoJo P fly forward onto Hansama, wants to finish the kill now. Protobelt into Hansama, but the Ziggs is still living. Mirwin giving chase, but Hansama still standing. Caps waiting.
Mirwin im je baš problem.
To escape, but it looks like Skewmond has been sacrificed. A good fight from Movistar Koi. Supa now on the chase. Do they spot Hansama? Yes, a TP out. It's not going to matter. Double kill for MKOI. Now they can set their sights on the Baron.
Who needs objectives when you can just fight? I mean, it is MKOI in the end. They find a crucial team fight. Now, this time it's Hansama being the one stepping up on the midway when he's not allowed to. And G2, I mean, MKOI with the Realm Warp now on JoJo Pune punishes that and gets a fantastic team fight now and the Baron pickup.
Excellent look, and again, here, the start. Recognizing Hansama is isolated. These 80 carries, on mid-wave!
It's 3 minions, man. It's at best 3 minions you're gonna get from that wave. This is the 4th time we've seen it this game. An 80 carry is stepping up on the mid-wave and creating a fantastic pick for the enemy team.
Doesn't even wait on the blast come, the jungler dies. There are a lot of 80 carries. We're getting some suspicious looks at this one. And again, well played on MKOI to capitalize on that window of opportunity, but those are the angles that MKOI need to find because, again, in the honest 5-5, we're going to line up and take shots at each other. G2's comp is going to be better. It's just so much easier to execute.
Yeah, big moment though. Yoya, Jojo, Super, Alvaro, no flashes now. G2 has flash on caps.
No, koji može samo da čeka. Ja mislim da im je čak i play samo da čekaju.
They can't find the pick that they need. Caps has been the man to look out for this entire game. With his tippers, with his flash engages, he's the one that makes a difference. And he once again is in a position where he needs to do it again.
That he is. Gonna struggle to find another angle similar to that previous fight around G2's second Drake, where he just walked up to Mir when he was able to kick the fight off with all that burst damage. For now, MKOI keeping the push going. Good news for G2 is, with the Ziggs, you have so much wave clear. But Hansama, again, finding himself caught in an awkward angle there, forced to use the satchel charge just to bounce out. And look, this has been this is kind of the game we wanted to see. Because game 1, slaughter. Game 2, slaughter the other way. This one, very back and forth. Sometimes frustratingly so, if we're being totally candid. But I like that we're seeing so much parity between these two teams, especially in week 1 of the LEC.
And I like that the teams are very fast to bounce back after a fast play. The moment something goes bad, they still look for the next play to make. Even MKOI, who had a terrible fight around that 5th dragon, they were so fast at being on that mid-wave, punishing Hansama the moment he steps up. It's been a constant back and forth of picks, and it feels like the team, neither team is willing to let go of the speed that this game is being played at.
Caps low on mana. 4 members briefly around the bottom lane as Hansama will now take up Caps' role of clearing out this bot lane wave. MKOI hoping to catch someone sleeping as Super just keeps the pressure in mid.
Oh, look at this.
Shen on the way in. They're just going to back away. Skuma doesn't make it over the wall!
Don't look at this.
Ski doesn't make it over the wall. Oh, no! That's just Shen ult gone for nothing.
Yeah, in the end it's just Shen ult.
And it's support Shen ult, too.
Yeah. Support players are worth as much as
no, I mean,
like,
you don't have as much stats. You don't have
Like
much stats and XP, so it's fine. Okay. Don't tell Medic, he'll get mad. He doesn't like when people drag support.
So Dragon, that's a really good stop by Skumon. He has half HP now, and Dragon is spawning 20 seconds. He was planning on basing, getting his item, then running back out on the map. Now he's gonna be so late. I think G2's gonna have to give the soul.
Look at G2 just grouped in this bush though. MKOI need to
Are they gonna contest this without Skumon?
Someone needs to play patient in this game, please. Right now it's MKOI. Elyoya clearing out the vision. They're trying to spot any potential flankers. We've got 3 TPs up for G2. Flashes up for everyone but Hansama.
Skumon made it in time, but
ulti for Mirwin can stop Skumon from getting into the pit.
He's stolen 1 dragon.
Možda i finalni fight, ajmo Dima.
Can you steal another? Realm Warp into the midst of the entire team. Jojo immediately goes golden. Base up the
Hans je u problemu. Ne znam li ovaj može da gubi, mislim da bacio sve cooldownove, jeste. Yes, nema damage ovdje. Ode Rise, G2 bolji fight. Mnogo bolji fight od G2-a.
G2 to contest this dragon, but again, they somehow found the play and Mirwin stopped.
But MKOI are still on the dragon! But now it's the TP back from Hansama! Oh, Mega Blast can't take Soup out. Okay, Skumon will secure the dragon in the end. For a second there, MKOI were lingering. But that's going to be 3rd Drake.
Soul point for G2.
And again, for Broken Blade and Skumon. 6 tenacity heal and shield power. 18 tenacity heal and shield power is good.
Let's look at his fight, because MKOI doesn't want to give G2 the chance to go for 50-50. They are engaging hard here, but look at Elyoya. He goes so deep. Instantly uses the targetability, but he doesn't have the damage to finish off Hansama. He goes down, and the Crypt Bloom healing is so massive. I think it saved Hansama there, or he would go down to that Crucial Barrage.
The Crypt Bloom healing, Skumon using the Cyclone just to slow down Supa and Jojo from making it in. They just couldn't get their damage on the priority targets.
I mean, League of Legends is a game of details, and those small things end up having a huge impact on the outcome of a team fight now. G2, MKOI staring at each other, 3 Drakes each. You know it's gonna be bloody in this next dragon fight.
And that stopwatch gone. And Jojo hasn't been getting a massive influx of gold, but it's going to be a while till we see the full completion of the Zhonya's.
He also has no Void Staff, and there's double Maw in the enemy team. He's really falling behind on frontline damage right now. Maybe that Maw rush by BB will end up being super useful. As the grasp goes wide, Caps chipping down his top lane tower will go down here. Big damage from the Ezreal though.
Yep, that's a charge there. Nice to have a bit of damage. 28 seconds till Baron spawns. Neither side set to take it immediately, although G2, we expect, will have prio.
Dusk and Dawn from Ergo comes out third here.
It's a bit awkward. You kind of, I would expect a slightly more defensive item.
Usually you see a Leandris here, or maybe a Bloodletter's Curse, you know, something that these AP bruisers, as I guess this prototype is, kind of like, but Dusk and Dawn does proc your passive.
Mislim da Quake do sad nije dobio, verovatno ni neće ovaj game, nemam pojma. Ne sviđa mi se definitivno koliko su stvari imali ovu partiju, koliko ništa nisu radili sa tim. Damo sekund, što se događa?
So well executed. LeBron set up for the shadow dash, immediate follow from Broken Blade. We all saw it. You understand. They pushed their buttons together, but what will it cost them? As Jojo Pune for now is a bit uncontested there, starting to free fire. So G2 backing
Okay.
The Baron here though, because Maroon is dead for 40 seconds. They don't have great Baron damage with their team combo. Okay, Ambesso does quite well, but in the end it's a 6 and Annie. This will take quite long to take. And I think that's a Hunter Baron. We have seen them across the world do so much damage.
Starting to stack up, doing a lot of work here.
Rešeno.
Ulti in from LeBron, just reset. 3K getting lower.
I don't think they can get that out of the pit though.
G2.
Ready to go over the wall. Elyoya tucks it! Instantaneous flash out. Jojo gets a stopwatch just in time. Will fall, but his team has gotten the Baron. G2 now desperate to get the fight, to punish the steal. But the Thief walks away with his prize. The ulti will not finish the kill. Jojo is dead, but it is MKOI wearing purple.
Are we allergic to clean objective setup?
Yes.
Elyoya finds the miracle steal for MKOI.
We are allergic.
The only thing that they needed to come back into this game, Elyoya swoops in there, takes it, flashes out. It's a perfect heist. Make a Netflix documentary about this Baron. That was insane.
Yeah, you've heard of my
Gle, nije da nije bilo dobro, iskreno.
It's a little different. Look, Finn, this series
Dođeš, ukradeš, odeš, šta da kažeš? Realno.
Because I feel like they're so close. Both sides have been so close to just playing super clean league.
I mean, it's like you have this notion about what you think is gonna happen, and it's broken every single time they click each other. It's so hard to tell what these teams are gonna do, but I love how fast both teams are playing.
It's true.
We said it before, they're always thinking about the next plan. You saw MKOI making space for Elyoya to be able to jump into that pit. They knew it was the only way they could come back into this game. And now, once again, Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds.
37 minutes and the goal is dead even.
Drake, let's take a deep breath now, because it's the last one we're gonna get, okay?
Okay, we're resetting.
40 seconds. MKOI is going into river first.
And this feels, in theory, and I say in theory because this game has shaken my confidence in a lot of things, like the fight that matters the most. It is Soul. Now, compositionally, again, burden of execution, I think, favors G2. Their comp is more simple, but it is Baron for MKOI, which means their waves are pushing much more in their favor. G2 trying to fight through mid.
Comes back to this mid wave. It has been the bane of G2 and MKOI this game. But it looks like Supa will be able to pick it up. Moving on the flank.
Q flash over, pulls Caps into the death realm, wants to take him out of the equation, but Caps living for far too long. The Obliterate is there, though! Happy to have a bit of extra AP. G2 immediately peeling away, and Mirwin giving him one half of the heart.
To je jedan i Drake. Kažem, Soul nije toliko bitan, mislim nije kao instant win. Ali jako napeta partija broj 3, iskreno. Nisam očekivao će ovo što ovako blizu biti.
Like he just killed Caps by himself, flashes forward, catches Caps off guard. Caps has been the one flashing on people on this mid wave this entire game, but it might end the game for MKOI by Caps being the one flashed on.
Supa continues to push, connecting on those towers.
Mislim da ne može da uradi ništa, iskreno.
Manages to get the extra shield and coming in. Skewmon spinning his way through the back line, holding on for dear life as Mirwin will finally fall.
Skewmon je u Guardianu, to je fajn i dalje.
This might not be the fight they're looking for. Broken Blade moving in, no public execution, but the Drakehound step continuing to carry him forward. Elyoya running, the Hound summoned as he now looks for the exit, and it's Caps TPing back in. Jojo Pune on the way out, flashing the top, LeBron! has the read, sees the angle, and once again, all the stopwatch dies.
Di ja ne mogu verujem. Uf, za malo.
Hold the line.
What is going on? Caps is chasing Elyoya here. He has no MR. He only has the Mercury threads. Caps wants revenge for being the one picked up before. Has the flash. Not where he already flashed.
Use the bear. Holding as long as he can on the point and click stun. Waits for the dash animation so he can't W. Clever from Caps with the damage from Elyoya. They've got the contextual. The dogs are doing damage. The Drake count step. He should just finish it here, but Elyoya's so damn fast. One more dash forward. Broken Blade gets the job done.
I mean, they're gonna try to push for the end there, but Esther and Karma are up. I think they can hold this. Mirren just respawned. Jojo is up in 20 seconds. We're going to another Baron, Drake.
We're going to another Baron, Finn. Soul in 4 minutes. I don't know if we'll make it that far. Or, excuse me, Elder. 4 minutes. The Soul already belonging to MKOI now. Chemtech, you can see doing work for Elyoya, surviving as long as he could there. QSS now for Mirwin as well, so he can immediately QSS an ult in a fight.
He will not let that happen again when they flash on him and he cannot outplay it. So the QSS I think is super clever, but here, what happened, Supa? How did you take so much damage? You're tanking the tower!
Zato što je ušao u sve bombice koje je Ziggs ikada bacio. Mislim, ako ćemo realno. Kao, legitimno je samo ušao u apsolutno svaku bombu koja je bila bačena.
Here we see JoJoPune feels like the TP out is the right choice. That flash taunt. Skewmond. The Brav coming in as well. So again, not going to see much impact from that particular Shen ulti. Just lets the Brav get a little more active on the map, but keep your eyes on Caps.
Eyes on Caps doesn't have the flash.
Neither does Brokenblade, neither does Skewmond. This is big for the next coming fight. It makes Supa and JoJoPune that much safer.
I mean, Supa is pretty safe, but JoJoPune, he's just tanky. He can't get out if they end up going on to him. He doesn't have flash, does have the the Seraphs and the Sonias.
A lot of bruisery items here. No magic pen though.
Yeah.
As you highlighted, working towards death cap, which is an AP amplifier, so still a big percentage damage increase. Poking. Endless hunger there for Supa, so he should be able to heal back up. And Jojo hovering on the side, keeping those waves pushed.
They will just wait for the bot lane wave, I think. I think they're just going to hold this position until that wave crashes into the base of G2. And then they're going to put the foot on the pedal and start pressuring this Baron. But you don't need to walk.
2700 golda Sol s druge strane, znači da goldi nije bitan.
The only thing G2 wants to do right now is start fights.
Dash. Good backstep from Mirwin, good spacing. Broke Blade off to the side, contesting Elyoya. They're trying to get a chunk down. Over the wall, though, they catch out JoJoPune once again. Seraph shield. Zanya's there. He comes out and goes right back down. Every single time that man in the mid lane has gone gold, that has just been to delay the inevitable. Yet another death for JoJo. Another exchange in favor of G2.
Will be the Baron started by G2. I don't understand why MKOI is so impatient. You are waiting for your bot wave. The only play G2 has is to sit in that topside river and hope a fight starts. And MKOI just gave it to him.
You can see frustration on the face of JoJoPune. Those things have been going
No, je sad
around.
Mislim, nezgodna partija za Jojo, ali uveć će vam pozicije, samo si doomed. I onaj jedan, bukvalno prvi play mu je bio kriv, nakon toga samo nije mogo se vrati uopšte.
Needs to step up in the fights to come. He is still powerful, all things considered, but can't afford to keep getting soft.
Look at that ward placed, and look at Caps. He is the one, again, who finds this big stun on mid. He is the one that propels G2 forward in this game. He has saved them more times than I can count. And finding that pick onto JoJoPune might be the nail in the coffin. We do not know yet how G2 is going to use this Baron, because it's not easy. You have JoJoPune's wave clear, you have Supa's range. Actually pushing down with this, I don't think it's possible. It's going to come down to another Elder fight.
Very likely. We have the Verdant Barrier coming in for Caps as well. It is going to be procced off by Supa crucially. I think that's there to try to stop the instantaneous death realm play from happening again. Mirwin has flash.
Up, except for Jojo. He's going to get it in like 20 seconds.
Mirwin
BB soon as well. There's going to be 10 flashes up.
Mirwin doesn't have vision on Caps in that brush though. So we're waiting to see that play. The death realm could be a big difference maker here.
G2 has gotten control over the bush here though.
And MKOI are being herded back into this choke point, which could be devastating. Nice bit of poke onto Hansama. Jojo Ping clearing the wave as long as he can.
He's going on the flank.
Mirwin buys a second, Caps ready to go over the wall and immediately shut down that Mordekaiser. Mirwin forced to ult Lebrov.
Look at Skewmon.
And now Skewmon is in the back line trying to look for the follow-up. Keep your eyes on Caps. Wants to go down, but they're waiting for the ulti to expire so they can one-shot Mirwin. The patience from G2 is fantastic. Satchel charge there from Hansama. Elyoya cannot find a way in. It's Broken Blade in the back line in the meantime. MKOI, 4 members still standing, but G2 have not lost a single one yet.
Skewmon is so low. He needs to be so careful here. If he dies, he cannot get into the Baron pit. Does have the GA.
Healing up.
But it's MKOI starting the Baron. Dragon.
1400. Getting low as they burn through it. Skewmon spotted out by the blue trinket. They have to be careful with Caps.
Ajmo da vidimo. Drake deska.
Is ready. Get ready for Caps.
Skewmon je relativno low. Ali oni gube bazu, Mirvin je tu, ovo je 4-5. Ja mislim da oni samo trnaju možda. I to je, mislim, game, ne? Da li mi se bilo bio gledaniji i, pošto je ovo gotov game, da se razumemo, ima i zigza, da bi bilo bio gledaniji su turniri kao u Counteru. Mislim da samo LoLu fale relegacije. Znači, čak ok da bude i liga, ali mislim da treba da bude liga sa relegacijama. Šta mislim po tim? Mislim da najbolja ekipa iz Challenger serije mora da može se promotuje u EULCS. Znaš, mislim da ni Counter ne bi bio gledan da konstantno gledaš 10 istih ekipa, od tih 10, 8 su loše. Znaš, to je taj nekako problem koji LoL ima. Ti u Evropi imaš 3-4 dobre LoL ekipe, sve ostalo su diskutabilne. Gledat ćemo, ajde, mislim da ne ogrešim dušu, možda će ovaj split biti nešto drugačije, ne znam. Ja bih volao da nisam u pravu, ja bih volao da vidim da da vidim da su bot tier ekipe dobre. Mislim, ja bih bio srećan s tim. Ne verujem da će to ikada se desi, ali bi bilo ekstra. Mislim, nema šta. Pa mislim, zavisi. Riot je otišao malo jako u tu franšizu. I malo je teško jednom kad uđeš u franšizu da izađeš iz iste.
Merci les gars, merci Skewmon. Applaudissements pour Skewmon et pour G2 s'il vous plaît. À l'Adidas Arena. Ils sont allés la chercher. La game 1, on en parle.
Ništa, imamo pauzicu, mislim da je 15 minuta pauza i onda idemo u sljedeći game. Ovdje napravi malo pauzicu, svaki igra 14 mjeseca u mjesec. A mislim, to vidiš i po MSI i po svemu, mislim da to nije to. Samo iskren da budem, ne znam. Ja nisam bio deo Fortune koji ih je kontaktirao za to, tako da ne mogu ništa da ti kažem. Nemam pojma. Moguće. Pa možda i nije. Svakako, odo ja na pauzu 15 minuta, vraćamo se sa drugom serijom dana. Tako da vraćam se brzo, pa smo tu u sljedećoj partiji.
Fatigue and the fact that the road is still going to be long and the year is still going to be long for G2. C'est déjà une année qui est super longue pour vous. Vous gagnez le Winter, vous gagnez le Spring, vous êtes allé en Corée pour le MSI, EWC la semaine dernière, même si ça s'est pas très bien passé, mais on en parlera plus tard. Vous revenez ici à l'Adidas Arena. Comment est-ce que vous gérez la fatigue justement pour une année qui, encore une fois, n'est pas finie et risque d'être encore très longue pour vous?
Honnêtement, l'année est assez chargée et là on n'a pas eu trop le temps de se reposer malheureusement, mais je suis très content qu'on arrive quand même à réussir à avoir une victoire sur cette game parce que chaque victoire va être très importante pour la course au playoff. Et non, honnêtement, juste on essaie de notre mieux pour bien juste bien reset entre les semaines et vraiment avoir des bons day off avec l'équipe et avoir les bonnes discussions. Donc ouais, tout simplement.
Finding short timings to reset is going to be essential here because, as he said, every victory matters and counts here, and the year is still going to be long for them. So it's going to be about finding the small, short frames where they can reset and they can find themselves again and have the right conversations. I have to ask about Perks joining the team. How did that help and influence the atmosphere of the team so far? Avec Perks, depuis qu'il est arrivé, ça se passe comment? Est-ce que tu sens un impact, une différence dans la façon dont vous voyez les choses?
Honnêtement, ouais, avec Perks, il est vraiment très focalisé sur le gameplay, sur vraiment les détails, sur comment on doit jouer la carte, la map, etc. Et malheureusement, il n'a pas trop eu d'expérience on stage. C'était la première fois pour lui qu'il draft aussi on stage, comparé à la semaine dernière à l'EWC. Donc c'était aussi un challenge pour nous pour juste appréhender cette première game cette semaine. Donc pour l'instant, ça se passe plutôt bien et j'espère qu'on pourra continuer à scale.
It was a challenge for Perks as well because it is the first time that he was drafting on stage for the team, but a lot of focus on the map, on micro details of the game that he thinks is going to impact and influence the way G2 is going to be coached for the rest of summer. I'm going to leave you guys here, send it back to the desk. Casey et Vitality are going to play next. Scumond, merci beaucoup pour l'interview et Kamel, je te rends la parole en amont du deuxième match que vous attendez.
There we go, Scumond on stage, measured. Not as always, sometimes he's a little bit more unmeasured. We're also going to have Lebrov join us on the desk, but we're way up here, so he needs to take an elevator. Yeah, saying, of course, every win is super important in pertaining to the playoffs that are not around the corner, but you feel it, right? I think they know that they've had that event hangover in the past, and you really don't want to let that affect like your beginning of your season. That's so important.
Time flies, especially when you're having fun. And I think like this GT roster, it always has fun. And I do think that if they're not careful, they can quickly find that their summer split will pass them by, as now Lebrov is joining us.
Yes, there he is.
There you go, congratulations.
Hello.
Hello.
How was it for you, the series?
Was very intense. Yeah, I mean, especially with how the meta is right now. I'm not laning bot, you know, a lot of random skirmishes are happening, and it can be very snowballing, so I'm happy we managed to win, especially our game 3 early game was not good.
Yeah. Do you feel like your brain is on overdrive now with the fact that you just have so much freedom? Because I felt like, I mean, I said it before, I felt like supports before had an easier job because you kind of had one job, cover your ADC. But now it feels like you can go anywhere. So how hard is it for you, or like how much more intense is it now to just make all of those decisions?
Yeah, I think it's way more intense, and it's also a bit of mind games, like level on and stuff. You could, in theory, you can literally gank every single lane, you know? Yeah. And there's a lot of decisions, and also like later on, you really can't mess up tempo because one of your lanes might get completely murdered, you know? And then yeah, and then the game will feel hard. So for sure, the games are way more intense now, but it can also be fun. I think if you're playing better than your opponent early game, it might be a stomp.
Do you like it more? I feel like early game right now seems to matter a lot. Like especially when you looked at like EWC with DK versus KC, it felt like they just won early game and it was just like GG.
No, I think this meta about early game is like the most extreme it has ever been, to be honest. I mean, I kind of like it and not. For example, first game I'm playing against a Kali bot lane. I never played this matchup in my entire life, you know? I assume also enemy is probably the first time it as well, you know? It's a bit very random, but it can be fun, you know? Like, you can see bot lanes playing like a lot of random stuff.
Yeah, it must have been hard. How was Perks drafting? You saw him apologize immediately. He said, like, Mel said outdrafted me game 1. Like, how was everything?
I mean, I think Perks is really good. He's also very experienced, you know? And for example, like, I don't think necessarily our game 1 draft was that bad, you know? It snowballed to oblivion. Camille went mid, killed the caps, and then we lost one camp, and then we invaded on a bad timing, and the game just was GG on the spot, sadly. And yeah, I mean, Perks wanted to like cheat us up by saying it was his fault, which I don't think it was. But also on the drafting side, I think he really played like a lot of mages bot, so he has some nice idea and some nice suggestions, so it feels nice playing with him.
But speaking of game 3, did you like the MKOI draft? Because I feel like they had very little CC. Like game 3, the MKOI draft looked very hard to execute because they had like, it's the Rice route. That's their only CC. Like it's Karma route as well, right? But
no, I mean, I think I would say our game 3 draft was better for sure. It's just, again, like I think we lost a 3v3 mid early game and then Rice had like 3 kills, so the game will feel very like snowball again because he will always just push mid and he can invade, he can like ult either side. And yeah, he's just. I think that's why the game was hard, basically. But I'm happy we managed to stall it out and win.
I heard Skew say earlier that he works with you guys more alone on the game side. Do you feel like he's bringing this, I guess, pro player alternative way of seeing things, where he finds details, where he has kind of like that game sense that you guys understand as well, because he was an ex-pro? Do you feel like it's more of that?
I would say, yeah. I think he also has some really nice feedback that since he was an ex-pro, and I think he's really smart about the game. He played 2 lanes as well, you know. He sees some things like us pro don't see, and I don't think many coaches see as well. So it's really nice having him on the team, yeah.
So Lore asked Skumon as well about the fatigue.
Yeah.
Like, I think this is maybe the craziest competitive year we've had. Like, you guys had, what, a few days after first stand before spring, and then a few days after MSI for EWC, and now like 2 days, I don't know, very little time between any single event. How are you guys managing that?
I mean, I think it's a bit crazy for sure, especially considering the meta changed so much, you know. And now we only had like 2 real days of scrims after MSI, and yeah, it's really crazy and really intense. But I think I'm happy. I think in G2 we have like Isma, Romain, and I think we have a nice team culture. So we are doing our best, and it's going all right.
How many days off did you guys even have in the last 4 weeks? Oh, sorry.
Caps is the key player of the series. Just need to say that.
What do you think about Caps?
I think he played good. I think game 1, I think I ended him. I told him Camille probably base, and then he's like, okay. He just said that. And game 3, I think I also ended him again on the meeting.
So every time Caps dies, we can say it's your fault.
Someone into them.
Yeah.
These early games, I will thank it.
You got K.
On Jon, I think he was a bit sus, but it's fine.
Yeah, the player series after that lock game, that's crazy. Fans insane. We need to go to break, but
yeah, I think game 1 was a complete outdraft, even though he says it wasn't. I believe Perks when he said it was his bad.
We need to go to break.
Let's go to break then.
Thank you, LeBron.
Thank you.
Good job. Really tossing to a quick break indeed. But when we come back, it's what all the fans here have been waiting for. KC takes to the stage against Vitality.
Okay, the thing is, it's my first game 3 of Fila, so I might just grief you guys right now.
What is that button again?
I have no idea.
It's only them 2, play it slow, and we double kill. I got best, okay? I stun now. I tank. I drop now, guys. There's no wave.
I'm trying to ult behind you.
Look, they're trolling, kill him!
Good job.
Nice. Guys, I'll ult him. Look on Montecaiser. Kill him. He probably wins. You win? You win or not? I will slowly win, yeah. Okay, just sit together. Release half HP. We can close it, Chase. Don't nice. Flash out. No flash. No one shot. No flash. Let's go.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Damn it. Hey Dracos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling. Howling? Oh. That's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay,
You can call it.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
Rebonjour, we are here in Paris ahead of Vitality's first game against KC. That's going to be a big one. Pat, thank you so much for joining me. A lot of things happen in the off-season and for you guys as well, a change on mid lane. So what motivated this change?
I think after our playoffs run, we decided, everyone agreed that there was time for a change.
Okay.
And that was the change that made the most sense.
Why did you think that it was the one that made the most sense? Because I felt like even if playoffs didn't end the way you expected it, I feel like Vitality was on the rise. So with eyes on Worlds, the fact that it's going to impact the dynamic of the team because Marek had such a big role within Vitality with the rest of his teammates, how do you assess the risks versus reward of changing a player and choosing mid lane to be that change?
I think obviously mid lane change is always a risky one, but I think actually rather than us being on an uphill trajectory, we peaked early and then we stagnated, and that stagnation is a big part of why we went for a change and why we brought in Fiesta.
So you felt like you couldn't do more with this lineup, right?
No, I think obviously there's a lot of things going on inside the team that I don't want to get too much into detail, but we did what we thought was possible to sort of overcome that hill, and we agreed that there was no hill to overcome.
Amazing, understandable. With the eyes on Worlds, I feel like all the teams are going to make the necessary changes to get that last international event. The competition is going to be fierce. In the LEC, you guys had a pretty good spot, I want to say, after spring. So tell me about Fiesta. What is he going to bring to the lineup? Because usually you're looking at stability when you want to bring a Korean mid laner. What is he about?
I mean, for us, it was really important that we got someone in who can move the map, especially mid and mid game.
Et bien sûr, sur la top lane, le monstre mécanique, Nako, à ses côtés dans la jungle, l'Insas, sur la mid lane, côtés, à ne jamais sous-estimer. Flashy! Mesdames et messieurs, pour Vitality, faites du bruit! Leurs adversaires du jour, finalistes de l'EWC après un parcours extraordinaire. À peine partis, encore à reprendre leur souffle, ils remontent sur le ring. Veuillez accueillir la Kamiko! Et sur la top lane, Kikana! Pour mettre le rythme dans le jeu. Yike! Sur la mid lane, plus besoin de chanter ses louanges. Il suffit de hurler son nom. Yahoo! En la décarie, le prodige, Calis. Et à ses côtés, le chef d'orchestre, Busio. Pour la Kamiko, mesdames et messieurs. Une dernière fois, veuillez applaudir vos deux équipes, Vitality et la Kamiko!
Welcome back to the Caster as we get ready for this second series. My God, what an opening, what an intro. I love a synchronized turn. Nothing goes harder than bam, all the boys hitting the angle right as the beat drops. Woo, love it.
I mean, we're definitely going into the main course of the night right now. I think the crowd seems to favor one of the teams a little bit more. So we're going to see how they react in game. But I'm very excited. I'm excited to see what Vitality has been cooking in the break. Because it was a while ago since we saw them. We haven't seen Vitality play since they went out early in spring playoffs. And yeah, I don't think that was very satisfactory for them. They obviously come in today with a roster change. Fiesta in the mid lane over Humanoid. And a little bit of a question mark to many of our viewers. Don't really know how he's gonna do.
We don't. The thing that we know, and Jack brought it up earlier, is that this is a man who dies a lot in solo queue. He is a boss level solo queue feeder. Now that doesn't always mean that he won't be able to perform on the stage, but there's a lot of skepticism around this pickup. But I'll be honest, even though Fiesta's here, we got the KR mid lane battle. I'm looking at top lane. I'm looking at Kana. I'm looking at Knock Knocko. Kana coming off of a monster performance at EWC. Knock Knocko, our spring MVP. This top lane matchup better be good. Pick something fun. There's been a lot of interesting top lane matchups already today in terms of champions picked, and I want to see something spicy in this game one as we enter picks and bans. Poppy, Ezreal, Lock, and Vi now banned.
Lock obviously being banned. I think a lot of people have a very high opinion of that champion's strength. Didn't look the best when Caps played it in our game one in our previous series, but put some respect on that champion. Once again, we see Poppy being banned. Jace makes sense. You're up against Kana. He's had some fantastic Jace games over his career, so it just makes sense to take that out. And it's a Cassio first pick.
Yep.
Now, where that Cassio's
Evo nas nazad.
I do not know.
Fiesta, nova mid laner. Došao je ovdje da proba da izvuče Vitality iz kante. S druge strane KC, očigledno ogroman crowd favorite, kako i ne bi bili. Igramo u Parizu, to jest ovaj Let's Road Trip, prva nedelja igra se u Parizu, tako da publika je sigurno njihovoj strani. Kalist je već izvukao Viktora ranije, tako da niko neće biti iznenađen što to gledamo opet. Sad ćemo da vidimo šta će se izdogađati.
So it's a very favorable matchup into Cassio, and I assume Casey is going to match this Cassio with that Victor, which is why it was picked this early on red side, or second pick, I guess, in this day and age, and it will be matched with a Nocturne. Solid champion.
Of course, it was Casey who themselves banned away the Orianna. Orianna in general, just not something they wanted to give over. But we'll see what they pair with the Nocturne. Nocturne, a champion who loves to have, you know, a dive buddy or get that little extra burst of damage, usually from the Orianna Shockwave, right? That's why that's the pairing we see so often. What is the option? What is the response here from Vitality? Love seeing the Jarvan into the immobile Victor.
Jarvan u Viktora je fine.
Is just a good champion. Was played a lot at MSI. Is a very crucial part of any meta where there's a lot of immobile carries. And guess what? We're in a meta with a lot of immobile carries. That's where we're standing right now. And you can almost guarantee if you pick a Jarvan, you're gonna get at least some value from it with how prevalent.
I mislim, treba im naravno nešto sad da može samo da igra oko Jarvana. To je u suštini jedina stvar. Jarvan možda bude i Casio možda bude i flex. Možemo da vidimo Casio i na botu. Viktor također, verovatno na botu, ali opet vidit ćemo s koje strane može da ode.
Or do we see a Camille? Camille.
It's a Camille. Okay.
There you go.
Camille locked in by Busio. Also, we saw this matchup in the first series. Can sometimes be tricky to land the hookshot onto the rel because her W hitbox is just so large. Yeah. The knockback was in the animation. But
I do think, though, in general, like, the floor for Camille feels often higher in the early game in terms of what she can output, because Rel, as we get later, still feels very reliant on, you know, the multi-man combos, which is great. But the pick prevalence of Camille is, if she's out of lane, is just really hard to stop.
And that really is what the meta is.
Camille, Viktor, Nocturne, dobro. I mislim, Orianna je već banovana, tako da nisam siguran šta će raditi, na koju stranu idu s tim, ali okej.
Yeah. So I think it's a good pickup here for Busio. I want to see what it does with it. I think Busio's Camille has been a little bit on and off. When we've seen him on the picks, I want to see if he's put in the grind and really got those mechanics down leading into this game.
It's going to be really important because Fleshy, of course, we know him for a number of champions, although since his time on Vitality, his champion pool's expanded a lot, but Rel a comfort pick for so many players. And when you've already got a Jarvan and a Casio, it's easy to see, again, what you would want out of this Vitality squad, or at least the team they've assembled for KC. Again, we're in a situation, we have a Nocturne, we have a Camille. Side lanes are gonna be hard for Vitality. No matter what they draft from here, the Nocturne Camille is gonna make it really difficult for you to survive if you start to fall behind in those side lane matchups.
Yeah, I mean, the Vayne Man once again brings me back to the holy trinity of blind picking top. Renekton, Gnar, K'Sante.
And it's Kana, so Gnar.
I mean, it's actually Naknako that's gonna blind.
Oh, true.
So we do not know.
Iskreno, Kana baš možda igra svašta.
I do think Naknako has had a tendency to go towards the...
Za koga navijam? Znaš šta je fora? Ja navijam protiv Casey-a, neću vas lagati. Neću vas lagati, navijam protiv Casey-a.
But then again, you could just go the Camille top 10 if you really want to. I mean, at least historically Camille was good into Gnar, but this is a different day and age, I guess.
Yeah. And shout out to our stats team who hit us with the...
Mnogo su mi naporni navijači Casey-a. Mislim da je Casey bolja ekipa, da se razumemo, mislim da Casey dobija svakako, ali ja navijam protiv Casey-a.
Still technically potential that the Casio could be flexed to the bottom lane, but Syndra also kind of outranges the Casio there too. Darksphere not having a cast animation in the sense that it doesn't stop you from moving, just makes it that much harder.
I mean, Syndra is one of those really fluid mages. Once you get those boots, you can just walk around, really weave in and out in fights very easy. And I think
mnogo su mi BM navijači Casey-a. A znate da ja uvek volim ono friendly navijače i sve to, i baš ne volim BM. A oni su stvarno mnogo BM. I jednostavno ne mogu, ne. Bukvalno zbog toga manje volim Casey, jer su im navijači jako naporni.
Ziggs. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so why do I sound disappointed? It's because there's not a lot of physical damage. Gnar isn't actually, I think, enough to make up the physical damage deficit here, and I'm nervous if there's any tanky options, what they're going to do. The good news is enemy team basically has no tanks, but...
I mean, the only good tank top lane that works well into Gnar is pretty much Malphite. Historically, that's the good matchup into Gnar, and you don't really want to buy full
Čovjek je nekad davno igrao Gnara.
Don't think it's gonna be a tank top here. It's gonna be something way more devious.
Ne mogu, znači kompozicija Casey-a. Kompozicija Casey-a. Syndra, Viktor, TF.
It's probably going to be the TF, I think. He's going to try to push that side deep, being hovered, and then he's going to recall and open the other side. So they're going to play really fast in the mid game here for Casey. You're going to see TF pushing and basing, I assume a lot, and no one is really safe. Keep in mind, that's a TF and Nocturne. If you just get spotted by that TF ult, Nocturne can fly on you as long as it's in the range.
No, they blocked it in. They're going to get that AC 130. You're going to be lit up, dude. There is no making it out. Now, we talk about Vitality's composition. They got a ton of range. You've got double mages here. The sustained damage is fantastic. Casey's composition, other than Kalist, feels like burst him down, burst him down, burst him down. Now, it is Syndra in the mid lane for Yehu. So we'll still see the Victor in the bot lane. Expect him to just try and push. We'll be curious to see if we get a bit of a kill combo with the gravity field and the hookshot wall dive, if they can maybe just lock down Karzi.
I don't know what it is about Victor, but it feels like a lot of AD carries just really like to play Victor when it comes to mage. It seems to be a mage of choice for many AD carries. And I don't know what it is about the champion, but we will see Kalist part it now. We did see it before by Hansama. Didn't look that impressive. But luckily for Kalist, there's no Akali bot in the enemy team, so I think he's...
And we heard from LeBron that he had no idea what to do against the Akali. It seems like G2 was generally a bit caught off as we get into the first game of our second series. And it's a pause.
Beautiful.
I
I wouldn't have it any other way, honestly. Thank God.
iskreno ne znam šta je sa ovom produkcijom danas, ali dobro, mislim, Traveling Roadshow, ja pogledaj. Inače, jako smiješno bilo, ali prvi meč dana, arena poluprazna. Znači, ja vam, evo, znači, premotajte početak streama na brzaka, pogledajte koliko je bilo ljudi u areni. Kreće druga serija, igra KC, ljudi stoje u publici, koliko nema mesta.
Against the odds, appreciate that, and we'll keep you guys updated as we get more information on this particular pause. Currently, all I can tell you is that we have a pause.
Well, if the first series is anything to give us a direction of where this series will go, is that the game is very messy. So maybe we all need to take a deep breath together before we go into the mayhem that we're gonna see. My eyes are once again on the team of Vitality, on Linces and Fleshy, because this is a support jungle duo that grew a lot throughout the year. Coming into winter, we were seeing them a little bit all over the place. It didn't really seem in sync, but by the time spring rolled around, they were a force to be reckoned with, and there were a huge reason why Vitality had that super regular season. Now the meta is support jungle, so if there's one time to show off how good your support jungle can and is, it's right now. So it's gonna be Fleshy on the Rel, Linces on the Jarvan, and we're gonna have to see how boost your matches is, because you really want to get level 6 on your Nocturne. Yike does not want a messy early game. He just wants to farm.
Yeah. Of course, it feels like we are about to get back in the game here. The pause
Gde je šefe?
lighting issue on stage, one of the
Lighting issue, dobro.
So now getting back in. I like your call.
Da su bar objasnili šta se događa. Nekome puca reflektor u monitor i onda ne može da vidi. Što apsolutno razumem. Apsolutno razumem. Aleksandre, hvala ti puno na podršci. Obavezno konektuj Discord sa Patreonom kako bi mogao da vidiš i sklaram za majicu. I hvala ti puno na Patreonu.
The supports is fighting with the enemy jungle level 1.
I'm sorry. The game starts at level 1, bro. Don't you remember that? You're quoting perks earlier. You can't just wait till 20 minutes. The game starts at level 1.
That's what Umajan said, yeah. Shout out to Umajan.
Umayan. There it is.
No flash.
Oh, I cannot believe that hit the wall. No flash. Fiesta's dead. Welcome to the LZ, baby. And you know what? Welcome, and hey, at least the game living up to your name. Already a Fiesta.
Hvala, Aleksandar. Kažem ti, u podešavanjima tamo imaš settings, connections, pa spoji samo sa Discordom. Ako si na Discordu, možeš vama u general chatu samo napiši poruku pa ću da te spojim s Kevinom da ti pomogne. Kevin je GOAT, on tu pomaže ljudima se konektuju svi. Publika na nogama.
Falco is going to fall behind in gold and in XP. And the thing is, Yike does not lose his bot side because whatever happened bot side is way past. Princess was already in there, so he's just going to go now and full clear top side back into bot. And yeah, seems like it's going to be quite a lot of fighting.
Yike has gotten a kill and fully reset, and only just now has Linces caught up to Yike in terms of XP.
Yeah.
This is an incredibly difficult start for Vitality. Mid lane doesn't look like it's getting any easier, but at least Fleshy is hovering around to cover. And I would say this is a...
Napisat ću ti svakako, ali ako se ne snađe, kažem, uđi na Discord pa samo u general chatu stavi. Napiši poruku pa ću da vidim s Kevinom ti pošalje DM i da spojimo to da dobiješ roll. A sutra igramo Arame svakako, tako da sutra moramo se družimo.
Busio just continues to be annoying.
Busio's just a nuisance this game.
Content to let Karzi and Kalist trade waves here. As Fiesta gets closer to level 6, like, look, Busio has to be careful about going for these plays, and similar to what we saw in the final G2 MPOI game, it's just a battle for mid-prio.
Well, at least Fiesta is very thankful that Casio can buy boots this game, because it's actually so true. If he couldn't buy mercs, I don't know what he would do. But in the end, he will be able to get those mercs later, as Linces now once again invading the enemy red side. Lucio is here, but I don't think he can stop it this time.
No, and really needs to be careful. He's going into the midst of two people. Linces is going to smite it and walk away because he doesn't have good info on where Yike is. Of course, would have been safe to contest a little bit more. Level 5 for Fiesta.
Odlično. Sad ako vidiš vamo na Discordu Patreon chat, znaš da si uspeo i vidiš ljude vamo koji su u voice-u i na plavi solti i pobesnili čile igraju nešto. Da, ovaj Discord je ubogovan, zato kada konektuješ on te automatski spoji na Discord server, ne treba ti link. Nego te samo automatski spoji na server. Jer to ne znam kako da, mislim, ne znam kako namislim, neće da radi. Napravim permanent link i link istekne. Tako da to ne znam zašto mi konstantno Discord link isteće, neće bude permalink.
I mean, to easily explain how to play this support base style, you can roam a lot, but you gotta go back to bot lane every now and then, just to pick up that XP.
When there's a big wave, you gotta be there.
Ali preko Patreonovog sajta instant bi trebalo da spoji. To jest odmah ti da server.
So to be clear, you almost never have to go bot, but like every once in a while.
Yeah, like a courtesy to AD.
Sad kad se završi spis za 4 dana, ostaju divizije. Koliko ja znam, ostaju. Nemoj me držati za reč, nisam 100% siguran, ali koliko sam ja upućen, pošto ovo mali reset, divizije ostaju, a onda na kraju godine kada krene kad krene onaj veliki reset, onda će da se resetuju do nule.
Lucio is once again in mid, and so is Fleshy. Shocker.
Level 6 for Fiesta now as well for Yehu. Yehu doing really nicely, stacking up the Splinters of Wrath here. Very close to having the double Dark Spear that you get at 40. Is Lucio going in on the Linces, taking his sweet time.
Nije te spojilo.
Sweet for a bit of extra poke. And eventually Lucio's not going to be able to do this, but the
adaptive... Ajmo da smislimo šta ćemo.
The shield is so nice, you can see Linces doesn't even try to trade with him. Just walks away.
He knows he's gonna block it.
Probaj preko ovog linka doći. Pa vidimo da li će imati roll na serveru.
It's because the reasoning why you didn't play Mage's bot in the first place is because they scale so much with levels.
Yeah.
So by leaving your AD carry alone all the time, he ends up being a quite high level and managing to get a lot more skill points in his spells, and that's where the damage comes from. So you actually don't want to take his XP as support if you can avoid it.
It makes sense. And in this case, it's Mage versus Mage, so it's not as crucial, right? Given the XP advantage is good, but as long as you're matching whatever the other side is doing, it's fine. You can see Karzi with a bit of an XP advantage in bot lane, not sure where he got it. Do you have an interrupt onto Busio there? Again, Tactical Sweep just going to walk it out, but now you've got Linces and Fleshy forced to stick around top side.
Nakaro is quite far from his mega.
That he is, and Kana just
continues. Ne mogu da ga dajevaju ovde gore.
A little bit fake because TF prints money, but you can see there is a CS lead there already, so Kana doing a really good job.
It's not a full Fugazi. It's still quite real as now Busio
is backing away, but Linces did manage to get the red buff.
Oh, he's here.
Kana arriving with the gold card. Linces a little bit faster. Fleshy able to walk it off. Good survival play, good contest there from Linces in the jungle.
I mean, in the end, you're very happy here as Vitality. You got the red buff, you wasted a TF ult. TF dropped a wave to go for this play and use his ult. This was a big win for Casey, let's be real.
Yeah, 100%. You mitigate some of that gold on the top side. You make the deficit, feel it a little bit less. Nako now has the Merc Tread, so he's going to be a lot more comfortable in that matchup.
It was win for Vitality, I meant. Sorry, I said the other way around.
Nije, znaš da čeka zna dubogo, ja sad ću ti reći. Ako si već bio na serveru i onda konektuješ, onda zabodi i ne da ti roll, nego moraš da izađeš sa servera i onda kad konektuješ, onda će te vrati nazad u server. Jako je, mislim, to je do njih, čudno su ga napravili, ali...
Never mind, take it back. He has a little bit more mana and a Dark Seal.
Yeah.
But let's see what the next play that Casey go for. Ball is kind of in their court. Void Grubs have spawned, so it feels like a pretty clear path to success. But with level 6 there for
Filtu, budi giga, čudno. Ali čekaj, ovaj novi lik što postao radi.
The thing here is the Vitality sneaking his dragon, but the Rel is top. But it's important that they don't get overconfident just because Rel is here, because it's still a numbers advantage for KC. So Rel is just here to defend. She is the bouncer of the top lane dive. As Vitality picks up this Drake, it's gonna be...
Fleshy on the way out. Nako about to go mega.
Kako je G2 igrao danas? Pa igrali su okej. Jedan game im je bio malo diskutabilan kada su izgubili protiv AD Carry Akali. To je fora.
Pretty easy to take grubs. No, you have sideline advantage, especially for Kana. He's going to be happy to have all three of those. Cloud next on the menu, so neither of those will be our soul this game, as Lucio is level 5, 2 Fleshies level 3.
Yeah, so this is the difference between a guy that occasionally drops by spam in the bot lane.
G2 je dobio 2-1, G2 je dobio 2-1, da.
And then he sat top to cover for the Gnar. But Yubusio has now and then went back bot lane, and you see the level advantage he has just from that. He's level 5 to level 3 Dracos, and that's a huge difference in terms of raw combat stats.
I think, yeah, clearly being where he needs to be to catch some of this XP, and a lot of that is he is there when his laners are pushing out. Fleshy's just trying to play to cover, so he's so far behind. Gold card is there, Fleshy on the way out. Kana is going to burn the Ghost. We'll just continue to auto this tower, likely to grab another plate. Won't get a lot else here.
Yeah, I think Casey could have...
Proveri da li si na istom akauntu. Nekada ljudi preko aplikacije i preko brauzera su na dva različita akaunta. Mislim,
might end up being quite poor for them, but Linza's now has been farming, great cover by Fleshy, and Linza's gonna take the buff of Yike, and he's kind of coming back into this game after that really messy early game.
Yeah, and I think the plays from Casey not finding a greater advantage here is starting to cost them, right? We have the top lane play where they're not able to find it on that first ulti.
Hold that thought, oh my god, he's got flipped.
What's this? The flip back there. He's trapped himself in the Thunderdome, and I don't think that's where he wants to be. Yike now moving in, waiting, says no matter where you go, I will follow.
Da. Akali na botu. Igrali su AD Carry, mislim, Akali na botu, nije AD Carry bila, nije buildala AD Carry item, ali kapiraš.
It's top lane, it's a 2v2, but I think Busio's just here to make sure he kind of gets his recall off, because, I mean, nothing is gonna happen here, they're just top laners.
And again, we're continuing the trend today of Wampa Stomps. It is 2,500 gold a lead for KC. Fiesta has done well to stay close in farm even after the early disaster, so maybe that's something positive. But hasn't been able to get a greater advantage here. Yehu just continues.
Probat ćemo googlom da vidimo šta je.
No, maybe once, but like almost never. No.
Is this how? I feel like they get.
This is how it feels to be a top laner. Yes. Bot lane doesn't matter. Finally, it's happened. It's Fiesta. Learning that support does matter. Busio, level 9 Casio does not matter. What the heck are we watching?
We're doing really good Legends Dracos as Busio.
Ne pada mi na pamet zašto bi bugovo app. Baš mi ne pada na pamet zašto bi bugovo app.
Now for the next 5 to 10 years.
Oh, Mr. Top Laner, do you want the support? Yes, let me support you, Mr. Top Laner.
Yes.
Oh no, get rid of this. Wow, really exciting gameplay.
There you go. Oh god, another wet noodle.
Napiši svakako nešto u chatu, u general chatu.
Look at us, we're trading spells with each other. We're so cool and quirky.
Yeah, it's like, no, get me back up here. Show me the Gnar versus Twisted Fate.
Show me some auto attacks, baby. Boomerang goes wide. Kana throws at the wild cards. Misses a melee minion just with a sliver of health.
Ali čekaj, možda napišeš nešto u običnom chatu. Znači, general chat. Na serveru. Preko brauzera ili bilo kako. Mislim, ima Patreona sad koji su tu, možda bi neko mogao ti pomogne, pošto ja sad kastujem, to jest, ne mogu jer sam na streamu, ali neko od Patreona sigurno možda uleti pomogne samo da vidimo šta je, zašto je zavolo.
for the follow-up. How long is the cooldown on hookshot wall dive? The only question he has to ask himself, because Fleshy's still just level 5. Gonna fall down the Chaos Storm.
And Vitality can enter their jungle. You see why this combat case is so strong. The range of engage, their pick potential with the Camille, with the Nocturne, and all the damage of the mages and their CC. It's just nothing Vitality can do. As Fiesta flashes in your mid lane, Yehu tries to go out here.
Sad ćemo da ima.
Doesn't get stunned.
Flashed out.
We'll
Okay,
just flash out.
Trades flash for flash in the end, has a bit of control over mid, but Yike is ready to threaten. Busio is also on the way in.
Sun goes wide there. I don't know if Yike can do this. He has to be a little bit careful here.
Because now Fleshy can follow. Ooh, Shattering Strike not hitting. That's a bit awkward.
Now it would probably be a flash if that's connected, but Fiesta is still going. Look at him, he's so hungry, he's so voracious. Going into Yike's jungle, flashes out now, finally. And he's gonna relax a little bit.
I mean, good on Fiesta for pushing the advantage there, but now Nocko is going to be in trouble.
Can he predict the E? Where will he hop?
Actually,
when will he hop? How will he hop?
Auto, hook, he's dead.
Okay, wasn't that impressive? I mean,
7-1 KC, holy.
The only way that you can mess that up is by not just walking at him menacingly until he's forced to jump out.
Nocko's had a tough game this game. He's just been the target of all of Casey's efforts. Whether it's Yike going in for an early dive top, whether it's Busio roaming up there with this Camille. It's been a sad Gnar gameplay so far, and Kauna's gold lead is just brewing. He's now 1.7k gold up against this Gnar.
And it's so tough for Vitality because, again, you're bringing in a new player. We don't expect you to hit the ground running in week 1, but this is a KC who went to MSI, immediately went to EWC, stayed in Paris now to play week 1. And yes, they are empowered by the crowd, but this is the most weary KC you're ever going to get to play.
No flash.
And they are beating the hell out of you right now. Interrupt on to Busio with the satchel charge from Carzzy, it looked like.
Yes.
Does mean that nothing else is going to happen there.
I mean, it's as you say, but usually with a new team, when you watch a team that has just made a roster change, you don't expect them to be fantastic, but you want to see those seeds. You want to see the seeds of those roster changes.
And now it's Yike going into the seed of Yike's demise. Sown there by Nocko, but it's going to cost him because Kana is so strong. The combo is there, the chain CC is there. Gold card going to connect with the
Nema Kana kill, unlucky. Je da bio Kraken basic, možda bi imao.
Got a lot quieter here in Paris for some reason. It's hard to put my finger on it.
Must be the wind.
You can see a grin on Busio's face. That was a big punt, and now Fiesta running in onto Kliss. Kliss trying to size up, turns around to face him.
But he missed the Q Dracos.
He did miss the Q. Kliss, oh my god, he's nasty with it. He's dancing on him. Okay, whoever wins this just has infinite aura. Kliss running. Kliss,
Uuu, za malo.
Fiesta gets the kill.
0-3 Fiesta dobio je kill, pa dobro.
Yehu going. The fight's never stopped. Oh my, okay. Nocko on the way. Running him down, looking for the hyper proc. Yike is also here.
Running away.
I can't believe you said we're in Paris, bro. Okay. Casey's still...
Svi bi oni voleli da su kerija.
I mean, they're
still stomping.
Svi bi oni voleli pomalo da su kerija. Ali nažalost za njih, niko nije kerija. Samo je kerija.
That was a very instantaneous use of the Herald. I'm not used to seeing that, but
it was very like, I want to get this out of me.
I was nervous he's going to crash to the wall. Fleshy now going in onto Yike.
Yike actually has the blue trinket, which is quite rare for a jungler to go for this early. Usually you see the junglers have the sweeper, but I guess with Nocturne you just want a blue trinket and then...
This is their UAV. They don't want to have to use TF ult. They want to be blue trinket into immediate dive bomb.
Look at their trinkets. They have 4 blue trinkets right now.
Yeah.
They just want to spot where people are, and when they know where they are, they can kill them.
Most certainly can.
Because if you see a guy with a blue trinket, you can insta TFR and Nocturne on that guy. And Camille, she's going to show up eventually, and usually going to end up being a good play for the team that finds that initiative. And I think it's quite innovative. It's not something we usually see from junglers.
We don't see a lot of this Nocturne TF on the same team, you know? Oftentimes, we're used to seeing the Nocturne Oriana combo, but I like having the double semi-globals. Now, as we enter this mid-game, if KC kind of clean up their play, it's going to be hard for Vitality to find these angles because it's tough for them to contest push in a lot of these lanes. The good news is Fiesta is still really strong 1v1 as we saw, as he did beat out Kalist, but really hard to find that isolated 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, in the end, the thing with Casey's team comp that's a little bit unconventional is that they have two very different identities in the same team. So you have the Nocturne, the Camille, and to some degree the team...
Da, nema. A, vidi. Supportovi od levela 1 ne igraju. Mislim, ne igraju botlane.
Victor wants to weave in and out of max range, chunk people down with her spells, and just kind of hold their ground a little bit. So the thing is, what can happen is, if Casey's engage goes in a little bit too deep...
Oh, hold that thought. Ulti out from Nocturne, the Paranoia, locking up. Good flash comes out from Nocturne, but...
Yeah, I mean, the side-in threat of Casey's comp is just too grand right now. It's impossible for Nocturne to ever step up ahead of his tower, because the moment he does, they just find him.
Yeah, and I think what you're trying to bring up, the weaknesses of a composition that has conflicting goals, matters if Vitality can find a fight where, one, they aren't too far behind in gold, difficult at this point, and two, where they can actually get an honest 5v5,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
But the problem is right now is not only are KC not giving them the honest 5v5, they're so far behind in gold that it's hard for them to win any other skirmishes, although Lince is going in, has locked Kana in the Thunderdome. Kana should drop down here, another EQ from Lince. No! Okay! Oh, God!
Ma kakvi.
No recovery from that.
The sack thumbs up emote as well.
That's a dirt. You can't do him like that.
Oh my God, Lince misses the Dragon Strike. And that ends up being his demise. It's a heartbreaker. I mean, just pure aura by Kana just holding his ground in the Jarvanul. Sigzor flying his way, he doesn't care. He's just gonna throw some cards at him.
Throw some cards at him. Proc that Triumph, walk away. Yeah. Yike now going to start up Dragon, deny third Drake from the side of Vitality. They're getting choked out of this game. Okay, let's take one more look.
So I want you to pay attention to this play. This is very winning for Jarvan, but he ends up slightly missing the Q here. And then he drags himself away.
Slightly missing the Q. I nema slightly, brate, promaši si ili nisi promaši?
One more out attack in because he's stuck in the Dragon animation. And ends up dying because of it.
I also think he preemptively ulted because he was still stunned for so long after. I think he jumped the gun a bit.
No, I mean the thing with if you're unstoppable and you get stunned,
the lingering duration. I feel like he might have gone a bit early, but I'm nitpicking. The Q is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, I mean I think you want to ult the moment TF throws the stun card, or right before it lands on you in general. You're not gonna end up blocking the entire stun, but a part of it.
Well, that was embarrassing for Vitality. 1-3 now, the scoreline. 1-4 Knock-Knocko, 1-3 Lensis, 1-3 Fiesta. Carzzy at least at 2-1, but he's been staying at arm's reach, throwing out these big bombs.
Now the control of KC is sweeping over Vitality. You're gonna see him go for his deep vision, and Vitality has to use every single resource just to get back vision in their own jungle. And meanwhile, Nocturne doesn't even have to be there. He's farming his Krugs right now. He's chilling.
Yeah. Also, Yehu about to hit 100 splinters, which I can't remember if it's 15% AP or the 15% HP execution threshold on ulti, but either way,
it's both actually.
It's both.
Yeah.
At 100, what's 120 then?
Oh no, 120 is both.
120 is both.
Yeah.
Hold on, now I have to look it up, Finn. Why did you question me? I don't know. Why did you say that? Because I also don't know, and now we have to know.
I play Bruce.
What does this champion even do?
I can tell you what Renegade ult does.
Then why does anyone care about that? He gets big, Finn. Damn it, now we have to look it up, dude.
Oh yeah, I forgot that there's 120 threshold as well. That might be
thank you. Thank you, Finn.
Let's read it together, Dracos. Let's do it together. Let's
100 is the execute, 120 is the bonus AP.
There we go. Easy. Now we all know. We all learned. Learning is power. Yay!
Okay, nice recovery. Good job. No one saw that or heard that.
Casey is still in the enemy jungle, trying to set down their vision, and Vitality is still in their own jungle, trying to counter that. You see this ward that they have. This control ward is the place that you hold. If Vitality is ever going to find the fight, it's where they're standing right now.
Vitality mid lane prošli split je bio humanoid. Humanoid.
It's gonna be hard to defend that vision, but at least they'll get their own red buff.
Yeah, a lot of poke being used. Flushy not able to sidestep everything, so Celestial opposition will be procced. And of course, in the meantime, KC perpetually putting Vitality in Zook Schwang because there's nothing they can do. They're losing a tower in the process.
It's a good Zook Schwang,
yeah. It's so hard.
I mean, in the end, they have to either give the red buff or give their buff tier 1. And probably because the jungler is a shot caller now, they took the red buff and gave the buff tier 1.
Yeah,
or tier 2.
Which is tough.
Yeah.
Again, once you're in the Zook, it's hard to get out.
I mean, when you're in Zook Swang, you're swagging.
You're swagging. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough.
Not a lot of Zook left for the old Vitality boys.
Like, Nako's had a quiet game so far on the NAR. Hasn't really found the impact that he probably wants to. Yeah. I think this game is a great highlighter of why Camille can be so oppressive. Because she can just be everywhere.
Yeah, and you see 1-1-3 is the scoreline, but, sorry, not trying to bring up memories for you and your boys, but he's had way bigger impact than the scoreline would indicate. He walked in and almost solo killed Lenses at level 1, found them their first blood, super disruptive the entire game. Like, Busio has literally been everywhere on the map. I just genuinely think Camille's support is broken. I don't think that's a crazy thing to say, but it is just so strong.
The reason why Camille jungle was broken in 2018 was because she was so strong in the early skirmishes, and it was all about those early crabs. And she could just stay on the map and not care about levels because the jungle catch-up XP. Now it's kind of
12-5 case izgleda dosta čisto ovdje, iskreno.
and because of the support catch-up XP.
Baš čisto izgledaju.
She does so much, she's done more damage than the Casio. Okay. I'm just saying this graph looks pretty incriminating, balanced team. This might be something to consider. Actually, please don't nerf her because she's really fun to watch and cast. But she does seem quite potent.
Drakus really misses the Milio Nami matchup.
Shut up, bro. Do not put that on me. Do not put that on me.
Drakus loves a good
do not put that on me.
versus Lucian Milio. But here we see Casey pushing in mid here. Busio hovering around Kalist, making sure he can actually catch this mid wave so deep.
Close is spending most of his APM in this mid game spamming that KC surrender emote. He has not been pressed at all.
Yeah. He's just an AD carry.
He's just chilling. You got Proto, but look at the matching item sets for Kalist and Yehu.
That's very cute,
perfect synergy.
Different boots though. But
different boots, yeah.
Can you really blame them?
No.
So we're looking, because if the game is gonna stay like this, Casey has 3 dragons until soul. They need to do something else than just playing like this if they want to accelerate the game.
Mislim, Casey chilla, ima 8k gold leada. Oni su skroz okej ovdje.
They're clearly winning by a hefty margin. You will, again, with double immobile mages, you will hit a point where the Lenses play that we've seen kind of work one time and fail pretty catastrophically the other will just kill your entire backline.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to have flash.
Which is why they're going after Carzzy now, who's immediately forced to flash. Flash from Conan doesn't make it over the wall! If Carzzy lives, it's a disaster. Oh, okay, it's fine, it's fine. All planned. All planned.
I mean, it's a nice pick onto Carzzy. What can you do? You can't leave your tower against a TF Nocturne. Once again, they can just go on you from wherever on the map. Especially when the game slows down like this. As the losing team is not like, are we safe? Can I go a little bit further out? And then that's when plays like this happen. I have so many memories of being in positions like this where the other team is not really snowballing actively. You start taking a little bit more space on map and you just get one shot in a fight. And you end up throwing the game.
You forget, you know? You're like, oh, this panther isn't actively biting me, maybe I can pet it. You get 2 pets in him and it mauls you to death. And you're like, okay, I can see how this might have been a bad idea.
Absolutely. Great.
Yeah, by Vitality, trying to pet the tiger or the panther or whatever is Nako. Walking in here for some reason, getting quite low. Now that is...
This is combo in because
a nice backstep actually from KC to just pull off the Baron. Now they're forcing Lenses to flash out.
Nagi's so low. They didn't really convert this Carzzy pick into something. So now it's Kana with no flash. It's gonna have to go back on the side and then push out. Maybe this could be an avenue for Vitality. Maybe they have a 6 ult into a jar.
Niko neće samo se druži, Zelda.
Catch him on side like they tried to do before.
Nažalost.
That's a lot of damage. They do have protobelts for HP, but they don't have any other defensive stats.
You see, Nako now has the Sterex gauge as second item. Gives that extra.
Ali dobro, možda ću jednog dana naći drugara. Ja verujem.
Very useful to have in a game like this.
All right, Casey, will you restart the objective? With the TF, you do get that 80 carry damage output.
And it's a slow setup. Yike back on his cross.
But this is the classic that we've seen, I feel like, across both series today, which is just, despite the game, like, there's been a lot of years of League of Legends where an 8,000 gold league ends the game so fast.
Okay. Ne znam baš da li to tako sme, ali znaš. Nije naravno Legend, s tim da se slažemo da je to speedrunovanje mog otkaza, cancelovanje sport kluba kao televizije i mog banovanja s bilo koje televizije ikada. To je, znaš ono, mislim, nešto dobiješ, nešto izgubiš, kako to već funkcioniše. Naravno, slobodno možeš se prijaviš, brate, šta više si dobrodošao da se prijaviš. Imaš Mail, Fortunin, Možeš i na Instagramu da pošalješ, uzmeš, snimiš se na YouTubeu kako kastuješ, pošalješ prijavu ako si raspoložen da budeš kaster. Fortuni su novi kasteri uvek dobrodošli. Malo te se... pa vidi, to je već druga situacija. Moraš preći preko toga ako želiš da budeš komentator. Nije kao da možda komentarišeš, a da ne budeš na televiziji. Ti budeš televizor. Ne, pa naravno Zelda, mislim, to je još jedan deo posla komentatora. Znam ja da... Znaš, ali svakako... Preko toga moraš proći. To je spreći. Ako želiš se baviš ovim poslom, nije kod imaš pretjerano izbora. To ti kažem, uzmeš, snimiš se kako komentarišeš s upaljenom kamerom, to ti je prvi korak. Pa naravno, koji sve drugo. Kao neko ono... Skakanje s bandžija, verovatno. Znaš, kapiram, kad jednom skočiš, drugi put ti nije toliko frka. Znači, jednom baneš na kameru i drugi put ti nije toliko frka. Ali mislim, svakako sad je ono, Lec je na mom kanalu, moj program, tako da, i što nema ljudi, okej, nismo na Fortuni pa da moram da imam ko kastere, tako da, Lec kapiram da u sljedećem dobrom periodu neće imati nikog, već samo ja chillam jer je takav koncept programa. Sad časkam s chatom, gledamo zajedno, više ne kastujemo Lec, što je sasvim okej, mislim. Generalno većina ljudi koje zanima Lec competitive strane će odu na Lec i da ga gledaju. Tako da ovdje je više ono balkanska bleja zajedno nego bilo što drugo. Ali svako i dalje treba komentatora za EBL, za neke druge stvari, iako za Lec ne treba. Ovo je samo Game 2 Wait igrom, KC ih je urnisao. Pa nidi, mora postoji način da se reši.
Kana is even farming his own jungle right now. He's just trying to pad his stats a little bit, you know. Get that GG.
What is he even close to? Is he going IE? Is he going Lord Dominix? Here comes the part where the super fed TF walks down the Casio. Oh. Yeti didn't know where Jarvan was and ulted to...
Dobro, ne, to stoji, Marence. To apsolutno se slažem s tobom. Apsolutno se slažem s tobom. Ja sam samo i dalje u depresiji šta se događa s pikovima na botu, iskreno. Akali botlane. Ja moram Akali da naučim da igram sad. Inače sam loši igrač Lola. Nije li to malo depresivno? Kao mene da samo igraš Akali kao AD carry main, čemu je problem? Jeste, ušao umjesto Humonida, ode 0-3, brat moj.
Now they're in a position where they're going to concede all of them, it would seem.
Yeah, flash burn by Linces makes it hard to engage here. Stun goes out.
Stun, instantaneous kill. Ulti does not connect. Nice flash from Yeti.
Like that.
Kana now TPing in. Partial melee. Need to respect the Ziggs though. Carzzy does a lot of damage. You can see Kana chunked out, but in the meantime, Busio solo killing the top lane. Inhibitor tower. Mid lane inhibitor down. Bot lane inhibitor about to fall.
To ti kažem, Vlado, ja sam samo užasan igrač, brate. Kako nisam Akali main, ono, WTF.
That's ulti coming in for Busio. He solo kills.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Oh, bože.
Riot Gaming's corporation, mega conglomerate, why is this allowed? He's a support. One song and 1.5 items, how does that happen? He's just got a dirk and a tunneler.
Sad ćemo da ima replay, ima što se dogodilo.
Is 60% HP.
A, dobro, opet.
This ignite. Oh, that shield.
A, dobro, mislim, ruku na srce Linka Skun je pogodio u životu. Ako ćemo realno.
Thank you, Daddy Rito, for bringing in Fearless, is what I will say, because it's the only we get 2 Camille's a day while we're here.
Lik stvarno nije ku u životu pogodio, mislim, ne može baš tako.
The problem again is we talked about this before. People may have forgotten because it hasn't mattered at all this game. If Casey weren't so far ahead that they're just, you know, Harlem Globetrotters like dunking behind the back.
Zašto si igra? Taj game stvarno, ne znam zašto, evo. Nije ni meni jasno što se taj game igrao. Što se taj game igrala Akali AD Carry. Vjerojatno je Supa bio u fazonu, verujte braćo. Samo da imam i to radi, dobre.
And Casio has their damage dealers, and they can't even walk into their own jungle.
It's hard for them to get a toe in this game, bro. A foot is too much. A toenail, like the edge of a toenail, bro. They've got nothing in this game right now. It's a little bit dire. And of course, next game is an opportunity to go back to the drawing board, but it's such a tall task to ask a team that has sat trapped in this losing game for 35 minutes, listening to the fans be totally rallied against you, and now what? We're going to ask them to fully mental reset going into game 2. And if any team can do it, honestly, it might be Vitality. Carzzy, a goofy guy.
I mean, my condolences to Fiesta, though. Imagine this is your first game you play in the LEC. This really sets the stakes to play against KC in their home arena as your first ever game. It's quite a menacing.
Normally you kind of ease in. We talk a lot about, hey, LEC stage pressure. You know, that's the first tick up, then big live events. But thanks to the road shows.
Ne znam što je Viktor Bjadikiri. Očigledno opet, jeli, naravno, mislim, kako drugačije.
It's not good for him. He probably would have liked to ease in. You know, play some stuff in the Riot Games arena, play some stuff in the Berlin studio, one tick up with a couple hundred people, not a lot of thousands.
I mean, especially because you see how comfortable.
Mislim, Fiora Tarik je recimo bio polukršten komp, ali
from the start of the game, basically they have targeted him and made it really difficult for him to just get a normal laning phase, which like when you're a rookie in the league or a new player in the league, like if you have a good laning phase, that's the goal. Yeah. Because then you have a foot in. If you go toe-to-toe with an LEC player, have a good laning phase, you're fine. You can build on that. But when you can't even get into the mid game without being decimated,
a mislim dao je pad intervju pa su ga onda cancelovali, ali
Casio presumably picked because it is comfortable for you, and then you're getting outplayed by Yehu on the Syndra, who again 4-0-2, 3K individual gold lead just about, feels good, and now got Callista and Yikes solo clearing this. Vitality can't really be here to contest this. Their base is getting pushed in, and now KC are just circling them.
Flashes just looks like the guy that sits in the park feeding the
gold card
sparrows. Wait, I don't know who that was.
Yeah. Ulti misses. And again, at this point in the game, there is nothing Vitality can do.
I mean, they can't do anything.
Will look good. Like we can laugh and we can meme, but like if you hold that moment against Linces, you're a clown. Because like there's nothing he can do,
no,
bro.
Of course not. He's just laughing at Flashes, just walk up the back pit and they work and they clear it. and the ward, and they clear it. Yeah, he was just sitting there, putting down wards, trying to get some kind of vision. Now, Canon goes for the ghosts.
Again, 37 minutes. Ocean Soul, Baron empowered KC.
Kaki 15.000 gold, čime nisu završili do sad, iskreno.
They have been running the Rift since level 1, and the one or two good looks that a Vitality have had have just not balanced the scales in their favor whatsoever. An incredibly dominant game 1 from KC thus far. Likely to just finish it here. Vitality sent back to the drawing board. Not the debut that they were hoping for as Busio goes in to kill Karzi. Everybody dying on the side of Team Vitality. And while Paris goes wild, there's not much left to say in this game 1. KC simply better. Moving up 1-0 in the series.
You know, even at the end there, Fiesta tried to aura flash all of KC, and all 3 players of KC backstep the Casio to not get stunned at the same time. Just pure domination in this game 1 by KC.
Dobro, mislim, KC Stomp, nema šta. Pogotovo, kažem, ovdje u Parizu, stvarno mislim da ne postoji ugo da bi trebali da izgube protiv Vitality-a. Iskreno, Fiesta se baš nije pokazao toliko dobro. Dobro, KC uzeo game. Vidjet ćemo da će uspjeti da zatvore seriju i da bude 5 gameova danas, bilo kako bilo, pauzica 15-ak i vraćamo se sa game broj 2.
Kind of a sad game to watch in a sense from like a Vitality POV, because you're just like watching the inevitable the whole time. And it's like, oh, maybe if we steal the Nash. No.
It felt like old school, like Europe and NA versus LCK at International. It's like, we're just going to lose slowly. Like, and KC, they could have sped it up. They could have like forced the Baron and said, okay, at the Baron, we'll take the flip. We'll see how things go. Instead, they back off. They get the TP out. They get the Paranoia out. They get the Flash. And they're like, cool, we'll just wait. And then we'll do it again. And then we'll do it again. And eventually you'll make a mistake and you try and step too far, and then we'll punish you.
Fiesta joined the LEC, but Odo, he fell to the oldest book in the trick. Oldest trick in the book.
Both. Yeah, it's the support roaming, because he did bring the Fiesta to this game. Unfortunately, he was on the receiving end of the invade strategy that we saw from KC, which it really looked like it was one of those rehearsed plays, because it was extremely interesting, because what happens here, you have Camille and Nocturne securing this side of the map, and at this point, Nocturne is just winning 1v1, and Camille is, at this point, with the Halo Blaze, with the hook shot, with the Ignite, a lot stronger than jungler. He's chasing Linsas everyone. If you look at the top side, Yike is level 2 already, and now, regardless of what Linsas does, he's already on the back foot. Camille is unleashed. Yike is about to do 3 camps, and Busio, he wins 1v1 against anyone. He is just free to reign terror on the map.
And this is part of the problem with Camille's support versus other supports trying to match that level 1. Fleshy did exactly the same thing in the Razorbeaks. Like, Fleshy is trying to match, but the Nocturne just doesn't care. He's like, cool, I'll just smite this and I'll walk away. Like, you don't trade effectively with me. So the Camille then is unlocked on the map for the entirety of the early game. And Jack, I know you have a lot to say about how well Busio played this game.
Yeah, I think for me it's really cool to see Busio have such a good and impactful game on Camille, especially because he was 0-4 on this champion before this game. This is his first win on Camille. He played it at MSI, played it at EWC, and he just wasn't able to highlight the strengths of this champion. And we saw this game that when you have a good early game, when you really get the ball rolling, not only was he useful in the early game, it's like 30 minutes he solo kills Linsas up in the top in him.
Saves the game.
Yeah, but just how useful he was creating lanes in mid lane. Yeah, we even have the play here where like he's 3 levels down, still solo kills Linsas. Doesn't really feel fair, but it highlights Camille's strength.
Exactly, and they had all of these games where he was 0-4 so far, but he did manage to get so much experience, and to be honest, he ran the Rift. It felt like it was a game of cat and mouse where he's just trying to drag Fleshy all around the map, and it was just impossible to match him.
It's dragging Flesh all over the map.
He's just flayed his enemies, and the skins are just following behind him.
Totally intended.
So all credit to Busio. Played it really well. Macro genius, was everywhere he needed to be. There is a discussion to be had about whether Camille should be a support, because I think she should not. She is too strong with 1 item.
What do you mean it was 0-4?
Okay. It's too strong with 1 item. She gets around the map too easily, and 3 levels down, she can 1v1 the enemy jungler. Is that balanced? Are supports getting too much gold?
It's a very interesting conversation to be had, because I don't think she is OP, but I do think she's very polarizing because every time she's in a game, she warps the whole meta around her.
What's OP to you, Odo? She's pick or ban every game, and you say she's warping the whole meta.
And every single time you see Camille picked and the enemy matches with either the Leona or the Shen, Camille ends up losing because she doesn't win 1v1, she doesn't win 2v2. It's a lot easier to match her, and then she's on the back foot where she needs to find a way to dodge the enemy support. But every time you take this rail, it's just way too slow, and I think we saw it even earlier in the series. It was matched by the rail, and it just becomes so easy to just mismatch the support.
That's something I wanted to bring up as well, because I think for me the biggest weird thing that Vitality did was just picking the rel so early. Like, we haven't really seen rel prio from any teams. We didn't see it at MSI, didn't see it at EWC, but the fact that they just decided to go for it, weren't really prepared for the Camille, and Fleshy was never in a winning position in any of the skirmishes. And I feel like if you put him on Leona or Shen this game, it looks so different. So it's a good point, though. You got me.
Yeah, and to Medic's point, no,
Camille is OP.
It's not, obviously. It just was up against the rel.
Odo's point is bad. I'm sorry. Like, the problem is, right, if you say this champion isn't OP because 2 champions out of 176 can counter it, that doesn't make it not OP.
We don't know
that there's one champion more OP than her, which is Leona or Shen.
No, because if I pick Leona, I get outmatched by so many other supports, right? Leona has 10, 15 counters that I can play, right? And a style that I can play around it. Whereas with Camille, and this is not me just trying to rail on Camille. It is a me problem. I hate playing Camille. But secondly, I think because she warps the game so heavily and because she has so much damage out of a support role, like no other support can do the things that she can do. I think she is overtuned for where she is right now. And I think the same whether Busio plays it, whether On plays it, whether Delight plays it, like a good support can totally change the game with Camille.
Out of all those 170 whatever champions, have you tried everything?
True. I keep trying Silas
You cannot
support.
say Camille's OP before you've played every single support.
Silas support, I really think works into it. Because when she tries to E, you just E. And if you don't get in her way, then you just follow with your
And electrocute Silas support is bonkers damage. I feel like Zac support could work as well.
Zac support could work.
You and then you win
we
the
go
fight.
back to the show match. We had a support player there who was Zac support.
There's definitely some
I'm not saying there aren't
combinations.
untested grounds, but I'm also saying the teams don't really have to test it because you get Camille one game in a Fearless, and then it's like, well, we pick the Leona or we pick the Shed into it and we counter it, or we lose that game.
Or we play Rel or we lose that game.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we'll pick this back up some other time.
Sure.
I believe we are going to break, and we'll do that whilst we keep discussing the validity of Camille's support. You can also send all of your reasons why she isn't OP to @MedicCast on Twitter, never calling it X. We'll be tossing to a quick break, but afterwards we'll be back with the second game of this series.
If you agree with me, tweet at Ola.
Welcome to the European League of Legends Championship Series.
A new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh. That's not howling, Daddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can call this.
Championship Series.
Wow. Bro, they were all doing, you know? And then look at the Casey flag, you know? Yeah. And above that, my brother was holding my time to solo, bro. 1v9. 1v9, bro, legit.
I feel like
This is how it feels to be a top laner. Yes, bot lane doesn't matter. Finally, it's happened. It's Fiesta. Letting the support does matter. Lucio.
Because I don't get it. Come on, Fiesta. Come on, Fiesta. Yeah. Bye-bye.
And here we are back at the caster desk, and I can say after that first game that now we have twice the Fiesta here in the LEC, both the player and the sentiment on the games. And let's see if Game 2 is going to be as one-sided for KC as Game 1. It is hard for me to imagine, Finn,
to that degree,
a raucous, kind of confident comeback for Vitality after that one.
I mean, it's definitely a tough loss, but in the end, G2 had a similarly tough loss in their Game 1 earlier today.
That was G2.
So I don't wanna be able to discredit the comeback game for Vitality because there was some that game just looked depressing to play. To be fair, I mean, it felt like they didn't really have anything to do after that early game, and they just kind of slowly bled out.
That's true.
So I want to see them kind of tackle the draft a little bit differently. I thought the Rel pick on free like that was weird with Camille open, because usually you see the Camille pick blind into the Shen counter pick.
Yep.
But when you pick the Rel early like that, you just get Camille for free. And it's a little bit difficult to play when she's just everywhere on the map, especially when you have such strong solo laners like the KC had drafted with TF top now.
And look, let's see what it is. Because the nice thing about this meta, and the thing that I really appreciate, partially, of course, due to Fearless, is there's a lot of different styles of composition. We've seen KC play really well when they have this power to collapse on side lanes, and Kana, who ended up being an incredibly powerful side lane on the TF. It's been a long time since I've seen the TF get that big of an individual advantage. Love the KC fans.
He's moving.
I respect anyone who can move their body good, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like you can always tell when there's some hips in there, the shoulders are going.
You can appreciate the dynamicness.
Yeah.
That's the word.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah.
I feel like
we are heading into draft now. And I want to see how Vitality especially tackle, because you see already, KC is going with the same strategy. They're banning the Poppy, and they're banning the Lock.
Now
but
they're
now
banning
Vitality, they are banning the Jace, taking it away from Kana, which makes sense. Also the Bard, maybe they realize they don't want Boosted to be completely freed up on the map, because he seems quite good at playing for his top side when he is let to do whatever he wants to. And we're gonna see what KC goes for here, because just like Game 1 in the prior series, Engage is king in any meta, and already a Yike buy, first pick. It's a good basis.
And that it is.
Solid foundation.
Well, and the nice thing about this progression of Yike is, of course, we didn't always say this about his buy, but it really does feel like the issues that we had previously with this pick are non-existent now. Linces can opt for the Nefiri, really good interactions into the buy, being able to dodge away from that ball breaker in the early levels, maybe sneak in and steal some camps to punish. It's good, and we've seen the Nefiri be a very powerful pick, even in our first series.
Well, the question is, will they draft some CC with his Nefiri, though? Because earlier we saw the Nefiri in a similar game, and he had no CC, or she, sorry. And it was just quite a sad game to play in the mid game. So I want to really see if Vitality can set up Linces this game, because I don't feel like they have set him up for success in the prior game. So I want to see some strong lanes being drafted, that they can actually have push, so Nefiri can do what she wants. And Lucian already, solid pick here. No mages anymore, we're back to the Lucian, just like Game 2 in the first series.
Really aggressive, a really early Lucian pick. I'm caught a little bit off guard by, I'll be honest, but it doesn't provide the CC, so we need to see that in the rest of the picks for the draft. Depending on if we get another... Oh, we're just going to get the top side. We're just going to get Rumby. No.
Rumby and Ryzy?
Rumby and Yumby. I thought we were going to get Yone there, but no, it's not Yumby, it's Ryzy. So.
Humpty and Dumpty, yeah. I mean, this is standard. Rumble for Kana, one of his best champions.
Yeah.
Across his career here in Europe, and Ryze, just a fantastic mid laner. Now the Nivea is up and available, which it wasn't earlier today when the Ryze was picked like this. So I want to see if this is what Fiesta wants to counter with, because I think you should pick mid or top here. I mean, you could pick your support and just completely drop off solo laners, but you have the chance to counter one of these champions now. You could just take it and leave your support for last pick.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Here we go. A Nivea locked in. Okay, so now we get to see what the rest of the bands are, but this is a nice lane setup for Fiesta. I'm a little bit concerned for him, just generally, right?
Yeah.
Like nothing based. The matchup is nice, etc. But I think
it's a slow matchup,
and he clearly is a player with a certain amount of bloodthirst, which I really do like to see. But Anivia is not a champion who enables that. It's you got to be patient. You really got to look for your windows. You can't jump the gun.
I want to see what Vitality decides to ban here, because you can ban supports or bot laners, and I think just banning bot laners in this meta, it's like crying in the ocean. It doesn't really make a difference. So banning the Rakan makes sense. Good follow-up engage, a good champion for Busio. Now is Casey going to target the top lane counterpick pool here for Rumble? Because I don't think Canon really cares about top lane counterpicks. He picks his Rumble every single time, and he's like, okay, throw whatever you have at me, peasant.
I mean, he's playing against Nako, who's done well in the con.
Absolutely.
So let's see if that is you know, some ego that can be punished. We're not seeing any top lane bans yet, the Milio and the Rakan ban. So recognizing that Casey already has some good engage, and again, just trying to take agency away from Busio, who was so good.
I mean, you could go for a Nami still with Delusion if you really want to.
I like the Jin ban.
Well, the Jin ban is a little bit odd, but yeah, I mean, obviously, the
It's
flourish,
good. It's really good in the context of
yeah.
the comp. I don't think it's
Absolutely.
as good against what Vitality are bringing.
Yeah. So you could take out the Nami here if you want to. I don't really think Nami is a big deal anymore in this meta. I think I'll be more scared of anything that allows Lucian to kind of dominate lane and then they can move around. I don't know how Shen is as a blind pick. I think it's not very conventional, not very common. And I think maybe just banning out, you know, any CC support, yeah, like Nautilus or Leona, I think makes a lot of more sense for Casey, and that's what they opted to do.
Taking the Nautilus away, don't want to give that reliable point-and-click CC. Obviously, pairs just so fantastic with a Fury as well. Look, right now, you know, not seeing the squishiest priority target, both the Rumble and the Rise obviously can be more vulnerable, but stability still seems to be the name of the game for Vitality locking this Cassante. We still don't have a reliable go button, however.
Because do you remember what you said coming into the series? That you were excited to watch top lane matchups?
Yeah.
That you were really hyped to see what these players are in practice.
We're gonna have to watch.
And we go back to Cassante Rumble?
We're gonna have to watch bot lane again, aren't we?
Oh, Cassante Rumble is the most dull matchup I've ever seen. Okay, never mind. Okay, Casey bringing the heat, picking the Caitlyn, and I assume it's gonna be the Nico. Could be a Lux. Could be an Alistar.
No, the Caitlyn Vayne bot lane, of course. No, yeah, Nico seems most likely giving you that big AoE to follow up on the initial, you know, Rumble, Equalizer, etc. Definitely an AP-heavy composition, but Caitlyn can more than make up the difference.
Might be just be a Nami here to match the ranged bot lane here for the Lucian, with the Milio and Nautilus being out. I don't really see any good angles.
But if it is, you're using your pick to salvage your bot lane.
If you want to go silent support, this is the game. That's all I'm saying.
This is a 6 silent support game. Instead, we're
Gonna
going
be
to Elise.
Okay. Okay, Fleshy, I wasn't familiar with your game. I like this. Securing, because we said earlier, right?
Yeah.
That Linces was not set up by his lanes.
No.
He needed some pushing lanes so he can make some magic happen. Now, the Cassante and Anivia will be losing push early, so you really, really, really want that one lane that can at least secure some kind of safety in your own jungle. So getting the Lucian and the Elise, I don't know how this bottom matchup goes. I think it's going to be very scrap heavy, and it's going to be very dependent on who gets that ward level 1. But one of these lanes is probably going to dominate, and the other one is probably going to suffer.
Oh my god, Casey fans popping. Vitality fans also popping. In less quantity, but a comparable percentage of popping, I think it is safe to say. And look, Finn, I don't feel good about this draft for the side of Vitality.
It's an oddball.
It's an oddball one. And what I will say is, there's a lot of potential there. The P word, always a dangerous word, however, because again, we see what exactly KC want to do. I would say pretty clearly.
Yeah.
What Vitality want to do has been heavily stymied, I think, by this Caitlyn bot lane being picked up, because they could not just pick an engaged support to pair with the Lucian. And now you're reliant on Elise to be the one that breaks open your lane to potentially set you up to dominate the map. And as we load in the game, we can already see Carzzy exhaust, Fleshy, ignite. So kill lane is the name of the game. If they can find those kills, if they can find that success in the 2v2, I got a lot of faith that Vitality can start to take control here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that Vitality's comp wants to do. They want to be able to fight. They want to be able to control areas with this Anivia. But the Elise has to be the catalyst for every single play. If this Elise is not ahead, she will always be behind the Nico on the map. And if she's only a stun, at at the end of the day, if Lisa that's behind, she's just a cocoon. So you really need to make sure that this bot lane matchup has push. It's putting deep vision to give Linsas that information that he needs so he can go for aggressive invades now, Kana.
And you're up against Busio, who had such a big impact on the Camille, right? When you think about the sheer quantity of kills, it doesn't look like that big of an impact, but you saw 2 solo kills, crazily. And so now Fleshy's going to try to replicate that with a performance on the Elise, and things are already starting pretty well. Nice repel to get in and get out on that quick trade, but needs to look to have that same level of performance, because we've seen what happens when Busio gets really active. And yes, Nico isn't Camille. She can't do that quite as early, but if Busio's in a position to make plays, we know how comfortable the game can be for KC.
I mean, it's early Ignite goes up from Fleshy as a trade for the heal. It still looks like Kalista and Busio is going to be the guys that gets pushed in this matchup. And I think that bodes really well for Vi and Yike, because I think Yike really needs to get this level 6 this game. You don't want to get invaded by an Neferi. You're quite a slow jungler in a sense, if you're comparing yourself to Neferi at least. So you really want your lanes to be stable and pushing, so they can ensure that they can help you, so you can later help them when you get that season assist.
Yep. And right now, just a fist fight over Prio in a lot of different lanes. It's really only bot lane where Vitality or excuse me, KC are clearly able to force that wave in, which means that Yike can feel pretty good about the bot half of his jungle. And so start on the top side.
Tako.
His first clear red should be good. It's not
Ja kad ne komentarišem draft, odmah da carry pikovani na botu. Što je definitivno nešto.
And I think that was a beautiful, beautiful kill. We talked about Naknako before, because when we saw this mid lane change, I had this thought that Naknako needs to make miracles in this team if they are to go to the
S tim da
levels as they
i dalje mislim da Karz je hard gubi ovaj matchup.
Finding a solo kill in the Casante Rumble matchup.
Zbog pikova više nego bilo šta drugo.
And that's going to be huge too, right? We look at there's so much of the burst damage is just magic damage. Yes, you can do these combos with the trap, but Kalista isn't going to be as active in those top side or, you know, early game skirmishes as any of the other members on the side of KC. So even just picking up that little bit of MR is not only so good for the lane, but so good for any of those potential early fights. 3 minutes now, still 2 minutes out from the Dragon spawn, still pretty far away from Grubs. But now see if Vitality can get an even bigger advantage on the bottom side. Great use of the clone from Busio to body block that cocoon as Kliss continues with the emo.
Yeah, I mean, Vi is nowhere to be seen here. Is Vitality actually going to pressure this dive? Because Yike cannot be here for like 30 to 40 seconds if he really wants to come here. So, see Vitality really posturing aggressively here, clearing the wave together with Linsas, not only giving him XP, but also denying so much more XP from KC. Kalist and Busio is being pushed back. He's level 2. They do not want to fight this.
19 to 33 the CS score, and we're watching a wave be deleted by the tower right now.
Now he's basing. Yike was gonna go for the golems. He's actually cancelled his recall. He's gonna go to the golems. Really contemplating what the choice is here.
Clone there to body block a little bit. Fleshy, rooted. A lot of damage there, but at the end of the day, again, the damage is done. The wave zoned off. It looks like Kliss also missed most of the XP when they were zoning him, just not quite able to get in range there.
I za Ketin ovo nikada mi smo se dogodio baš loše.
Not able to grab that early catalyst, so that damage certainly is going to stick, but a nice look from the side of Vitality.
Yeah, going for more here. We already got the Krugs. Now Linsas shows up, hasn't recalled. None of these runners have recalled. It's gonna be a smite battle.
Already bringing out the extra dogs. Yehu first in the move. Naknako continues to just trade blows with Kana. Still has access to a TP of his own though, so when he does finally recall, it's only going to be that much more powerful in the 1v1. A really nice start, almost entirely from the top side of Vitality, but of course with Linsas supporting
ukropujeme, ja ti kažem.
They're able to take some resources away from Kalist.
Yeah, so we see different decisions made here by the junglers. Now Linsas comes to respawning just like Yikes, but he actually did that bot.
No, not yield. Absolutely not yielding the shield. Kana just barely able to walk it off.
He's so far behind in XP.
Naknako je predobar i prethodan split je bio mnogo dobar.
Holding that pot. He's deciding to stay. Naknako only has mana for 1 Q.
Nema za hajst, pa onda moraš da krad. Pa znam ja, vidim ja kako to ide.
Hovering out of vision to make sure he can pick up that wave, but this top lane matchup is not going well. And again, with Casante gets ahead and gets this extra MR, oof, just not a fun one to play out.
I mean, it's that early Negatron cloak that really just solidifies his lane state. When he gets that double 40 MR, it's so difficult for the Rumble to shred through that, especially with the first strike. That's the first strike.
First strike, yeah, you got it.
That just gives him gold, but it loses a lot of combat power by going first strike. You don't get the combat that just keeps ticking when you do dot damage.
Yeah, and look, I respect the dopamine keystone and a dopamine item. I'm a Hearthstone enjoyer. I know what it's about. It's nice to print money, but maybe now that he has Equalizer, things get a little bit better. However, oh gosh.
Yeah, that's a
lot of
Spectre's
MR.
Cowl and a no
Spectre's
magic
Cowl and no magic and the helm, that's a lot.
And a potion.
Well, yeah, and the potion matters. Refillable on the opposite side. Lucio threatening. Karzi and Fleshy not able to do as much in this bot lane 2v2 and as they'd like. Again, it was really only when Linces was there to support and that first level 1 where they had full control.
Yeah, I like the little minding game by Boost here. Just hex flash over the wall to make sure Lucian has to dash to potential E, and then Lucian can't walk up the wave anymore.
Level 6 for Yike, only level 5 for Linces. As long as Linces holds on to his W though. Oh, the pack. He will just be able to
Yike is gonna
walk
bully him off his own jungle here. Red buff is up and available, and White's hovering with the Realm Warp. I think this might be hard for Linces. He's trying to walk around, spam pinging on the Raptors.
Lucio continuing to fish for the root here.
But
Tower
so far
plate's
away.
being chipped away. Fiesta is so far away. Realm Warp in onto Linces. Q, they have forced that out, but now there's no ulti to follow. They get both the intangible as well as the flash. So they won't commit any more onto Linces, but it just means Yike now gets the red buff too. So the gold looks much closer than game 1, but it's similarly a really tough one for the side of Vitality to play out outside of the top lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Yike is just putting the tempo hard in the jungle. Linces spent a lot of time in the bot lane behind those towers and fell behind a little bit in camps. And now Yike, with that level lead that he has accomplished, is just trying to chase wherever this Nafiri is. And look at Linces here. He can jump over the Dragon Pit or jump over to the Krugs, but it looks like he's going for the red. And I think that's a little bit...
G2 je dobio. Dobili su 2-1.
Yike is not there.
Wrapping.
He's gonna see now that his chickens are gone. Yeah. He's trying to sneak this, but it's very risky.
Ooh. Fleshy committing a bit onto the clone there.
He wasn't spotted though.
Ooh, heal to try and
looking for him.
Fleshy gonna have to come right back down. Yike now going all in onto Linces. Call the pack, not there. Linces nowhere to go. I cannot get over the wall, and Yike gonna grab the kill.
I mean, it's a greedy invade by Linces, ends up being punished by Yike on the buy. He goes in there with an item disadvantage. Keep in mind, Yike had a Tunneler, a Ruby Crystal, and double longsword, and he only had a pickaxe and a longsword back then. So any fight you take will be losing straight up. So he was kind of relying on not being spotted, ends up being spotted, and KC punishes. So another great pick by KC, as the game is slowly turning in their favor again.
Yeah. And you got to feel for Knock Knocko.
Veruješ, Mato.
Generating his advantage. No support from his jungler or support. But now the rest of the map falling apart. Yike already with a bit of a lead. And you can see Kalist pulling a little bit ahead in bot lane. A lot of that is just the additional gold from Cole, as he's been stacking that one up nicely. But the Lucian, early Lucian, not getting them lane control. The late Elise not getting them kill pressure. And none of the picks that Vitality have gone for here have really given them a greater advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting to that point where Nivea is getting slowly oppressive. Like, I think when Nivea gets her first item in a game like this, she has so much to do. She can look for these picks on Nico, on Ryze, on Vi, forcing stuff out with her wall. So I want to see what Fiesta does, because this is his game to shine, in my opinion, as a rookie in this league.
I agree. And to your point, we've seen a lot of these mid-lane trades. We haven't talked about them as much because so much has been going on the map. They've gone very much in Fiesta's favor. Good wall placements, good stun placements to make sure that Yehu doesn't win out. Yehu, of course, going for the early Swifties just to ensure that he can get around a lot of those spells.
Can they die? There's barely any armor items, but it's still, at the end of the day, Exante.
Sidestep on Q3 is good. Yike just going for a bit of poke here. Trap there. Ensures the Q lineup. Auto to follow. They just want to chip Knock go down. Again, he loses a lot of HP when he goes all out, so getting him as low as possible is nice, but he will be able to heal back up in a lot of circumstances. Knock just going to respect this and back away. In the meantime, Drake does go down for Vitality. But remember that 3 of the grubbies went in favor of KC, and now Kalist is, well, making good use of them just to slowly burn down that tower.
And then Kana is here on the wave. Can just equalize it.
Yep, plus he's got nowhere to go. Takes a ton of damage.
Yeah,
We'll finally reset. Kana can't afford to get over-eager, but he does. That's the ulti now going in. He still wants to kill Fleshy, and he still manages to kill Fleshy.
And here's Yike.
Jajk je mrtav što je najjače. Ne, nije imao drugu. Ajmo, Karzi. Osvetli AD carry-je. Neće ni to dobiti, zar ne? Ima ga. Nice. Imam šansu da bi igrao pro, ne. Igrao bi neki turnir ako je ono, razumeš, u humanitarne svrhe, ali nešto, sure, yeah. Ali kao da komitujem full, da igram ko ranije, ne, nema šanse.
So, first we're going to see this top lane play here. That was missed before. Nako goes for the kill onto Kalist actually, but Busio is here to defend him. But he gets the... Okay, Nako is a god. Nako is a god! His team has been losing on the bot side the entire game. He's just completely weak side and it's 1v2ing enemy bot lane with full MR items.
There's the Rilko.
You gotta respect it. Wow. Kinda good initially.
What a play by Nako. Here Yeti goes for the kill. I understand it. The exhaust by the Lucian comes in clutch actually, I think saves a lot of this play because all the damage matters in a situation like this.
Yeah, 2 for 2 overall. Surprised Carzy didn't use the exhaust sooner on the Rumble all-in, but fair enough.
Ja mislim da mene nema, čak i da se završi ovo. Mislim, u teoriji možemo sutra, jedina stvar s tim je, mislim, kako biramo ko igra. Zato sam uvijek u fazonu igramo Arame, jer onda svi mogu da igraju, znaš. Ovako, ako igramo nešto što je samo naš 4-5, onda moramo da isključimo pola Patreona. Mislim, zato generalno najviše gledam da igramo Arame, jer to najviše nas može da igra zajedno.
This is going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. It's going to reach a point eventually where I don't know if Casey has the damage to deal with him. In the end, Cassante is not really a tank. He's more of a warden slash bruiser. Like, when he gets accelerated early, he gets so much more damage from offensive stats.
Za Gildran ćemo vidjeti, za Gildran ćemo vidjeti. Crtanje je, sure. Mislim, kažem, sve to što zahteva puno ljudi, ja sam skroz za... Tako da crtanje Aram i GeoGuessr ako je AV tool neko... Čak crtanje i jedno i drugo, mislim, onaj Mecha Chameleon ili crtanje Gartic Phone, jedno i drugo. Sve dok može što više nas da igra, ja sam za... Derilko, veruj mi, previše ljudi su igrali Gildran. Znaš koliko ljudi mi je zapretilo što sam im rekao da Gildran postoji. Samo ću to da kažem. Znaš koliko mi je ljudi reklo, nikad ti neću oprostiti što si mi pokazao Gildran, sad ne mogu da prestanem da ga igram.
Look at his tangle bar with Lucio. It's just fantastic. Locks down both of them, lands it onto the Nivea with the extended CC time, forces her to flash out, and this just means it's a 5v1. This is Attack on Titan right here. Yeah. Sure, he's strong, but...
Yeah. I mean, this was the moment, but it was a bit more mom spaghetti than it was, you know, any of the rest of that Eminem song, as, yeah, this gets one shot.
Yeah.
Now another root going to connect. Unfortunately, once again, on a clone, Lucio continues to be a thorn in the side of Fleshy.
He got stuck in there. I don't think they spotted him. He queued over the wall.
Equalizer, Lynch is starting to back up. Forced to use the call of the pack. Yeti caught on the wrong side of the wall, trying to make it out. The Drake still going in his favor. Ulti from Clint's going to get body blocked by Carzy.
Ti bi Casey trebao da ima trunko veće lice herojima koji imaju.
There's just something thing about Yike, man. I feel like he has a way higher chance to win a Smite 50-50 than any other jungler in our league. He's just got those magic fingers.
I do. I feel you. I feel you. Sometimes against Qmon, I do get a little bit nervous, but I do feel like Yike's got a good track record.
Yeah, he's got a good Smite.
That he does. That he does. Vitality. Let's talk about it, Finn. How do you get out of this hole?
You want to talk about the elephant in the room?
I mean, rude to call them elephants, but yes, let's talk about Vitality.
Yeah, okay.
They're bees, really. Let's talk about the bees.
This Elise is not a champion anymore.
That's true.
This Elise has fallen off completely and doesn't do anything to help Vitality win the game. When you play Elise in a game like this, you need to snowball early game. This is the demonic contract you sign when you lock in the champion. If you do not win early game, you perish and suffer in all eternities in the 7th hell, at least. And you just end up being completely useless.
I like the callback to the Dante Virgil thing earlier. Now we'll see if Yike can steal this. This time, Lensis manages to get it. Of course, a little bit messy from Casey there.
Knock je živ, onik sante. Onik sante.
So good job, Caster Kirkman. I really appreciate that.
Nako nikad nije uhvaćen van pozicije. Nako je uvek u poziciji.
I mean, that was an odd play. That was just strange. It was like half of Casey really wanted to fight, and half of Casey was like, we're giving this Rift Herald, right?
Well, it's all falling apart for Casey. Flash forward, Realm Warp, yep, no. Excuse me, not Realm Warp, the follow-up there. Lensis has now killed Yehu in the mean. Okay, what the hell is happening?
No!
I was lulled into a false sense of security. Nothing, I thought we were calmly playing a normal game of League of Legends, where when you have a 2,000 gold lead, you slow the game down, and while we were casually having a chat, maybe a little sleepy after that hot dog we ate, the game has exploded.
I mean, money is a social construct, and we learned that time and time again in this series. I mean, the fact, I don't know what Casey was thinking going into that Rift Herald. You just got away with murder, taking the dragon, and then Kalist is on the mid wave. Kana is pushing bot with TP, by the way. He has TP, just pushing the little tower in his little robot suit. And 3 people of Casey just go in for a fight they have no business taking.
Nako is Bane from the Batman movie. Casey, you're the rich guy. Like, I paid you. And he's like, and you think that gives you power over me? You just know it. It's beating the hell out of him. Like, doesn't matter, but broke as hell, showing up and still taking you out.
Yeah, so let's see this play. Fiesta finds a good wall onto Yehu.
Yep.
This
waits
is
as
the
long as
Anivia.
possible to use the wall.
This is Anivia. And now Linsa's...
Koliko je Anivia u stvari dobra u Ryza?
And he's playing the hot dog skin.
Who's eating hot dogs? Everyone's having hot dogs.
I don't think he's enjoying it right as much.
No, he's not. He's getting glizzy.
Yeah. And now we see Kalist, Nako, pushing minions.
Heck yeah. Oh.
LCS callback. Let's see what's gonna happen now. There's dragons spawning in 1 minute 41. So let's take the time to kind of explain what's happening in this game. I have no idea. It's super even. Look at the gold.
Okay. Let's look at the quick recap. So, Vitality pulled out this Elise slate. We were skeptical. It didn't really work in the early laning phase. They did zone Kalist off. It didn't matter, though. It didn't really matter. Nako solo kill topside. Looks great. Doesn't matter. We see a series of picks from Busio, from Yike, that put Casey in a wildly favorable position.
Does that matter?
And it didn't end up mattering because around Rift Herald, they got dizzy. Yehu died because he just overstuck around on the top lane. Fiesta did a really good job of trading, kind of what we wanted to see. And then the Rift Herald got picked up by Vitality in the chaos, as they also picked up a few more kills, a shutdown, and everything.
Now, will this play matter?
Yes, it should. Nako. He will not yield!
Oh! He tried to get the angle through the wall there, trying to be fancy with it. I respect the attempt, but it's a good pick.
I boga mi,
playing fast on the side once again.
konačno jedan relativno close game.
Vitality are now in an even gold state. This game means that they can punish the cross map. They can make their own play in the mid lane. Put a bit more pressure down, knock down that tower.
Negativitet, bo šta ti kažeš?
The thing with this is Vitality has full control over the bot side river and bot side jungle. This is what matters for the Drake. K'Sante has teleport available. He could just TP in there with a big shield, and we can see Vitality actually contesting this dragon, because this dragon is really important. You need to set up your soul point right now.
And it's what you said, Finn. You said it kills your momentum when you TP in and you've got a lead and it all falls apart. But Vitality got that momentum back on that last sequence of plays. Even though Nako died here, now he's got the TP. Now he's ready to do the TP play you talked about. The big shield, the big moment. Iceborne as well to stick to the targets.
And they just don't care about dragons this game. Fleshy and Lin says here, looking for Yehu, doesn't have the Realm Warp. As a TP. Oh, the cocoon!
We said he didn't matter! We said he didn't matter, but he can do that one play! Dude, I mean,
I've never been so excited for a cocoon. But I was so sick.
Around the minion wave.
Jopa iz SK i dalje u SK. Tu se ništa nije promenilo.
Getting the dragon, but look at vitality. Look how they're posturing. They're already starting the Baron.
Jopa iz SK je ostao u SK.
They're just full committing.
Full sending it. Kana has TP. Has the equalizer. Yike is now in here. We talked about smite battles.
Okay, king of the 50-50. You praised him. Is it a cast or curse? Already forced to move back. Ball breaker long cooldown. They've zoned him away completely. They're just gonna get the objective. There's no one nearby.
It's just a play. What? It's just a play. And I'm losing them.
Going in, zoning boost.
Najbolji je samo Don't, mislim...
I mean, okay, I do not know. I don't know. But, like, it's 26 minutes into the game. These teams have not prioritized dragons at all this game. This is a very late fourth dragon in the first...
Okay.
And now it's a
Uspeo sam da
I do see what you're saying. Dragon, very neglected, very lonely.
donekle rešim.
Not getting so much attention as Fiesta's just...
Internet je samo odlučio da ne funkcioniše, zna to nekad da se događa, tako da šta da radimo.
Actualizer completed for Yehu is a pretty big spike, and Fiesta's still only on 2.5 items, but Casey, it doesn't really feel like they've gotten to use...
Yeah, I mean, Yehu buying the item that Jojo didn't. He didn't go for an Actualizer in that Rise game and he was so strong, and now Yehu actually buying it as the third item. I think it's just the best item for Rise at this point. It just gives so much value. When you activate it, you become God mode for 8 seconds damage-wise, and maybe he will go back to the side then, because the problem is K'Sante is so hard to push out for them. K'Sante can just ignore them and push outside every single time, and you can't attack him as two, because I honestly think they don't have the damage to kill him if he just tries to get out.
A boga mi napeta partija, iskreno. Napeta.
A lot of consistent CC there, and going into melee range against him is a little bit scary. The Mercs, just enough tenacity to stop that kill threat from going through. Once they get armor penetration on Kalist, I think the story changes a little bit. Yeah. But again, if you're putting Kalist in a side lane, not next to the next objective that's spawning, you're asking...
You're asking for trouble.
You are asking for trouble.
But still, no engage on Vitality is the main issue. Like, who's realistically gonna start the fight for you? It's probably gonna be a wall from Olivia or something like that.
Yeah, and look, Fiesta has had some good walls, but it's a tough ask, because now they're just immediately getting engaged on
O, na flashi, on nema gdje. Nema, Kalist ga samo prebije. I to su dva.
That was beautiful by Yike. He did such a cool mechanic there. I'd like to see it later, but now we still are fighting here. Kana in the back and torching them.
Fiesta running.
It's gritting the Glizzy.
They are burning the Glizzy. Yeah. The Glizzy will survive.
Ne mogu šta pričaju.
Doesn't look like it will.
But Nako will not yield. He will TP back in here and try to hold this. Look at that shield. It's true. Gonna have to walk around the traps. Linsas has one snipe already.
Burning the Glizzy. Ovo je sad na Linkasu. Ovo nikad nije flip, inače. Ovdje nikad ne flipate. A zašto je Linkas uleteo unutra? What? Linkas? Ništa. Ništa, smite. Tvoje. Tvoje. Casey je odlučio da ne igra. Casey je u fazonu 1700 poena za Lazića. Na TV-u sam, pa su poeni, kapirate. Užasno. Užasno.
He's actually so useful this game. He's actually finding some of these crucial stuff, but it's on the back of Nako, who is just a demon in this game too. 2 solo kills every single team fight. He is the man that steps up and makes sure that Yike cannot get the smite off. He W's him out of the Baron pit, puts him in GA, and denies the entire smite contest. And it starts with Yike are flashes on the Elise, so she can't even repel the season.
Koliko je ovo u stvari bilo loše.
Now, another kill to Carsey by Busio with the Pop Blossom. And here it looks so easy.
Ali ti pogledaj, znači Linkas, znači Jajke u fazonu, ljudi, ne međamo Barona. I onda je Kalis basicao Barona jednom i Linkas ga je spustio dovoljno da samo možda ga smajta. A jak bio u Guardianu. Ajoj.
Still very close to dying there. The final moments here. This exchange even incredibly close. Again, another flash cocoon from Fleshy. Still isn't Elise, so we'll go up here, drop down on the minion, and try to walk his way around this one.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, I don't... Oh, it's Sonya's. Okay, good. I thought that was a Seeker, so I was like, brother, you're dead if you stopwatch, but it's fine. Wants to get some value out of it.
I mean, it was bold of us to assume that we would see a Baron into a clean setup before someone dying.
That was bold of us.
Yeah, I mean, we should...
That's our mistake, audience. That's on our bad. We've seen enough to understand what kind of game this is.
I claim full responsibility for that player.
Full responsibility.
Yeah.
That's on us.
Now, look at Casey. Knock walking up. He's alone still.
Ooh, lockup is there to Knock, but he just jumps back into Busio. Coling running down to stop anyone else from engaging. Yehu does a lot of damage, but he's just popped the Actualizer. Now he's not going to have that cooldown if the fight continues, and Knock just keeps walking forward.
Super well played by Carsey. He sees the flash from Nico before it even happens. Because the moment you flash or dashes out, when the Nico's already in there, you're gonna get knocked up and put out of your dash. But he dashes right before he goes in, predicting that was the play by Busio. Weaves out of the engage and then just manages to kill Busio without getting CC'd. So super well played by Carsey. Great display of mechanics. And it's a dragon for Vitality, and suddenly you're a Dragon Soul.
And if you think you've had a hard time peeling this Kazante, it doesn't get easier with the more Cloud Souls coming in.
No, I think the silver lining right now is that the Kalist is getting his Lord Dominix right now. And that damage is going to increase a lot his output on this Kazante. A little bit surprised Yehu does not go for the Void Staff 4. I would expect him to want to kill this Kazante eventually. But ends up going for the Rabidon, maybe trying to one-shot one of the carries.
Je, niko ne radi ništa. Fora je što Kalist radi dosta. Caitlyn u ovom delu partija baš bije. Caitlyn baš nabada jako.
What's he doing? What's bro doing? What's he thinking? He's covering for Yehu, kind of. Soft covering for mid lane. Knocko is very fast.
Oh, look at this.
Uh-oh.
Yes, that doesn't have TP though.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
Does he know?
Last possible second. Goes into the mid lane. No, they're trying to make the play happen. Instantaneous sticks odds. Comes in.
Uish, joj, Karzi.
Down on the Coley, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, 1v1. Yehu versus Knocko. Okay, he's cheating. But the Realm Warp takes him out.
Ne sme Karzi toliko da priđe, kažem, Caitlyn shota, bukvalno.
Fleshy still living for far longer than expected. The root connects well. Fleshy. He doesn't land on the trap. Fleshy did misplay the trap.
He dodged the trap. That's a good dodge.
Fleshy needs to hold on to this Zanyas, bro. He keeps using it when there's a Caitlyn directly next to him. It's negative value if you do that. Kana might be in trouble though.
Well, Kana is definitely in trouble right now.
Here comes the Glizzy. Cold Bird hot dog! Not gonna find the kill.
Let's have the equalizer though, so no chase will come out here. Yehu TP's in. Now with the Rabidon. That rise will hurt when he gets onto you.
That's true, that's true.
Lec je trenutno na road, obično se igra u Berlinu, ali sad je u Parizu. Sad je kao na nekom road tripu.
Yeah, Mikasante is kind of falling off item-wise right now. He's at 3.5. Yep. 3.1/3.
Oh, there you go. There's Randwin, so.
He's at 4.
Yeah, that's 4 now. And I will say, Randy Deities is pretty nice. You get the slow, nice way to stick on your target, and also the crit damage is so good. Crit damage reduction, that is. All right.
Dragon, 2 minutes. Let's set the stage a little bit, because do I have time to set the stage, Dragos?
You have 30 seconds till Baron. You might not have time to set the stage.
Okay.
Both teams are grouped around mid. Both sideways in a relatively even state. It's time for the ARAM portion of today. Yike, flanking. Equalizer
ARAM portion of today, nice.
Escaping. clone getting damaged. Knock-Knocko threatening on the side. Lince is jumping in for some reason. Will lose a lot of HP. That is going to make it a lot harder for Vitality to get control of this. Nice little stun over the wall. Okay, KC have really forced Vitality back and are taking a lot of space here despite midway being initially relatively even. They've managed to knock down tier 2 and Vitality really haven't had a response. Good patience, good slow play coming out from KC.
Yeah, gets the mid-lane tower, gets this crab here, which is actually super important. Giving a lot of vision here, making sure that you know what they know. Because now you really want to recall instead of that dragon. Because I don't think you want to give Vitality soul even for the Baron. I don't think it's a worth trade. There's no argument to be made for sure that you could just take the Baron and give soul, but you really want to recall now, try to set up this objective. Because once again, you want to be there first. You don't want to be the guy that walks into Nanivia. It's not fun, I promise.
Very, very true. Cliss now has recalled and picked up a Bloodthirster. So this Caitlyn is the real deal.
Kalist baš može sam da nosi. On baš može sam da nosi.
Have the extra item slot, so can still get another item. We got a Seekers for Yehu. Now the issue for Vitality is if they recall and spend their money, they won't have. They'll just be late to whatever objective goes down. So instead, they're going to stick around.
You need to stay on the map right now, or you're going to give KC too much space on this map. Look at where Yehu is. He's looking for a flank on this next mid-wave, perhaps.
I mean, look at that auto on the Linces. He just lost 40% of his HP from a single auto from Bliss.
Stepping up, holding the bush.
Lucio off to the side.
Immediately repel.
But they get the wall too, so now Bliss gets a little bit more space to walk
Look
up.
at Yike, he's hovering topside constantly. I think he
Pa da, ali hajpovani su zato što igra ekipa KC-a. To ti je, mislim, ono, igra njihov tim. I onda su u turbo gasu.
Needs to be careful as he returns to his team though. Can't afford to get caught out.
Yeah.
It's a very tense situation. The game much closer than we initially expected it to be. Vitality doing a good job going toe-to-toe with KC in this game too, as KC just tried to land this poke. Bot wave pushing massively in the favor of Vitality. I said it was even earlier and I misspoke. It has been slow stacking. A lot of gold going to get deleted.
Lince is W here though. Yike might take big damage.
Bot wave on excellent equalizer to zone the team away. Cliss still standing on the front line.
Look at the traps.
90 caliber net to get away. Lenses to make it over the wall. Hoping to steal the objective, but the Cloud Drake goes down their favor. Busio gets the rest of the team peeled away. Realm War forward into the entire lineup. Yike going over the wall. KC have Kalist untouched, raining down damage. Linces tries to bring it back. Sent into the GA and down he will go. Only the support left standing.
Ma da, Caitlyn je prejaka. I šta će Flash da radi? Eli support ne radi ništa, mislim, jednako je koristan kao i... Kao i Niku u ovom delu partije. Baš ništa ne može da uradi. Rip Lazićevih Soma i 700 poena.
That they did. Impressive stuff from them in front of their home crowd, keeping that momentum going. MSI, a struggle. EWC looking good here in week 1 against Vitality at the very least. Looking strong as well. And of course for your Kia player of the series, Kana, Yike, or Busio. All good options. One more bow.
Znači ja ne mogu. Pre nego što ugasite stream, čisto još jednom da vas podsjetim, vratite se nazad, premotajte stream na početak, vidite koliko je bilo ljudi kad je igralo G2. I koliko je ljudi sad kad igra KC.
It was a good day. More, I believe, setting up for an interview with Mr. Busio himself. And a strong start for KC. Of course, I feel like the opponents get harder from here. MFoy and G2 ahead of them. excited for the M-Point matchup, especially. My God.
And it's the same sort of vitality as last bit.
Svakako, eto, dan let sa 5 gameova, prvi dan i veća kali na botu, tako da definitivno smo dobili nešto uzbudljivo u samom draftu. Let se nastavlja sutra u 4:30. Ne znam da li je sutra šomer, to ću još morati da proverim, u svakom slučaju se nadam da ste uživali, a mi se vidimo večeras na streamu i sutra na lecu.
Okay, tell me about this game. It lasted longer than I thought it would be. What was more annoying, Anivia, Cassante?
Cassante, he was taking no damage.
This champion has been busted for years, but I feel like nothing changes.
He's just top laner.
Right. Just a top laner issue?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about top lane. I want to talk about the rest of the map and how the meta impacted you guys, maybe, because I feel like you're leaving Kalist on his island. I feel like ADC is the new top lane in this way. Tell me about this new way of playing the game right now and how it connected you and Yike a bit more together, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, as you saw in game 1, when Kalist is on a mage, you know, the main strength of a mage is the wave clear and the range at which they can wave clear from. So, you know, he kind of does his own thing. And then it's up to, you know, me and Yike to make use of that. But, you know, I like the meta right now because, for example, in game 2 already, we have, like, normal bot matchups. So it's a very nice balance.
You like the meta right now, but does your AD carry like the meta right now? How is it for him? Because I know that AD carries like to get the attention. They like to be the princesses of the bot lane. How is it leaving him on his island like this?
It's a little sad. I miss him sometimes, but, you know, I get to play Camille, so I like it.
Kalist lui manque quand même à la bot lane. They're appreciated. I feel like, yeah, you get to play new type of champions, and we knew you on Enchanters, we knew you on Engaged champions. Tell me about this new kind of picks that you get to play. You talked to me about Camille, but what else can we expect from you, and how much fun you've been having so far?
Yeah, I mean, the meta kind of comes down to like Camille and then answers to Camille, you know, so like some people like Shen, like I played Shen, and there's other, you know, creative picks in that realm, so it's all warped around mages and then strong early game supports.
I saw you guys were struggling at MSI, and I feel like something clicked at EWC and a lot of things changed. Can you talk me through the changes and what impacted you guys for you guys to get to the form that allowed you to defeat T1? We're not going to talk about finals, we don't care about this. But yeah, the overall change and improvements from KC.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is we're just focused on playing naturally, you know, like right before this game, same thing, we just said play natural, you know, even if something's supposed to happen, but the conditions aren't lining up, you don't force it, you don't think too hard, you just play what's on your screen and kind of, yeah, be relaxed.
I feel like it's mostly about learnings and how much you can improve as a team. What do you feel like you guys improved upon the most that is going to set you up the best way for summer?
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same thing, you know, everybody take responsibility over their own clicks, over their own situation, and yeah, not expecting too much from your teammates and just doing your own thing.
Now, there's something specific about KC is the fact that every time you're in front of this crowd, every time you're in front of your audience, you guys keep on winning. It happened at happened at EWC, it keeps on happening here again. So what is special about the crowd buff that KC crowd gives you?
It's just...
You can talk to them directly, actually.
Yeah. You guys just bring insane energy, so we can't lose in front of you.
With that in mind, do you have any message for MKOI tomorrow?
They should be worried.
They should be worried. MKOI devrait avoir peur et MKOI devrait être inquiet. Et c'est notamment grâce à vous. Thank you so much, Buzio, for the interview. And now to wrap up the day, I'm going to send it back to our CEO,